You feel so alone. Looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Maybe I'm the monster.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Light!
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
with no pain. I feel the fire in us. Whoa, they looking for the goals. You can feel the pressure, bring it everywhere we go. And I deal with the highs, the same way I treat the lows. Oh no, don't close your eyes, I'm taking everything you own.
Setting the stage for the KO Coliseum. Under Whisker's watchful eye, the ultimate showdown begins. The Tactician's crown is back. And from November 14th to 16th, 40 Tactician will enter the arena, each ready to push beyond their limits with power-ups, rivalries, and maximum flair. Each region is allocated slots for the regional finals. APAC, CN, America, and EMEA. The remaining seats go to the Pro Circuit winners. That completes the roster of 40 Tacticians stepping into the ring to fight for the Tactician's crown. Every placement matters for the main event, so let's break down the points. First place claims 8 points, last place only 1. Every point pushes the Tacticians closer to the crown or closer to elimination. On day 1, all 40 Tacticians will clash in 6 games across 5 lobbies, which will reshuffle every 2 rounds, sparking fresh rivalries and unpredictable twists. By the end of the day, only the top 32 remain. Day 2, the pressure ignites as the 32 players face off in 4 games, and every 2 rounds, 8 players are eliminated until just 16 remain. Next, the top 16 clash in 2 more matches where the top 4 secure their place in the finals. While the bottom 4 are out, the remaining 8 get one last showdown to claim the last 4 spots in the finale. On day 3, the top 8 finalists will remain, but only one star will shine. The checkmate format will begin. Players must reach 20 points, then secure the final victory to seize the crown and the roar of the Coliseum. Who will endure the 3-day collision course, fight to raise the crown in victory, and become the ultimate champion? Don't miss the spectacle and tune in to TFT KO Coliseum Tactician's Crown from November 14th to 16th.
This
beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so down? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the TFT Tactician's Crown. Can you believe that we have had over 5 years of TFT esports? This time, we've decided to level up and bring you a whole new experience to this set's finale. For the first time ever, we have our players joining us on land both here in Alicante, Spain, as well as in Chengdu, China. Only the best of the best have gathered to compete here on this global stage to see who is the best tactician in the world. The stage is set, so players, take your seats at your battle stations and let the Tactician's Crown for KO Coliseum begin. Joining us for the start of the KO Coliseum Tactician's Crown. As you can see, we've got our players on land ready to go, and we are so excited to bring you our coverage live here from Alicante, Spain. My name is Nekra, and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm so excited to be here alongside some of my great friends. We've got Clement joining me on the desk to start the day, and can you just feel it? You can feel the energy. It's alive in here.
It's such a difference when you go into a LAN environment. You feel everything that the players feel, the tensions, the rivalry, rivalries going on. I'm so glad TFT Esports has finally made it to this stage.
And we've got 3 incredible days of action ahead for everybody. So today, it's going to be pretty simple. We're going to just play 6 games, and then tomorrow is where things start to get really interesting as we continue to make cuts towards our final day of competition Sunday, our grand finals, where we get a chance to crown the winner of the Tactician's Crown.
The format basically stayed exactly the same. We have 13 games for players in the group stage to prove that they can beat variants and they are truly the best players in the field. And the most important thing for today is that, unfortunately, we will be sending 8 players home after 6 games. So there are those cuts coming fast and hard.
But we are going to be starting with 40 incredible players from across the world. And they all got here through a variety of different ways. First one, just do really well at the regional finals. And based on your placement there, you earned a ticket to be here at the Tactician's Crown. The second way, though, is so exciting because, Clement, for the first time ever, we had our Tier 1 circuit for the TFT Pro scene added for KO Coliseum, and that was another way you could qualify to be here.
The TPC was the biggest change this set for competitive. We know more about the players than we ever had before. Everyone had to stream, and the same 32 players were playing in every single event. So I feel like a connoisseur walking through a museum right here. These are all my precious artifacts. We have so much more storylines to tell you because of the TPC change.
Yes, there are truly some maybe blighting jewels amongst this field of competition. We are so excited to be able to show you. But I know that with this Tier 1 Pro circuit, we got a chance to actually get a little bit of a primer for what our inter-region competition would look like. So we actually have a couple of correspondents on the floor that can give us a little bit more insight here. So, we've got Panda and Hupe-san both on the floor. You gotta tell us, though, who are you rooting for? How do you think the competition is doing so far?
Well, Nekra, the overall feeling with Americas versus EMEA is always really, really spicy. I have to say, though, looking at the field of players that we have sent for EMEA this set, I am feeling extremely confident. Hupe-san, you stand no chance.
In case of America, I see faces of resolve here, Panda. And I have to say, in terms of aura, we're already winning. We saw players walk in and we have more personality.
If we're talking about aura, we have to talk about the runner-up from Runeterra Reforged, Wet Jungler, who had a bit of a surprising start in Tier 2 this set, made it all the way to the TAC round now. How has that redemption arc been? How has that journey been for you, Jungler?
It's been very fun competing in set 15, and I'm very excited to play here on stage.
I have heard you've been a bit infiltrated behind enemy lines, prepping with some of the Americas players. Is there any player in particular you think our viewers should watch out for in this day one?
I think Master P is very well prepped. I talked to him a lot, and he was always he always knew the stats, always knew builds, perfect itemization, comms wise. I think he's very well prepped.
Okay, Hupe, I'll give you that one. It is going to be Marcel P as a player to watch. We have Lekoko as well on his 5th TAC run appearance, the 2nd most appearances out of any player in this field. But number 1, the one and only Double 61. It's your 7th time on the international stage, Double. First time playing a LAN event with the Americas players here as well. Do you feel this tournament is special for you?
Yeah, I think it's really great. Finally, everyone is on LAN, and I think this is a really great thing. I am excited to play, and I can't wait to do well.
Dominate. You can be cocky. I think he's earned it. Double, you're the only previous champion in the TAC round field here for Set 15 KO Coliseum. Do you feel you have a target on your back? Do you feel everyone's trying to maybe take you down?
No, I don't think so. I don't feel any pressure, and I don't think... I don't know, we will just play and we will see.
Okay, you heard it here from Double 61 Hupe-san. Good luck following up on that.
Thank you, Panda, for that. And of course, in America, we have uprising talent right here. Robin, we hope to see him walking so much on the top. CMB prepping. We have Marcel P. We have JD Zelinsky trying to avoid the 6-7, of course. Cam Bully here. Cam, I wanted to ask you, man, do you have any ritual or any performance that you have to do, you like to do before the game?
Yeah, me and JD, who's sitting next to me, we always play GeoGuessr to warm up for our games, and we actually did just play one quick game, and we flawless victoried the opponents, so I think hopefully that's a sign of what's to come today.
Amazing. So boost of confidence here for Cam and, of course, JD on the front. And now here for Michael, representative of LATAM and for all the Hispanic community. Michael, how do you feel being here on stage against the best of the best once again in Tactician Crown?
The stage is amazing. It's really beautiful, and I'm so excited for playing now.
What do you feel about your lobbies? Your lobby hard is accessible.
I think every player in Worlds is good, so whatever.
100%. So full confidence here for Michael. The players are set and the stage is ready. Back to you, Necra.
Thank you so much. It was so great to be able to hear some insight from our players as they get ready to go for our first game of the day. We do have just a little bit more to wait, so a little bit more to share with you before we get into that. Panda, how was it down there? Can you kind of feel that tension mounting as you talk to the players?
I'm all about the inter-region trash talk and all of the rivalries, so having it all happen now in person, maybe we'll see some more heated action after a few games come through. I'm just so excited.
I love that you tried and then you didn't get anything. You just like, oh yeah, you know, the other players are really good. Everybody's really good. We're going to have to work on that one, I think, to get a little bit more of that trash talk out of our players. But some of it kind of did happen as we took a look at our drafting process. Now, if you're tuning into the Tactician's Crown for the first time, this may be news to you. But all of our players were able to kind of pick and choose who they wanted to battle against for our first 2 games of the day. The regional final winners all got first seed and separated out amongst the 5 lobbies so that they didn't have to play each other. And then from there, they got to pick their first opponent and then so on and so forth until we filled out those lobbies. And there's definitely some strategy that can come with that.
This is the best insight to player rankings amongst themselves that we have. They've all been scrimming each other, and spoilers alert, Zumbai went last. So there's a lot of respect going that way. There's also a lot of tactics being played. The win streak players, they want to farm the loss streak players for their Crystal Gambit lines. And there's also another tactic that we saw, the study group hold hand tactic. Saving Private Dahua, Marcel P, Wet Jungler, all in the same lobby, and their thought process is at least one of us is going to make it to the finals.
I think it's also interesting because looking at the draft, you might think historically some of these players are very good. That doesn't make sense how they're picked. But I think it really comes down to your form in scrims. I think there's way more recency bias when it comes to drafting and maybe even just playstyle clashes. If you feel like you're the only Fast 9 player in your lobby, that could be an advantage, for example.
And there were some players that went, well, you know what? I should not have been picked, so I'm going to take the whole lobby down with me. And that's how we ended up getting some of these super lobbies that we'll show you in just a moment. But as our players have started to power rank each other and our casters have kind of gotten in the mix, maybe you folks at home who are tuning in have also done so. And you can put your pedal to the metal and see if your mind gets it right by joining in on our pick'ems powered by AWS. They are back and they are better than ever. So make sure that you get your predictions locked in before we start our first game of the day. You can go to riot.com/tacticianscrown and check out all of the additional information that we have to share with you about what's coming up in this weekend. So maybe you can win some in-game cosmetics. It'll be really cool to see if you can be the smartest person in the room. But back to our competition at hand and how those lobbies actually ended up shaking out after the draft. We get a chance to see and show you exactly which lobby we're talking about because there is a clear one here that is maybe harder than the rest of them.
We're going to see it at the start of the day. That's going to be Lobby 3, the Lobby of Death. Personally, I have 4 players in this lobby making the finals between Lakoko, Robin Songs, YBY, and Ironbach. Absolutely stacked. And I just want to say, if you need some draft coaching, Lau, YFTX, the CM players, they have some interesting picks.
It's a really crazy lobby. I'm excited to see also someone like Flancy, for example, competing now on the big stage. A player who I think is historically one of those big titans from CN.
Yeah, and I have to just give a shout out to YBY1. I think he's been one of my favorite players to actually get a chance to watch because when you think about like just exciting TFT, you've got fast roll downs, fast APM, and also a really unique read on the meta. And so maybe we can see some cool compositions from him too.
Absolutely. There's so many fun players right here. We're taking a look now at Chengdu. This is the Chonk Park. It's the capital of Hot Pot and Pandas. Not the one next to me. Not Chengdu.
I'm a fan already, Clement.
It's just so amazing. When we watched the TOC, we saw all of the players in the final game trying to brave the variant and win that crown for TOC. The player reactions there are just amazing to watch.
I love all the lights too. It's just like, it just gives so much pomp and circumstance to the Tactician's Crown. And I think that's what makes things so exciting about being able to send off our set championship in this way is that, you know, we're putting a nice end cap on what has been a great set of TFT again.
This is the moment. It's the bright lights for all our competitors. This is what they've been working through this entire set to make it to this point and now to try and perform to the best of their ability in this point as well. This is where journeys and careers are written, really. This is the climax of TFT, really, for the set.
And while we know what our players are going to be competing for, we kind of want to know what they're going to be actually playing in the competition. And that's why we've got our tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. We're going to give you a little bit of a sneak preview on what to expect from our competitors as they look towards what to play in these actual games. And now there has been a small patch that has happened in between the end of our regional finals and the start of the Tactician's Crown. So what do you think is going to happen for this weekend?
I think this is a great patch because it really opens up the floor to 4-cost flexes. We had a big nerf to the Fast 9 lines in the Crystal Gambit. Your 5 Crystal Gambit cash outs are a little bit less, so it's not all Crystal Ash. And of course, you can't really just play a tempo into Fast 9 line as easily. I think this is one of the best patches that we've had all set. It's very open.
And I think the key thing is that the nerfs haven't killed any comps. They just forced these comps to maybe reinvent themselves, reinvented how they stabilize on stage 4. Lee Sin, Juggernaut still a viable comp. Katarina, I think we'll see this weekend still a very, very strong AP reroll.
There is one that has started to shine above the rest, and we've got to call attention to Malzahar Reroll. This was a composition that actually did quite well in the regional finals with multiple different variations of it, but with that buff to the Rammus has made it even more impactful, especially when you're able to get the augment Double Trouble.
This is the one outlier of the patch, I would say. All the players agree that if everyone is just on check already, then this is the most likely composition to win because you don't have a chance to grief them. It's really fun to see how players react to it because in scrims, most players have silently agreed that they're just going to grief the Double Trouble player to make sure he doesn't run away.
That being said, it's only a comp that can be played from a condition of finding Double Trouble and a gold augment start in a game, so it won't, I think, entirely take over the tournament, but when it's offered, I have to imagine an insta-pick, and players will also strongly posture. The moment they pick Double Trouble, everyone knows what you're playing, and they can hold some Aldahars, even in stage 2, I think.
I love that you talk about gold augments and then reminds me of Trait Tracker, which is also a gold augment that has also seen a lot of success. Clement's crying. Why are you crying?
It's okay, Clement. It's okay.
Okay, one of Clement's favorite compositions to see. But all of this to show you that there's still so much more that Coliseum can give us while we get a chance to send it off in such a great fashion. But that also leaves us so much to look forward to in the future because as I'm sure you've seen, we've already gotten the name of the set 16 Lore and Legends, and already such an amazing cinematic trailer to really get us excited for what's to come in the next set. Now, you're going to want to stay tuned throughout the entire day because we're going to be showing off even more reveals for set 16, and that dev drop is coming after game number 5, so you'll get even more information. It's going to be such a great time. But while we have a lot of goodies to show you here throughout this weekend, we also have a lot of amazing faces to show off. And that's because we've got 7 co-streamers here with us, joining us on LAN. And I believe Hupe is standing by with one right now. Who you got?
Yeah, I'm here with Reven and Snooty, co-streaming elite players that went into the pro circuit. Reven, I wanted to know your thoughts. Any favorite player, one you think will win it all?
I think this year is for EMEA, so I think Coco, Double, or Bensac will do it.
Nice. Good picks here. Snooty, any player that you think will be a surprise, someone that no one is expecting?
I would really like for Quintanilla to win it because he's an underdog and I met him in Los Angeles. He's a very cool guy, so it would be awesome for him to win. Yeah.
Nice. So please check our co-streamers also in parallel and back to the desk.
Yes, thank you so much, Hupe. Love that we get a chance to see our co-streamers here like Reven, like Snooty, and also just so many others. If English is not your primary language, or you just want to get a chance to check out some of our additional player perspectives, then you're definitely going to want to keep our eyes out on our co-streamers.
I have to mention, sadly, another set, no Spanish player qualifying at TAC Crown, but at the very least, Riot invited them to be co-streamers. Reven was so close, he gave us so much hope. But I'm sure the Spanish community will love to hear his perspective on all the games and all the action. I think it's great to have all these different options for viewing in different languages as well.
Reven really was so close to making it.
I was believing, believe me, Necra.
Me too, I know. It's so heartbreaking to see that our players get so close, but I think it just gives us such hope for the future of TFT. The fact that we've had 5 years and every single set, every single year we continue to grow the program, as well as be able to see our players achieve even greater heights, that's what we're here for.
I have to say, to preface this tournament, this is the best chance EMEA has to end the drought, to wake up from the nightmare.
You just cursed us, Clement.
None of the champions that have blocked them are present. Double 61 is the only one here. They went second place 4 times. You guys are silver miners. But this time, none of those players are there. You know, Jedusor was close, Double was close. If EMEA doesn't win it, when? You know, that's the question.
Thank you, Clement, for now adding even more pressure.
I just wanted to, you know,
I like that you're on my team, but now I feel like it's hard to pilot my way out of this point.
Well, at least you don't have to mech pilot. Hey! That was really bad.
2 weeks too late on that one.
That's it. I know it's not here anymore because we got that patch in the middle of our regional finals, but I'm just so excited. You can really feel just the hype that is with all of our players joining us on LAN, and I think we will hopefully be able to send that energy to you, all of you viewers at home. But in case you want to experience an event like this, while this is on a smaller scale, wait till you see the scale that the TFT Paris Open is about to provide, one of our biggest events of the year. Guys, I love that we get a chance to have these bigger in-person LANs that are open for everybody, and there are still spectator passes available. So make sure you scan that QR code, get some more information about the Paris Open, and join us in the celebration.
You don't want to miss this. Every Opens has been a magical experience. The connections you can make there, you know, the Rift Round packs you can probably find at the event right there. It's going to be amazing. And what a city to do it. I really hope that one of these Parisians can defend the home turf.
And if we miss somehow in TAC Crown Clement, maybe we'll be playing with a home court advantage now that Paris Open is finally in EMEA. So I'm just super excited personally. Obviously, my biases are very evident, but Paris is a great city as well. So just so pumped for how that's all going to shake out.
Well, I mean, if the pattern continues, Vegas was won by Malala. We also had the home advantage there in Macau.
Keep going, Necra,
so
keep going.
In Paris, it's
double
gotta
curse.
be.
Let's go, guys.
But yeah, no, it's just because you're on the broadcast. We gotta get a couple of digs at you before we get into our first game.
I'm being bullied here. It's a 2v1.
Well, you have your saver right in front of you. I have him in my pick'ems as the player to win it all. It's going to be double. I trust.
It's hard not to believe, right? 7 times. Now he's holding the record by himself. He used to be tied with players like Volterix before, for example, Tidal, for example, as well. But because a lot, like you mentioned, a lot of the big favorite names did not make it to KO Coliseum's TAC Crown, it's now just on double to, I think, hold a bit more of that pressure by himself in terms of maybe the player everyone, the moment they see double in his lobby, like, whoa, this guy has won it before, all the way back in Galaxies, and he's always a player to be scared of, I think, on the field.
But there's something else that actually comes with the aura of Double 61 and that legacy that he's trying to create. There's always been this conversation about who is the greatest TFT player of all time. And I think Double needs to be a part of that conversation because he's done something that no other player has ever been able to accomplish before. He has made it to the regional finals of every single TFT set that we have had since Galaxies. He's been there, and if Double 61 is not at the regional finals, something is incredibly wrong in the world.
Anyone that says TFT is a game of luck, I mean, there are so many examples I can give them, but I think Double is a clear one. So consistent across such a long span with different metas, different sets, different patches, but no matter what, someone like Double, and I think most of our elite players prove time and time again that they can control that variance, they can control the decisions they have across the entire game, and TFT is a game of absolute skill.
If I was a scripter, and you know, I'm not saying that Riot does hire scripts, but I'm just saying that I think it would be perfect for Double to enter that GOAT conversation with Dish Soap and Title. Double titles to go along with
Double
it.
Trouble Malzahar?
Maybe.
I'll take it.
And also win it on home court and then bring it to Paris.
Oh,
that storyline is
right.
amazing. So
you're hired.
But I don't want to put too much pressure on Double specifically.
No pressure,
because
okay.
as he also said, and as a lot of our competitors have mentioned, this entire field is just so stacked and chock full of talent. I mean, we take a look at some of our players also coming in from the Americas. We were only able to highlight a couple from LATAM as well as from North America. But what about our Brazilian representatives? I think that is a region that has just kind of leveled up even then some. We look at the regional finals for the Americas and how that finished with Brazilians making history. First and second place. That was such a just stellar moment for the region, and they've really got a chance to prove themselves now here at the TAC Crown.
Look at the bigger picture. I think post-merge with the Americas as a region with BR joining NA, there was a question of, can BR hang? Are they going to be good enough to compete against the best players in NA? After seeing Replay win, after seeing Dish Soap win, after seeing Weijin come up and really perform at a high level. But I think we're seeing now that overall the practice and the competition has been better, and some of these BR players are starting to rise. We saw now for the first time ever at the Americas Regionals, first and second place, CMB9 and Sheiko, both Brazilian players. So I love to see it. I love to see Brazil rising to that point of stardom, and I think they can. I hope they can translate that same energy and same confidence coming into this TAC round as well.
It's really amazing because a lot of these players here are first timers. We have Marcel P coming in as well. So the field has actually, this is actually one of our less experienced fields compared to 13 and 14.
That's right.
I believe there's only like 20 returning players from previous Tacticians crown. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. And there's also the conditioning format that they have to deal with when they're on the LAN.
And you might think a player on their debut could be more shaky, could have more nerves, but we saw great examples. Players like Cambly last year that they just absolutely dominated, made it to final lobby, for example. So I hope to see more of that this set. I hope to see players who have, maybe with TPC, grown more accustomed to being in that spotlight, grown more accustomed to being at that top level, playing very, very tough competition the entire set. And now coming to TAC round, not feeling nerves, playing to the best of their ability. I'm going to get to see clean and confident TFT all weekend long.
Well, there is one thing that the TFT Pro Circuits provide outside of just the strength of the competition that you're going to face off against throughout the set, but that checkmate format. I think that's something that a lot of our players, if you don't have experience with it, end up struggling with for the final day. Because the way that that works is players need to accumulate a certain number of points to put them into check, and then they need a first place in order to win the competition. And this is a format that a lot of our players in the TFT Pro Circuit now have a lot of experience with, so they can apply that to this situation as well if they make it there.
It's really interesting because you're automatically looking at the players with a high first place rate. And now I want to call out a couple of them. JD Zielinski, best Crystal Ash player that we have on the field. He averaged a 2 on that, and his Twitter bio actually has me in the back end, so I have to root for him. Like, he's going to do well for sure. And then on the other hand, I think Double 61 really stands out as one of those other high cap players, really auto pivots to kind of the Crystal line as well in the previous patch.
I think it's also the players who can flip a switch, because day 1 and 2, not necessarily really rewarding for those players chasing first places or taking huge risks. I think it's more about top 4ing, about being consistent, about dodging those bottom 8 placements today with that cutoff happening after day 1 ends. But then there's some players that can play for top 4, play very consistent, make it into final lobby, and then flip the switch and immediately play for this first or 8th style that is much better for checkmate. So I think those are the key players to watch this weekend.
Robin Songs is one of those players that comes to mind as somebody who is so experienced at being able to just accumulate top 4s. He is so consistent, so that he has been able to get the final lobby of regional finals 8 out of the 11 times that he has appeared there. Only one of the players that can actually kind of battle it out with Double 61 in terms of the history that he's been able to get at those regional finals. And we know he can win because he's won 2 of those regional finals as well of the 11. But when it comes to being able to kind of flip that switch, at least you know that Robin Songs will be there and that like the second to last or that final lobby.
We're going to see a lot from the player line selections. Fast 9 on 15.8 is much harder to achieve. You can't really get those crystal cash outs. 300 is much harder to get. You're usually settling for 250 when you're playing on the Fast 9. So there's a lot of more space to kind of default towards, I would say, the Shojin and Infinity Edge line, playing through Samira, playing through Volibear, and playing through Jinx. That is going to be the mainstay of the meta, and just to secure that safe top 4.
I think the Fast 9 is less so the usual playstyle of huge econ, with a prismatic econ start, for example, lose streak, 10 lose streak, and then, go to 9 on 4-2. It's not really the way to play it in this set. I think the key for most of the players is if they find these very cheap and high value boards to win streak all of stage 2 and 3 with, maybe slotting Crystal Gambit as a whole to get the extra resources in stage 4, lose 60, 70 HP in stage 4, but then come back in stage 5 with so much more resources than everyone else in the lobby and make it to 9 in a comfortable way. I think no player wants to go 9 with 20, 30 gold and gamble on finding a TF so it can start scaling, or gamble on finding a Braum 2 in 30 gold. I think they want to only play it from very confident spots. And when they don't have that confidence in the resources, they instead will go into, like you mentioned, Clement, the 4 cost with Volibear with Samira.
The Portal is going to influence a lot of the decision making for a lot of our players. We do have Crab Rave, we also have Scuttle Puddle, both of which are going to be able to provide a lot of items and gold. I know we're like, ooh, that could be the one. But we also, I see what you're saying is we're actually have our players starting to launch in a game. So we might be also joining them very shortly. But yes, Portal influences a lot of those decision making early on.
Yeah, if we're seeing prismatic portals, then that pretty much means nobody's going to be playing 4 costs. It's just too high cap. You don't have enough time to pressure each other out. You want to settle for the rerolls or the fast 9. So, as you said, I think the opening encounters are absolutely pivotal to the line selection of these players.
That being said, the goal for this day 1, consistent for the most part, not too many risks. The only goal that I think, maybe not for every player, I think some players will be risky because they're playing already for that top 8 and that final lobby, the very ambitious players like 61, the players who are the elite among the elite. But today I think it's all about surviving and trying to make it to day 2 in the first place.
But that's a good point because points will carry over between day 1 and 2. So that is where, you can't just really afford to just scrape by because it makes your day 2 that much harder. And when we are going to have several cuts happening on day 2, you want to put yourself into the best position possible. So maybe it isn't just about securing those top 4s. It is about going for first and taking those risks so you have more breathing room on day 2.
It's really interesting. The players have very different perspectives on this because it's only a top 25% makes it to finals. A lot of players actually feel pressured to go for first places early on. You get that padding. When you have a bad roll, you can still survive that. So it really depends on how you see the lobby. If you think the lobby is actually beneath your level, then you actually want to secure those first places really early on. If you think the lobby is really hard, top 4 good enough.
You basically have to find X amount of games where you can really get a lot of points, and you have to choose either through lobby strength or through the spots you're given on 2. When you have a really good spot, you have to play more risky to try and squeeze the most juice out of that spot because you might not get it again. You might low roll other openers. I think the key thing though for the elite of the elite is if you go 7th or 8th in game 1, how do you bounce back? I think it's really important in terms of setting the momentum for the rest of the day and the entire competition, really.
And I do wonder how being on LAN is going to affect some of the player mentality when you do have to try to make that bounce back. Can you go rely on one of your friends, see if they can actually help cheer you up? Or maybe you just want to try to go take your own space, take a couple of breaths. Maybe that's going to be the way that gets you back into it.
And this is something we have seen players do. You can actually chat with your kind of like your coaches between the games and have them figure out what you did wrong, maybe mentally reset you. So we have, like I believe Broseth coming into with the players as well. He's a coach of a lot of these players, and they brought family, they brought different analysts. So I think that's a different aspect of the LAN environment that we might be able to see on stage.
Even we mentioned the prep groups, the study groups, Sweat Jungler with some of the Americas players, they might, if they're in different lobbies, or in this case, I think the same lobby, they can contrast some of what went wrong or right and analyze, maybe they have the wrong meta read. Maybe it's time to, already after 1 or 2 games to realize, hey, this line is suddenly popping off and maybe we should be playing this more or playing less of this, for example.
Means that everyone's going to be on their A game. That's the sentiment that I'm getting from this conversation right now. But you got to remember that the same thing is also happening on the other side of the world. In Chengdu, we also still have that hub that's going to have all of our CN and APAC players on it. So they're also going to be putting their heads together to see how they can also be the best region in the world.
And a big storyline is the success of the Mandarin study group in APAC and CN. Flancy, Zumbai, and the 5 players from the TW server, all 7 of them in the same study group, all 7 of them made TAC round. So it's just the power of language, time to brush up on your Chinese and get a little bit of those tech in. So it's really cool to see these study groups rising together.
Yeah.
It's an info-heavy set, I think, with power-ups, with so many different interactions. It is a set where you have to master the small little details to find edge on certain comps. And when you have other players of your same caliber working together, it makes that so much easier.
It really does. And we've already seen the power of that also throughout the Americas, where I love just like the cross-region representation that we've had now. I feel like that's been something that's really elevated our competitors throughout the last couple of sets, is how many of them can actually cross-pollinate, share ideas amongst EMEA, Americas, APAC. We've seen a couple of those alliances get drawn.
Especially helps when you're not really helping your competitors in your own region. You're able to prep with players of your same caliber from Americas, from other regions. So you're able to feel like you're not really giving other players that you're competing with the entire set an advantage. But then if you all end up qualifying a tech round, then it becomes a little bit more of a problem. I think day 2, there will be very little collaboration between White Jungler and other Americas players, for example.
Sim infighting, perhaps.
A little spying. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, well, I didn't think about that too. But our eliminated players are also going to be still hanging out with us. So maybe they can also kind of scout, do some, IRL testing and see kind of where it takes you. We're just taking a couple of moments to make sure that all of our competitors that are in Lobby 3, which is the one we will be following, are ready to go. So thank you so much for continuing to join us on this journey through the finale of KO Coliseum. It's been an incredible set though, and I'm just kind of excited to see how our players are going to adapt and show us the best of the best when the meta is as wide open as it is.
Yeah, I really think they did a great job with the meta at the end. It really landed in a very good place here. It's very, very open. As we said, the 4 costs are kind of going to be the dominant line going into this, but the AP rerolls have also been popping off. There's a lot of Janna rerolls that we're seeing. Katarina, even though it's nerfed, is still a great spot. I think if you're given one of those AP reroll spots, you're very comfortable. It's not a win-out spot, but you're happy to see them.
Well, let's go. I think we've got our competitors about ready to start. And so as we take a look at these heavy hitters on your screen, I think it's really hard to not call attention to the veterancy in this lobby. We do have a couple of new faces. YFTX, Lau, and Terry are all new to the Tactician's Crown stage, but that is made up for in spades when you take a look at this veterancy from YBY1, Lakoko, Robin Songs. They're all here for multiple Tactician's Crown appearances.
Yeah, both Ironbog and Robin Song as players who have won multiple championships in their region, so already shows the pedigree there. I think the really nice contrast climate between Lakoko and YBY1, I think they are 2 of, if not the most complete TFT players in the modern era, in my opinion, especially players that haven't yet won a major title, which I think is one thing that's missing for these 2 players, but they are definitely among my favorites to do well in this competition. I would not be surprised to see both of them in the final lobby, but we'll see how they start off in this first game.
They are our most flexible players, and I just want to commend YB11 Split. This is probably one of the best singles sets that we've ever seen a player do. He made final lobby all 3 times in the TPC and averaged a 2.7 rank in those events. It's absolutely crazy. He has the most pro points by 111. The next closest is double with 97, so he absolutely gapped the field right there.
And the only, I think, 2 players who have had maybe a more dominant domestic season in the past is Lakoko himself and Disho back in set 13, where they I can't really sugarcoat it. They smurfed on their regional competition the entire set, so consistent across every single cup and their regional finals as well. So it's a stacked lobby. I think it's going to be a great first showing to see what the meta looks like and to see just clean TFT at the end of the set where every player has really mastered all the different optimizations and lines.
I also want to point out that 5 of these players won a TFT Pro Circuit Cup, which is just kind of crazy to think about when you know that 11 made it here through that pathway. We've got half of them in this lobby.
What was the drafting strategy in this lobby 3? I just don't get it.
I'm telling you, Lau got picked, and then all of a sudden, it was just domino effect from there where Lau said, yeah, I'm taking all y'all down with me.
From my sources, Lau probably didn't know who Lakoko was. And Lakoko is probably the worst person to pick because he always picks a challenge. He picked double 61 last time, and this time he picked Robin Songs. So that chain of events was kind of disastrous for everyone. I hope they feel okay if they place a little bit lower in this lobby. This is the hardest one.
I think it's illegal not to know who Lakoko is at this point in time with his career, but maybe they will find out the consequences after this game 1 rolls around, because some players, I think, just want to watch the world burn Necra, and we will see, I think, a chaotic display of talent in this game 1.
We talked about our flexible players in Lakoko and YBY. I want to point out Ironbot because he has the highest first place rate amongst the field right here. If you look at his placement distribution, it is a U-shaped. He's first or 8th. He loves beelining for those just first place compositions in the Strategist Varus, in the Crystal Ashes. And he's such a great contrast, I think, to someone like Lakoko. Lakoko's prep is very flexible. He plays all of the compositions, plays the most comps in the field, while Ironbog focuses on the best comps.
I'm wondering how Ironbog is going to do, though, because as you both have pointed out through our meta breakdown, Fast 9 is not as easily accessible in this particular patch, and Ironbog was the Fast 9 Pro. A lot of those first places ended up coming from being able to beeline to level 9 and just slot in all the legendaries on your board.
I think historically, though, Ironbog is a very strong forecast player. I think this is how he was first introduced, at least to me, on the competitive scene at elite level, especially in TAC So I think he'll feel comfortable. I think he is maybe a little bit behind YBY1 and Lekoko in terms of being just so flexible and knowing so many different lines. I think today and tomorrow we might see more of a top 4 approach. But if Ironbog makes it to day 3, I would be extremely scared. He had a 27% win rate. I think the #1 player with win rate in the field this set. I think Travis is the only player a little bit close to him at 25% from EMEA. So definitely a tight end when it comes to actually winning games.
50% of his games, he either goes first or second. So it's just insane what he does at the elite level. And I do want to point out for the strategy, a lot of players, Bastion Legendaries is considered the best Fast 9 line. So a lot of players are just going to be beelining in that direction, and if they don't have the gold to hit, then they'll just transfer that Shojin and Infinity Edge to play the Bastion Edgelords line that has recently been popping up a lot in scrims. So it's try to get Seraphine. If you don't get that, you can play the Samira.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But when it comes down to maybe some of the clash of styles that we're going to see, there's 3 players in particular that stand out to me that will be very good at being able to access those 4-cost lines, or that has been their tendencies in the past. Mentioned Ironbog, but what about Bensak as well as Robin Songs? 3 players in our lobby that are historically very good at being able to play across the board with those 4 costs.
Bensak, I want to talk about him. We haven't talked about him yet. He's a player who I think has had the most meteoric rise across the last 2 sets in terms of the biggest improvement in overall performance and consistency from EMEA. He's a player who made his first TAC round last set, is already back for a second one this set. And you mentioned it, Nekra. Last set, Robin and Bensak were both the Vanguard Marksman players, the players that were always gunning for this top 4. They were so consistent at doing so, and they both finished quite well in that day 2 finale. So I think we're going to see a similar playstyle from them in day 1 and 2. The big question is, can these top 4 oriented players flip that switch in day 3? I know Cambuli last set had a big problem doing this on the final lobby and ended up placing near the bottom of the standings. That's the big question. Can you transition into becoming a more complete player when the game and the format requires it of you?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And I think, like, to your point about just the clash of styles or flipping the switch, I kind of wonder as well how it's going to fare when you know that you actually have some pretty good rerollers in this lobby as well. So while we said Robin Songs, Bensak, Ironbog, you're going to be very good about being able to play around those 4 costs, you have to look at someone like YBY1 who's very good at 2-cost reroll, Terry who loved the veteran and the Janna rerolls from this regional finals, and then Lekoko who has just been lights out on the Monster Trainer reroll lines.
Yeah, those reroll lines, they're pretty hard to get. You have to kind of have the game sort of give them to you. But if you find them, you're so happy. They're very safe in getting those top 3s. I think veteran Janna, especially for 15.8, is the biggest improver in terms of reroll lines because there's just less Crystal players taking away your Jannas. So we have seen a meteoric rise in terms of the AVP for that line specifically.
And that's the beauty of this patch. Every playstyle is favored to some extent. Every playstyle is a possibility. We had some patches this set where reroll was very clearly the top way to go when it comes to the Janna reroll in some patches we had in the past, with Kaisa also being very dominant in some patches. And we had Fast 9, we had Mighty Mech be one of the strongest lines. But we are finally moving in.
Let's get started. Game 1 of the Tactician's Crown on the main broadcast. And we've got Yuumi to start things off. So let's see what's in store for us, as it's going to be some high econ and some high items.
So this is going to be the crab that is safe, the more cuddly scuttle, as I call it. It's going to be a high resource portal to start us off. And what this means is that Fast 9 is back in vogue.
It also enables the comp and the unit that we're seeing right here. Kale reroll, for example, is a comp that is very hard to pull off because you have to roll for Kale 3-on-3-1. And then somehow still have enough gold and potential to make it to level 9 to really get that Kale to spike. And especially from CN and I think APAC, we were seeing Kale be incredibly dominant across regionals.
Ooh, but what about this? I mean, YBY1 is very, YFTX was super excited to be able to pick up some of the crew
Yep, this is, oh yeah, this is YFTX. Good spot right there. And they are starting off with a duplicator, so I think he's well positioned into that line. As we were mentioning, you know, Kale reroll actually averaging one of the better reroll lines in scrims overall. You really like to play like the 4 Wraith that was buffed in the previous patch. 4 Juggernaut fits really comfortably.
Oh. Ironbog maybe also being persuaded to stay open at the very least to the kill reroll line. One thing to mention with this extra econ coming in from you know, the Scuttle Puddle is the fact that usually you can only really play this loose streak fast 9 off of a prismatic econ start and a really good spot for it. Whereas with Scuttle Puddle, you can merge that with just a gold augment econ start, and I think that's usually enough to make it to fast 9 as well. So it's a chance we'll be seeing a lot more fast 9 in this game.
Well, I'm pumped.
Robin didn't find a bow, so actually sold his Gnar 2 right there. Gnar 2 with that with extra gold is like the best start if you can get a Gambler's Blade, so a lot of players will be holding on to that.
First augment in this game is going to be gold. I already see the Knuckle Dusters augment. I think hero augments, while maybe, I actually wonder what you guys think about the power level in a lobby type like Scuttle Puddle.
I think Vi in particular, if you're able to snowball hitting an early 3-star Vi, it can scale easily into the late game and can really contest the fast 9 comps. The only problem is there's a huge target on your back.
Oh, we actually got YFTX that selected Hit the Bell.
Ring the bell.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Heavyweights is going to be on the menu for this game 1 as well.
Oh my goodness.
Pretty interesting one. Unless you already have the Darius, you don't really see people pick that. It's considered a bit of a weaker combat augment. Whenever it's gold, though, the first thing I'm looking across the lobby is who is the Double Trouble player?
Yep.
Well, we don't have one, but we do have a worth the wait player. Lakoko did pick that, so we'll have to find out what champion that's going to give you. But we also got aura farming from Bensack, and so that's going to be a 2-star legendary waiting in the wings.
Ooh, I'm so excited to see which one he actually got right there. If you get the Lee Sin, it makes a huge difference. If you get the Gwen, you're a little bit sadder. But they open up very different lines. And this is the start I was talking about, Gambler's Blade with Gnar. If you can hit the Shadow Clone on it, a lot of players will reroll for that specifically. It's a huge gold boost, especially in this Scuttle Puddle lobby.
It's one of those high-value, high-tempo ways to make it to 9 from a comfortable position, especially if you can win streak. And I think YBY is definitely one of the players that can definitely do that in stage 2 and 3. Looking at Bensack, we did see the Zyra as his aura farming option. Small nerfs to Crystal Gambit. Zyra, I think, is a fairly flexible 5-cost, so you don't necessarily have to fit into her vertical line on stage 4. And really, aura farming, the main idea is you can't just lose streak all of stage 2 and 3 and then hope Zyra 2 will bail you out. You have to try and preserve HP where you can and just allow that natural spike to happen when Zyra 2 comes online.
I mean, but that's why like Bensack is actually holding on to Bastion units. Like, there's already a Garen 2, but you can have the option to pivot to Crystal Gambit if you wanted to put that package in. But you're missing a Crystal Gambit unit to actually activate that trait for now.
Yeah, I think a lot of players are just going to be default going for that Bastion Legendaries. It is considered the strongest Fast 9 compared to something like Juggernaut or the Strategist Varus that is just so much more expensive. With Bensack already having a 5-cost carry there and this Scuttle, it has to be a Fast 9 angle.
Misses Crystal Gambit yet again, but gets the sniper in for the Gnar. And again, key thing, preserve HP at the very least if you're going to lose streak killed units every single round, because you really do not want to cash out the aura farming on 4-3 on just 1 life, because there's going to be other high roll players who are able to go 9, who are going to have a very, very strong board, the Grim Reaper style board in stage 4 and 5, and you can't, I think, go down to only 1 life in stage 4.
Oh, and we do have pumping up coming in from Ironbog right here. This is typically known as a bit of a Jinx augment, so we'll see if he goes into that direction. The attack speed and the gather force just makes it so much powerful. And this is Ironbog's preferred style. He actually likes to win streak very, very heavily early and then go for the Fast 9. This is the safer way to do it rather than like the lose streak and aura farming. I actually consider this as a bit of a better spot going into it.
With the stage 2 carousel, we could see some key pickups here in terms of maybe Crystal Gambit available for Bensack, who has been angling for it with his bench for now.
Oh, and we're going to get a look at what all these players have on their board so far. Likoko looks like he's going to be going for Drift Duo as well with that worth the wait. We saw the combination there with the Lucian and Senna online. And for the 3 cost here, you're typically looking for something like the Swain. It has triple traits and crystal inside, but so far not really seeing that.
I'm curious to see what we see from YFTX with Ring the Bell. I think Heavyweights has a few different options when it comes to your backline. If you have 80 items, you can play for Smolder. I think Malzahar is usually the default, but like you mentioned, I think Darius is probably the key in terms of really getting the value from the extra Ascension-like proc and the extra damage as well, not just survivability.
But I saw that open tier, so I feel like there is a bit of a possibility to actually get that blue buff that you would want for the Malzahar. And then the open glove too. I'm like, ooh, it could either be a dual gauntlet or maybe you make something else for the Rage Blade.
Really interesting here from YFTX, not using his power-up. So really angling for the 5 loss. Power-up has not been, slide onto any unit for now. And also maybe optimizing his power-up removers, waiting for that Darius, waiting for that Malzahar.
Yeah, I really like his angle. It's going to be a 3-5 roll down right here. The thing is, I think this is kind of a forced spot. You know, you would really prefer an early econ augment rather than just kind of showing your hand and having to bet that the Darius is going to come.
Well, we did see Terry pick calculated loss. So I'm curious to know your thoughts about kind of where that's going to fit into the lobby tempo. I feel like that's always so risky to want to take something that you know you have to take losses for.
Yeah, whenever you're having something like that, you want to hit the Crystal Gambit early. That's going to be a first thing to kind of look for. And you're not going to go for a big cash out. It's just small cash out, preserve some HP, and then just start pivoting into the level 8 boards, I would say.
Maybe even fits into just playing Crystal Gambit as a whole coming to stage 4 because you have all these extra rolls to try and guarantee to have a stable board where you can start getting the extra resources from the 5 Crystal Gambit cash outs instead throughout all of stage 4 and 5.
Ooh, look at that, though. We've got the Crystal Gambit in. The Gambler's Blade, though, where do you feel like that's going to be the best for the late game? Who are you going to give that to?
This is getting reforged, most likely, coming into stage 4 and 5. This is one of the big things with the econ-generating artifacts. If you have a reforger, have access to one before stage 4, it's a huge upside. And there's an RNG element, right? You can get anything, pretty much, from that reforge. If you had
could be better,
sometimes
could be worse.
We've seen these crazy hits, the 1 in 30 chance. It can really take over the game in stage 4.
Really easy 5 streak for Ironbog here. I'm wondering what happens between YFTX and Terry. Do they run into each other? We saw YFTX purposely making his board a lot weaker, even selling his Jace to go below. So if he can grief Terry, that would be a great win for his strategy. But no, he actually picks up the win.
No, I'm saying I think like Terry, they must have faced each other then, and Terry was the one that actually was able to keep that 5 loss streak.
Which is a big deal, of course, the extra gold you're getting, the extra rolls you're getting. I'm curious to see what Terry ends up committing to, if it is going to be the Crystal Gambits. Considering that we are on Scuttle Puddle, right, you're going to have a lot more gold to work with after the Stage 3 PvE round. Usually with calculated loss, you can't really go fast 9. You'd lose too much HP in the process.
And I'm pretty sure I know where Terry is going with these items right here. He already naturaled the Leona on 5. A great start ahead for Bastion Legendaries. Has the Fast 9 Econ prepared for that as well. And the cool thing about Bastion Legendary is that Seraphine can use the Infinity Edge. Even though she's a mage, she doesn't care if it's AP or AD.
We see Terry not pumping, not pre-leveling at all, maybe staying open to the fact that he can hit something around the 3-2 augment in particular, around Golden Quest maybe, around... I guess forward thing would be the opposite. You'd want to pump beforehand. So just Terry, I think, optimizing for what this 3-2 augment could look like.
And for Coco, we're going to get the answer on what his worth the wait is. It is going to be Zach. I thought it was going to be Lucian, which leads into potentially the strongest line possible here in the Drift duo. It's averaging like in the 2s in terms of scrims. But Zach, I think, is a little bit more awkward. So we might see a collision course between these heavyweight lines.
And this is one of those times where you pick your augments, there's some random element to it, and then you start scouting and you see that someone is already hard committing to your line as well with the Ring the Bell that we saw from YFTX. So I think Coco, we mentioned it, he is the one player that has played all these different lines, knows all these different optimizations as well.
And this is going to be a pivotal round for Robinsons because he's angling for Janna reroll. He already has Treasure Hunt. It's best with 2 costs, but he hasn't found a Janna yet. He's built his items. He has the Jarvan, but no Janna. Can he actually start stabilizing on stage 3? If you don't win on stage 3, it's really hard.
We do see gold augments on 3-2 as well. Some players will go for full econ with the benefit of Scuttle Puddle. I think that can definitely get you to level 9. Other players maybe playing more for tempo, playing for HP preservation here. Crown of Demacia for Robin Songs and a Janna too, so potentially a stabilization point here. And this is the key thing for Robin. You want to stabilize using your rolls potentially for this stage, but you don't want to have to commit too much gold because you need more gold to proc treasure hunt every single stage going forward.
So looking at his gold, this is not a very good situation for Robin. He had to roll down to 10 to just hit that Janna 2, and he's still a ways off from his, I believe, I'm not sure, but I think he probably used his Nikos here.
The thing is, with Scuttle Puddle, you're going to have the extra resources to proc treasure hunt, I think, regardless in stage 4, right?
Yeah, with the amount of gold that he spent 26 gold on roll, so he did get his first treasure hunt cash out. And because he doesn't have a spat, that means he actually had to use his lesser duplicators just for the Janna 2. This is, I would consider it a bit of a low roll.
3-item Janna 2, though, should be able to smurf most of the stage 3, especially with a lot of players angling more towards a loose streak, with the Cop Class player, for example, and players, I think, taking it pretty low tempo for stage 3. And this is Robin's style, right? The Robin style is playing high tempo, preserving HP, angling for more of a top 4 with Janna reroll, but having a clean, consistent game for the first start of the tournament.
Robin Songs took the crown he couldn't take during the walkout.
He tried, though. I will give him that.
He tried, and I almost lost it.
We're going to have another big roll down here because YFTX has not found the most important person to the show here. Darius has not shown up. He has the Kaisa too. And if I'm looking at his tempo and his HP, he has to roll down on 3-5. It's going to be a big determinant, especially with Lakoko already on that Zac 3.
So Clement, we know JG is the CN Tech in stage 2. Is BT Kaisa the CN Tech in stage 3?
I've never seen it. Sorry.
Hear me out. If you get jumped on by something, then the Kaisa gets to heal with some, Omnivamp.
I'm sure Twitch chat will enjoy typing BT diff at the end of any of these fights.
Hang on, though. It might be a BT diff. Let's see if this Wayne can hold on.
I think for YBY1, he hopes it is a BT diff because he has doubled down already with Crystal Gambit. Usually we see a player with Gambler's Blade and Nart 2 play for more of a full win streak stage 2 and 3, and then Crystal Gambit on stage 4, but YBY1 slotting in a little bit early now.
Really huge pickup here for Robin Songs. There is a rise on the carousel that would fit into his 4 mentors here. Let's see if he can actually find it, and it's also just going to give him a glove. He's still missing that JG that he wants on the Janna, and he gets it. Great find for Citadel. On the other hand, the forecast, I think the Samira is the other big pickup. I think Terry would love that. He already has the Infinity Edge, already has the Leona, would go well there. Seeing if he actually did manage to hit that. I believe so.
And great items from Terry as well, with Big Grab Back, going to have a chance to itemize a lot of those key 5 costs once we see that transition into the Bastion line.
He's rolling on 6.
The roll down from YFTX. I think, like you mentioned, he's really missing that Darius, but...
I was really scared because I saw the on 6, but he's actually doing on 7. So on 7 is okay, but no Mals.
There's the first one. Finally, Malzahar also found the immediate pivot into the full 6 heavyweight comp alongside that Malzahar. So this is going to be a designated Malzahar reroll player. No double trouble, so should be uncontested outside of Lakoko's Zac 3.
Yeah, but you're poor now.
You are poor now.
How are you
I completely agree with you.
How are you going to get the Malzahar?
Let's have a duplicator at the very least, so that might help him out.
I'm just saying, this composition, because I've played a lot of it on ladder, is very expensive. And so you best hope that the crabs at the end of stage 3 are going to give you enough gold that you can, recover your economic failure.
The rejuice is going to be a hopeful one, what we're going to see for YFTX. Ironbog, 9 win streak going through this stage 3. We talked about Ironbog being a player that is more first or 8th, is more, a huge, I think the #1 win rate player in the field. But for this very first game, I think the more traditional Ironbog style we saw in past TAC Crowns, playing very high tempo early game into probably some really juicy 4-cost flex in stage 4.
Yeah, this is the position that he loves to be in. He's almost full win streaking. The lobby in general is a little bit weaker. as I said that, Terry might be the one to break the other Hong Kong player's streak here. Already Samira 2 on the board. This has to be the strongest board in the lobby right now.
And we saw him go 8 because of the extra Scuttle Puddle resources on 3-5 and roll early for Samira 2 and for the Volley Bear. So really interesting game plan from Terry. I think this is the idea that we've seen from many players in EMEA as well, like Coco and Double, where you don't just try and go directly to Fast 9. You instead take a small break. You could roll on 8 for your 4 costs first, and then use these 4 costs to eventually make it to 9 on stage 5 potentially, and recap your board at that point.
Yeah, I think Terry's perfectly set up for a 4-5 angle to go 9 here. He's most likely going to win the remainder of his rounds. We have seen a lot of low rolls across the lobby. YFTX going to 10 gold and only finding 2 copies between Darius and Malzahar. It's not really a good start. We also saw Bensack leaning heavily into Crystal, but not yet getting the Ashe. Oh, there it is.
Speaking of, Bensack's also going to get the Zyra unlocked pretty soon as well, so that's going to be something else to look forward to.
The big thing about his position is that he really wanted to natural the Ashe early and play the 5 crystals going into it. That's the kind of cap-out angle that you want, but since there was no natural copies, he didn't really get any of the crystal cash-out. So I think he has to pivot towards a lower cap composition, which is just 6 Juggernauts plus the 3 crystal.
Wow, well, that is a lot of gold, so...
The big concern is we're missing tank items here, only a singular chain vest. We are seeing a TG slam potentially coming through. There's the Ashe 2 as well, maybe Ashe 3 coming through 4 copies already. And now just 2 more turns, we'll get Zyra online, and Bensack has to hope, I think, to win these next 2 rounds. He does not want to go down to 1 HP, especially not with someone like Terry, really taking over the lobby potentially in stage 4.
Yeah, and this is a little bit rough of a roll down here. We're not seeing the star of the show, Lee Sin, missing, going all the way to 0 right here. I'm not sure he was able to fit in his 6 Juggernaut. Maybe Set was missing as well. And we're going to be taking a look at Robin's songs. Already 74 gold spent on rolls, but I believe this is only 6 Jannas. He's actually only 1 off, so not terrible, but 6 loss streak is not where you want to be if you're playing this 2-cost reroll line.
And it's also rough that you're on level 6. Like, everyone else is going to start to get to 9 very shortly in just a couple of rounds. And so how much can you actually keep up with that composition?
That's the big problem with reroll, with 2-cost reroll in particular. It doesn't cap as high, obviously. When everyone else is on a Scuttle Puddle lobby where they're going to have a lot of gold, they're going to be able to make it 9. A lot of variance and a lot more potential comes in with Prismatic Augments at 4-2 as well. Robin, his goal was really to win streak all of stage 3 and preserve a lot of that HP and then maybe slowly bleed out to a 4th or a 5th that he is known for. Because he's lost so much HP early, he hasn't really accomplished that first goal. He might have a very hard time staying alive in this lobby coming to stage 4.
Yeah, he's also missing AP items, and he's 2-way contested on the Kabuko. Robin is going to struggle in this game. On the other hand, we might be taking a look at the 10-win streak Ironbog. I really wonder what he did find. Did lose his streak in the end, but if he has a high cap augment, it's very easy for him to kind of just pivot into a very strong win.
Wow, I think he picked that bronze for life.
Ooh.
So that's really
Spicy.
cool with this comp.
And Ironbog was known, if I recall correctly, for his play with Trait Tracker in the past. Very similar skill set is being tested here with Bronze for Life.
He still has 89 HP, so I have to imagine this is most likely going to be a strategist Varus angle. It gives you the most traits to look forward to. And he doesn't mind putting in a stage 4 crystal here. Even though it was nerfed on 15.8, it still gives you a lot of cash out. I think that everyone is going to start looking forward to meeting Ironbog on stage 4.
And we're seeing Terry on the flip side. He will be the player to most likely win streak most of his stage 4. That being said, he has picked up Invested, so not exactly going for immediate combat power. I think he knows how strong he is right now. He's more banking on the next level, where he's going to cap on level 9 and going to have the goal to do so.
And I really want to see if YFTX hits the Invested or max cap. That's the only out I see for YFTX, considering how poor his rolls have really gone towards. He's already, 3 loss streak, 22 HP, lowest in the lobby. Can he find it?
See what he got from the Call to Chaos, though.
There'll be more combat for YFTX, so might just be a Malzahar 2 angle this game. Level 7, 30 golds, no extra copies of Malzahar on the bench. In a normal lobby, you might think, hey, it's fine, I have maybe a whole stage of time to eventually get to Malzahar 3. That is not the case in Scuttle Puddle. Everyone's going to really turn on their engines coming to stage 5, and I think YFTX might be left behind.
I think you're right, and this might end up being an 8th place. By the way, got confirmation YBY won from the Call to Chaos. They get 3 lucky item chests.
Not bad.
So
Yeah.
got some really nice tailored items now for his champions.
I think he's about to turn the corner. We saw the early Twisted Fate as well. That's always great to get as your first legendary on the board. And he is going into that Fast 9. Already hit the Fast 9. It's just about finding the 5 cost carries for him.
Seraphine's a big one. Has a TF already on the board, so going to have a chance to slot in the Seraphine for more of an AP carry.
Oh, and interesting that Robinsong is actually able to, you know, overtake the HP lead in the lobby. So maybe doing a bit better than I imagined.
Well, he has the Janna now.
Yep.
And he must only be like 1 copy off of the Kobuko because he had quite a few on his bench.
And he hit a really good augment. Water Lotus for Robin, Water Lotus 2, the Prismatic Edition. Once you have Heavy as a Crown, which kind of acts as a scaling Archangels kind of item, it really fits well with the extra crit.
Very cool board to see come to fruition. As Bensex is also, I mean, this is kind of one of those comps that I feel like has really started to become more popular, but I think also being able to take Cloning Facility to put that Zyra 2 in the middle is so cool.
And Bensek also applying to Riot's marketing team with a 2x KO power-up picked up on the Volley Bear. Let's go, Bensek.
And this is the adaptation we've seen from a lot of players. If you don't hit the Lee Sin, you just want to play 4 Juggernauts plus the heavyweights into the composition here. It's not your standard Crystal line, but I think it's still very strong for now. You're still getting a trickle of the Crystal cash outs just with 3.
So many plants.
And Bensek has accomplished his mission. We talked about it. He had to win those first 2 rounds until he got the Zyra 2. He gets the Zyra 2 now. That continues his win streak to 4, preserves all of the HP, gets lucky by hitting Ironbog, who is the de facto lose streak player, with Crystal Gambit slotting in, trading his HP for extra resources in stage 4. So overall, good stabilization for Bensek on 37 HP. The big test will be, once everyone commits most of their gold on stage 5, who ends up coming out ahead?
Huge find for YBY. He drops another round, but finally gets all of his legendaries online here, both in the Twisted Fate and the Zyra. And they're both good power-ups here.
Do we see a Reforger on the Gambler's Blade now that he has rolled down to below 10 gold? That's the big question for me.
Wow. I don't know about that. I mean, like, it's like okay.
It's still some base attack speed, not the best item. I guess maybe he doesn't want to risk it too much.
Maybe you just wait, and then you can reforge it, always reforge it later. See what you also get out of the crabs.
Yep.
He didn't want the bonus bloom, and he actually hit the best one. Mana Rush coming in for Zyra, stacking up that attack speed multiple times. He should be very, very strong and well set up in the lobby right here.
The Coco going to go for a big level 9 roll down, taking the hit here for that extra greed in stage 4. Pretty much pre-leveled to level 9, going to have around 60. It's maybe more gold Action Scuttle Puddle to roll with, so a lot of boards will completely transform once you get into stage 5, especially Ironbog and Lakoko.
But is it a problem that you already had 3 players hit level 9 and it's going to be Lakoko that's next to roll? Maybe there's less champions in the pool here for you to work with.
Lakoko rolling early for that reason, rolling on creeps, trying to make the transition a 2-turn transition, doesn't really trust the APM of doing everything in 1 turn, considering the complexity of the power-up system, considering how many more decisions you have to usually make when you're pivoting in set 15.
Heavyweight legendaries just isn't as strong of a line as the Bastions because Bastions gives you extra stats in the first 10 seconds of combat. Seraphine hits a lot harder in that line. So I would say this is kind of, I didn't hit my Malzahar angle, I'm getting contested here, so I'm going to pivot to more of a B-tier line. The big thing is, can he hit the Seraphine too? If he can still find that, then maybe there's a chance to stabilize. If not, things are looking very dicey.
Even the Lee Sin 2 with the heavyweight emblem could be an interesting addition to this board. We see the Cassante 2 hit already. I imagine we might see a transition of the items here from the Lee Sin onto the Cassante to make use of the extra HP. Still Seraphine 1, unfortunately, for Lakoko. Ironbog also a huge roll down, a lot of decisions still to make for the APAC player.
Yep, and as we were talking about, strategist Varus is going to be his go-to. That was the first composition that he won the TPC with. Very comfortable on that.
YFTX on his last life, 5 HP, facing Lakoko post-transition. Who's going to be stronger in this heavyweight mirror match? That's the big question here. Seraphine cast comes through. It's only Seraphine 1, but Mage is pretty nasty sometimes when it comes to the DPS.
Yeah.
It's very hard for Seraphine to deal with these bruisers like the Darius 3 right here. Double Bloodthirster. He's just not going down.
And the Lee Sin burst is not quite enough either. It looks like the drain tanking with double BT especially. YFTX staying alive. Coco maybe down to 1 life at 13 HP.
You know what's wild is like YFTX had started to string a couple of wins together, but I think a lot of that really was off the back of that Darius 3. Still 1 copy away from the Malzahar. Feels so bad when everybody else is starting to hit those legendary boards, but if that AD is good enough, then...
He did turn the corner. He's running triple combat, heavyweight, Malzahar 3 and Darius 3. So if there is a comeback story,
cutting it close. We'll see if it's enough. We talked about the Grim Reaper players though. What if he faces someone like Robin Song's on an 8 win streak? Is YFTX going to be able to stay alive considering he's only down to 1 life, doesn't have that extra chance? Bensak versus YFTX. Elimination station now on 5-2. One of these 2 players will be going out once this fight concludes.
And it's really key to kind of look at what the rocket grab does go at. Sometimes you could get lucky grabs across the board. Doesn't look like that's the case. There's going to be a very fast hit onto Darius here. He's already being targeted.
Look at the Mundo.
No, the Mundo being on the Malzahar is not good. I think YFTX is out.
Whew. And a sigh of relief coming in from Bensak right there. That was not the position that you wanted the Darius to be in. You really want to be on same side with the Ashe right there.
Oh, Lakoko is also going to get eliminated in that last combat. So we've got 2 players going out here. Bensak still on 1 more life. And YBY1 pretty close behind him right now. These HP totals are getting quite close, though, when you take a look at Ironbog having only 20 HP as well in 3rd.
Maybe the pressure in this game 1 a little bit too heavy of a weight to bear for both Lakoko and YFTX. For Bensak, though, every fight he wins here, he gets stronger and stronger. Actually, no, it's only 3 crystal gram in this case. He's playing more for the Juggernaut line, but Bensak on 1 life. YBY1 also trying to turn the corner and stabilize on that fast 9 board.
It's Juggernaut on Juggernaut violence on the left side right here. Bensak fighting for his last life, but there is a 2-star Lee Sin that just crunches through the board.
Only
that
2
is
items.
the high hand. True.
But is not quite able to do it here. The chip damage coming in from the plant, and Bensak unfortunately also taken out here in stage 5 in that 6-6 position. 5 players now remaining. All 3 players from APAC still alive here, Clement. And Robin, of course, consistent, fighting for that top 4, maybe fighting for a top 1 this game. He has really stayed up with that Janna reroll. That 8 win streak was so big coming into stage 5. We thought it was more of a stabilization in stage 3 to 4, but he actually managed to do it from stage 4 to 5, which is actually even harder with the 2-cost reroll.
Yeah, I actually messed up the cash out. So his first cash out wasn't like the double Nickel, it was the second stage one.
Okay.
So he actually was in a decent position. Just want to correct myself there.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Ironbog. This board looks insane.
This is so cool.
Noxious Trap as well, getting all the utility thanks to the TF. You have a great itemization on the Varus. Braum is looking very, very scary in that front line as well, dealing with any of the Giga Tanks we have. Even, I mean, with so many resources, a 3-item Jarvan where you can maybe even guarantee a second cast, which is hard to make it to.
I have got to ask a question, though. Why is there Janna in the front?
Strategist for extra shielding. You don't really need her in the back, so you just want to send her there. The key thing for Ironbog in a lot of these fights is can the Braum actually find the Lee Sin and keep that character away from the Varus. If you can throw him into the back, that's more sniper damage. Like we're seeing right now, he's already onto the Lee Sin. Let's see where the toss goes, and he just executed him straight off the bat. So good positioning luck right there to give him the edge over Lau.
Lee Sin took down the Janna right away, and then, you know, a little bit of the HP on the Zyra, but the main carries not quite the angle for Lee Sin. So a big, big win for Ironbog there. Terry down to 1 HP, and a Dream trying to fight for the top 4 in the very first game to set the stage for the momentum these players have coming into game 2.
I think you're pretty happy if you can get a top 4 on this line. Bastion Edgelords is typically not considered on par with the other legendary lines. You are playing 4-cost carries, and of course Yone, which is also considered a 4-cost carry.
Terry's trying to go 10, 66 HP, or 66 gold on only 1 HP. Maybe waiting 1 more turn to make it to stage 6. Very greedy, very risky play from Terry, saying I'm playing either for 1st or 5th in this game 1.
But I think that's the right call to make, because if you think that comparatively to the rest of the lobby, you just might not be able to make it any further than that, I think is different placement really going to be the make or break there. So I love being able to play a little bit risky. It looks like it's actually paying off here for Terry so far. I think he's going to be able to get the win.
He's going to get lucky over Lau, one of the easier matchups here in the field, and that gives him level 10. So that was a risk well worth taking.
And with Scuttle Puddle especially, you're really going to make the most of being able to go 10 and find potentially another 2-star 5 cost a slot onto your board. Huge, huge play from Terry there, really paying off.
Wow, so expertly done. I love that we've gotten some really interesting things out of our first game here. You know, Terry being able to play super risky to go to level 10, YB by 1, landing on a board that I think a lot of people would have written off as kind of one of those options to go for Fast 9. And then Robin Songs keeping up with the pack with this Janna mentor reroll.
I will say to our viewers, do not get used to a lobby like this. Scuttle Puddle had a huge influence of how capped out these boards look and how much relevance 5 costs in particular have. The 4 costs were only really a stepping stone to these fast line boards in the first place in this game. Terry also with Invested able to get so many extra rolls from being greedy, so just paying off dividends coming into stage 6. He still has a lot of gold to work with. Has to go fast here. APM check.
Does he find the level 10 and what did he put in? That's kind of the question right here on Terry's board. He's going to struggle a little bit against these other legendaries and it's just going to be a Gwen. Okay.
Ooh, Silvermere Dawn, Lee Sin going to be a scary thing to face, especially if Lee Sin gets an angle on the Samira here from Terry. Samira needs Challenger AI to stay out of danger throughout most of this fight. She is still alive, but has finally been taken down by the Lee Sin here. And I think it's too much to handle for Terry. YBY1 gets the better of him. Still a good top 4.
Yeah, I mean, it did preserve a placement. It's so sad, though, to see like 33 gold left in the bank and hadn't rolled for any additional upgrades. But now all of those champions back in the pool for all of our other players who have started to hoard that gold after that econ round, knowing that they were trying to contest Terry on some of these champions. But wow. I love the rewards coming through here from the Crystal
and
the
Insta-sold.
Yeah, did not find the Twisted
cool.
Fate 2. That was the one he was looking for. What an amazing game play by Robin Songs. 2-way contested on the Kabuko, hit his Janna a little bit late, and I love the way he solved the no AP problem. He didn't get any rods, but it was like, okay, I can take the crown, that gives me AP, and I'm also going to find the crit from my combat augment on 4-2. This is, you know, I think a tremendous display of why Robin Songs is one of the GOATs, one of the top 4s from Americas.
And this is the game plan. It is going to be a crushing loss, but this is what Robin expected. His entire purpose was, I want to stabilize on stage 4 when I hit my gen at 3. I have the perfect augment to do so with the Water Lotus to really make sure I can win against these players who are greeting out to go 9. And I go 3rd, and that's a good start to the tournament for Robin. Unk has still got it, but APAC has definitely got it, Clement. You have to be happy. The 2 big names coming from the APAC roster, YBY1 and Ironbog, are the victors in this group of death in the first game.
Ooh, this gives me deja vu. It was exactly these 2 players going head-to-head in the first TPC, going 1st and 2nd. And I have to say, historically, Ironbog actually has a very good matchup against YBY1. He kind of has the higher hand. Let's see if this level 10 board can kind of swing that.
Guys, I think it's just so cute. All the little poros following Ironbog around.
If you have enough poros, they actually form a heart.
Oh, I want to see it!
YBY1 might not think it is so cute considering the extra HP that Ironbog is getting, but very cool automation with YBY1's Lee Sin with the blue buff. The changes to Silvermere Dawn make it so you're not really getting that mana regen. The blue buff solves that problem.
Does the Lee Sin walk down? That's the big question right here.
Ferris is gone! 1 kick and he's just disappeared from the board.
But it doesn't matter. The rest of the board is too strong from Ironbog. What a good showing. You can take away Trade Tracker from Ironbog, but you can't take away Bronze for Life. Does win in the end with strategist Varus, the same comp that he started off his TPC champion with.
Wow, what an incredible game that we got here. And you know what? I'm not going to allow you to rain on my parade, Panda. I want to see more Crab Rave. I want to see more Scuttle Puddle. I want to see, okay, maybe I shouldn't say that too loud, but I want to see a Golem
No, I know you were going, no. I have to say right away for Ironbog, what a strong showing. I think he's a player who's made it before to the final lobby at TAC Crown. Is a player that we mentioned maybe this set he was a bit more risky, a bit more 1st or 8th, but I think he made the perfect example of what Fast 9 will look like from a dominant position. You win streak early, you have a very strong high value board in stages 2 and 3, you sacrifice all the HP you preserved in stage 4 with Crystal Gambit, you get that extra resources from Scuttle Puddle and from Crystal Gambit as well, and you make it to 9 with just an unstoppable board.
And this is what we're going to see in a lot of these lobbies. The reroll player's job is to break those streaks. Yep. You can't let Ironbog get a 10 win streak in stage 3. Unfortunately for our heavyweight players and for Robin Songs, they're a little bit low roll on that sense. So that's why Ironbog was able to run away with it.
Yeah, but still cool. And I think that's going to be a big test of strength for a lot of our competitors is can you also keep up with some of the different regional strategies that exist here? I mean, we talked a lot about lobby tempo, need to read that really well, but also try to figure out like how can you actually preserve your spot if it really doesn't go the way that you want it to.
I will say Scuttle Puddle was maybe the big reason why that lobby was a bit of an outlier. I think it's not the usual lobby tempo and the usual complexion of comps we'll be seeing. I think making it to Fast 9 is much more difficult. We talked about it's much more selective, I would say. Players have to opt in, and only from a high roll spot can you go Fast 9. Usually players will take a plan B and go more for Volibear, for Samir in stage 4 instead. But with Scuttle Puddle and so much extra gold, everyone said, you know what? I can go Fast 9 as well. And you too, and you too. So it was a pretty scary board in stage 5.
Yeah, but for the 5th player that tried to go Fast 9, not you. You don't have enough champions anymore to make it there.
Terry was where we drew the line with his like 80 gold coming to stage 6.
Oh, poor guy. It's just tough because I think like that is another problem that we did kind of see happen in the lobby is that if there are multiple players that you know are gunning to level 9 and they're rolling before you, all of a sudden there are no TFs left. There's only 9 copies. So if there are 3 other players in front of you that have the TF3, like you got to figure out a different champion to pivot to.
And that's the important thing about Fast 9 comps. The best ones can use a lot of different legendaries. You know, like the Bastion ones, they're happy with TF, with Zyra, with Braum. But other Fast 9 compositions like the Sorks, where only using Gwen, only using Braum, they kind of fall behind because they're just not having the Noxus trap on their board. It's much harder for them to get those 5 costs online.
I think there's clear favorites, especially with frontline as well. We saw the Coco forced to play into the heavyweight, which is I think the 3rd best frontline for Fast 9 as a whole. Also could not pivot into full heavyweight with Malzahar because YFTX was going down that line. So in the end, stuck between a rock and a hard place due to his augment selection, which is usually very good, worth the wait. I think you have so many options to play around. A bit low roll in this game 1, and a 7th place for a player that I mentioned I think is one of my favorites. So we kind of maybe cursed the Coco, as I said, what if one of these favorites goes 7th or 8th in game 1? How do they bounce back? This is the real test for me of an elite player in TFT, and I'm very curious to see how the Coco comes back in game 2 and in the rest of the games today to, at the very least, I hope not end up in the bottom 8 because we will have a cutoff after this day 1.
I'm so glad that Panda owned up to the curse and it wasn't you or me, Clement. Let's go!
I'm just a good person, trying not to throw you guys under the bus and blame you all for my region's downfall. Again.
To be fair, I think this was just a really rough lobby, and as you said, I think Lococo is a player that likes to kind of roll with the RNG, you know? He's not a player that on game 1 is going to skip worth the wait. For my study group, a lot of them are looking at these more high RNG augments, and they're just saying, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want RNG to kind of bring me down mentally, so I'm just going to pick for something that I know is going to be very stable.
I think Bensack also a bit unfavored in terms of aura farming. I think it's a risky pick. He had a Nard too. I think he could have played more of a win streak, ended up losing a lot of HP, and then once the Zyra 2 came online, yes, it was a 4 win streak in stage 4, but everyone else pivoted their boards into Fast 9, 2-star 5 costs all across the board. He was not really able to hang with the 6 Juggernaut front line with just Ashe and the Volibear, not quite the same cap, and ended up going out in 6th. In a normal lobby that's not Scuttle Puddle, I think his game would be very different.
Yeah, it was a 4-away contest on the Twisted Fate. Really couldn't pivot out of that 4-cost carry, but is this deja vu? Are we going to get another puddle?
No, we're going to highlight.
Oh,
Don't worry.
Sorry.
Don't worry. We actually just
Clement
like
takes the first bait of the day. I'll take the curse, you take the bait.
Made Clement's heart skip a beat for a second there. But don't worry, it's just looking back on some of the highlights from our first game on the main broadcast and kind of reliving some of those memories with pictures instead of just what we're saying.
Great win streak opening coming in from Ironbog. He gets the 3 mecha opening with the Udyr onlines, one of the strongest starts that you could look forward to. Takes that into a 10 win streak into a combat opening on 4-2. So his game plan was solid throughout.
I think the big upside and the reason why Ironbog and YBY1 finished in the top 1 and 2 is because their gold augments are not really meant to be full combat power and tempo in stage 2. They're more scaling gold augments that you can combat power across the rest of the game, but you only get the full value later on. Despite this, Ironbog was still able to win streak, so this really shorts up the gap where you are kind of cheating the game in terms of having a huge win streak, then you get more and more power from your pumping up as well, and then you completely dominate the rest of the field in stage 5.
And we're going to see this a lot. When you have a 10-win streak, you can afford to go with that 6-loss streak on Crystal, get cash out afterwards, and have a very, very strong board. Even though it was nerfed, it's still the best way to play a high cap line. Taking a look across the other lobbies, YBY1 with his artifacts were just also really cool to see. Really good to see Mana
I
Rush.
just realized that something actually we didn't mention during the cast. YBY1 did end up reforging the Gambler's Blade. He got the Silvermere Dawn. That's the way he got it. So we mentioned it was going to happen at some point, and I think you mentioned in Necra, he probably waited till that stage 5 PvE round to do so, and I don't think he had the blue buff beforehand, and maybe he was able to get that perfect itemization with the Silvermere, BT, and blue buff on the Lee Sin, which helped him make that top 2. So just the little details is what separates players in this stage in TAC Crown, where everyone has such a clear understanding of the meta, of what lines to play into.
Whoa, I got an update from one of our correspondents, Hope-san on the floor. Shaco won Game 1, Lobby 2 with Jinx and Volibear with 4 Bastion and 4 Luchador.
I imagine there was not Scuttlepuddle in that lobby, because that sounds quite a bit lower cap.
I probably agree with you, but that's so cool.
I don't think I've heard of a 4 Bastion, 4 Luchador comp. That's crazy. Wow.
I think it's the lower cap version of what you're trying to reach with slotting in more legendaries, but I think it's pretty strong. In a low cap lobby, Volibear 2, Jinx, especially with the right combat augments, something like Tiny Terror, for example, I think you can really take over a lobby.
Yeah, that's such an interesting... I can't wait to see his board and what he's been cooking off. And just to mention this, I think Star Guardians with Jinx should be the default composition for a lot of our players. This is the most common comp that we've seen across scrims. And here we go into points.
Okay, wow. So at the bottom here, we can see our players that did get an 8th in that first game, only accumulating 1 point. And it's kind of weird to see like Flancy down there, Marcel P as well. As we move towards the standings, you'll see the players that are kind of on the better side of things.
Tough start for CN. 7 of their players in these first 2 pages, so they have to definitely bounce back over there in Chengdu in Game 2, reset that momentum going forward. We're now going to move up towards the middle of the pack of your players who maybe stick to what you've been doing on those 4th and those 5th places, consistent showing for a lot of the players.
And now we're finally seeing some of the APAC players. You can show up even later. It's okay. I don't quite mind.
I think you've got it, Clement. I think they're going to be on the next couple of pages as well.
Not many America's players seen so far either. You know,
that's also good for us. Wow.
CNB proving that he's should deserve a lot more respect out of the Brazilian region. And EMEA, there you go.
4 players. Tomino on his TAC Crown debut, the first Slovakian player to make it to the international stage, starting off very hot with the 2nd place alongside Double as well, one of the big favorites. But we're seeing here the big winners in Game 1. Also some big winners from regionals like T2 starting off with the 1st place. And the Zeta Division, unstoppable when it comes to the TAC Crown. Yatsuhashi with a 1st place as well after this Game 1 concludes. And Michael, who Hoop-san interviewed, and Michael said, I'm feeling confident, I want the games to start. Now we see why. He was ready for this Game 1.
JD Zielinski also getting the GeoGuessr buff from the beginning of the day.
No nerves for these debut players like Tomino, like JD Zielinski.
Yeah, but Gobo at the very top there, getting in 1st place. Great for EMEA to see that. And I just love that for Brazil, though, especially for Shaco getting that 1st to start the day.
I think for me, it's the new faces from the Americas just doing so well. Shaco and JD Zielinski coming here. I think they deserve a huge shout out. A lot of questions about, hey, maybe they just got in because it was only one regional tournament, but they're here to silence the critics.
And Gobo, I love to see this because regionally in EMEA, he's a very, very strong player. His TAC Crown performances in the 2 sets he's qualified have not been the strongest, and we didn't really know why. Was it nerves? Was it adapting to the tempo and just the strength of the lobbies in the TAC Crown stage? But I think this is a big part of him now shifting that momentum, is starting off with a win or a top 4 at the very least in the 1st game. So I hope to see peak form Gobo in this TAC Crown. I hope to see him showcasing his ability to the rest of the world, where all of our EMEA fans have already seen him perform at this level regionally.
So exciting, as that's just our 1st game of the day. We still have 5 more to bring you, and then at the end of today, we will see the bottom 8 players eliminated. But yeah, I love how cozy everyone's getting. Everyone's getting locked in, cozy on the desk here, and we see our players ready for that 2nd game.
We saw Tartman there. I think maybe he thought he was playing a poker tournament, but we're playing TFT Tartman. Tartman, of course, I urge our viewers to keep an eye out for him on camera because I think a lot of the international viewers first got to see him at Vegas in particular. He went very, very deep in that field and had the best facial expressions on his cam every time we went to him.
All right, for game number 2, we're going to be following Lobby 4, and this is where we will get a chance to see if maybe Marcel P can rewrite that first game, try to stabilize, or if we will be able to see another elite performance from G2X after that first game. We're gonna get the Zyra encounter.
Look at the field here, double. One of the favorites for the tournament, just won second place. We'll see what he can do. Chi2 is a big winner from CN, a regional winner into a first place now in this game 1. So some big hitting names here as well. I think Daisy had a great performance, finishing the top 4. Also a legendary OG name from the EMEA scene.
I'm so happy Chi2 gets to start the day off on a win right here. He's known as a very emotional player, holds the record for the most 8th places in the TOC, where he went 5 in a row. But if he's on point, then he can just steamroll everyone. I think he's the CM player with the best optimization coming out of the big 3.
Prismatic Finale will be our encounter for this game too. We did see pretty much that same encounter, not the encounter, but the outcome with Prismatic Augment at 4-2 last game. And we got to see a few of the big options, right? Things like the Water Lotus, things like just a very strong combat power you can get on 4-2, things like Invested to be one of those crutches to make it to 9. Max Cap no longer in the game, so the 3 coffee rollers won't have that crutch themselves.
Ooh, opportunity here to just get an Aatrox 2 right away. I feel like that's such a great start when you're able to upgrade one of those tank units so early on in the game.
Yeah, when you have final prismatics, there's a lot more, I think, item fixing that can come along there. So if you're missing items, that's prismatics are the most ones that provide you with firepower over there. It's going to be interesting to see how these players adjust their game plan. Are they feeling the pressure yet or not? Is Marcel going to feel like he has to go for a fast 9 to kind of stabilize or not?
Well, actually what's really interesting is when you take a look at from the Americas, both Marcel P and Dohua, they actually do have pretty high 8th place rate, but despite that find themselves in some of the highest top 4 rates amongst the Americas field. So maybe this is just an outlier. You need to get that 1, shake it off before you get into the rest of the day. And yeah, eyes very wide here, as we were supposed to get Prismatic Finale, but we actually got Prismatic Party, it maybe seems like.
Some players seem to be happy with this outcome. We saw Dehua going for Pandora's items. Looks like he's playing Katarina Reroll, a player that throughout regionals he was definitely more of a scavenger, fighting more for top 4s, fighting more for just consistent placements. Katarina Reroll, one of those comps that can get you there. And looks like Dasik, a bit of a RNG pick here, going to have the chance to double RNG, really, both the Prismatic Destiny into now the chance for a Radiant item here as well. We'll see what he commits to here. As a scout first, see what lines are going to be contested already by players like Dehua playing for Katarina, and decide if you want to go more generic with the Prismatic or try and go for a power fantasy with a reroll line.
Yeah, the best Radiant people can get right now is going to be the Hodge, but it's not there, so usually you see more of a Bruiser selection, a Stark's Gauge on Lee Sin later on. It's very strong. The AP one is, I find, pretty interesting of a pick. Not usually a very high selection priority.
I will say, there is one player in this field who likes playing a very unusual comp in the current meta, which is Karma Sorks. And that is Dasik. He did pick up a Radiant JG. We'll see if that's maybe a consideration for him depending on how his stage 3 goes and the natural shops that he hits. Looking at, well, Mang's going to go with a Dawn Core, which opens up a lot of interesting lines. A Kali potentially, Kog'Maw as well, Syndra and Ezreal, great item holders for at the very least in stage 2.
I see that, Bo. You could slam a Rage Blade here. Definitely on the table, but maybe with a loss, you're maybe thinking, I don't want to actually try to slam this item now. See if you can keep that loss streak alive, especially when on across the way, you've got Marcel P that does have this Aatrox.
Marcel P is going to just go for extra items right here, a very stable type of play style that we see from him. His best line has been the Xayah, so I want to see if he can showcase that. Averaged like a 2.3 across all of his TPC performances, kind of his hidden sauce.
Especially if you can get the right item components coming out from Buried Treasures, I feel like you're going to be able to do a lot with that, but I guess it depends. Do you feel like Xayah is dependent on being able to get both the Rage Blade as well as the Krakens?
It's very bow dependent, so that's a perfect pickup because he's having the Buried Treasure, so he can find a couple bowls out there that could be open to him.
Even paired with maybe first or second pick on stage 2 and 3 carousels, usually you'll have enough. The big thing with Xayah as well is that as a comp, especially with Prismatic Finale, I think you really want to hit the Xayah 3 early and able to recap the board by starting a TF and playing kind of a mix of Xayah reroll and Bastion Legendaries kind of coming into stage 5, which is a difficult thing to do, of course.
It's going to be tough, though. I mean, Marcel P's not going to have Carousel priority because he's hoping to keep this win streak alive. And at 100 HP, it'll likely be one of the last ones.
Chi2 might either be looking for a Kog'Maw angle or for a Reforger. This is not very easy to use in terms of the artifact.
I was waiting to see what your second option would be, but yeah,
yeah.
Reforger is the only other option. The only good holder for this Lichbane is going to be Kog'Maw, and it's not really considered his premier artifact.
Yeah.
You have like Flicker Blades and Dawncore ahead of it. I think it's, and Static Shiv even, I would say it's maybe the 4th best Kog'Maw item.
A pan.
Oh, this could be good for Dasik here. I mean, he has high priority, but Womong is going to snatch that from him immediately.
This could be strong if you want to go Dawn Core Kog'Maw with 6 Bastion, for example, but Kog'Maw might be contested, so I think you might have to look at the alternate Dawn Core line. Even Katarina is playable with Dawn Core, but Katarina also contested.
And Dehua, look at that. He already hit the best Radiant artifact coming off the board right here. Didn't even have to wait that long for his Prismatic. Got the Hodge onto his Katarina. Everyone else, move aside. This line is mine.
And this elevates Katarina from just a 2-cost reroll top 4 farmer into a potential win-out, especially with the scaling power-up. Katarina can become very, very scary with Radiant Hodge in particular.
What did Dehua actually pick for the fruit on the Katarina? Did we see yet?
We have to check his board to confirm.
Max Arcana would be the best roll that he could find. Some players are still willing to take over 9,000, but it has fallen off of favor.
Even like Not Done Yet and Wait are also other scaling options, maybe not the Prio. After that, I think Hemorrhage for more of a longer fight Katarina or Finalist coming into stage 4 and 5 could be an option as well.
We're having Marcel P doing something very interesting here, going for the early Crystal. We haven't seen any lose streak players yet, so he should be fairly uncontested in this line. Doesn't have to worry about someone breaking his loss streak.
And it makes a lot of sense. With Buried Treasures, you don't get the full value of your augment until you get all your item components, obviously. So the ideal is if you can win those early fights and then get the extension of that win streak by having all your items come through. But Marcel P just trying to leverage that with Crystal Gambit slaughtered in. And 2 Xayahs on the bench. Marcel P is probably the Xayah stan in the field. He loves playing Xayah reroll.
He is the Rakan, I think, in real life, so he's always calling the Xayahs over towards him.
And not fan service, though.
Yeah. One line I really like from him is that he oftentimes plays the Xayah for tempo and then pivots into the Crystal Ash line. That's something that I haven't seen a lot of players in the field actually do. It's kind of like a Marcel special.
It's basically just going from Gnar to Xayah instead and using it as a bit of a better option in stage 2 in particular.
But it makes a lot of sense because like Xayah is a very good item holder, and then instead of having to play the Lost Streak Crystal Gambit, you can just go for the win streak variation once you get those pieces together. I think it's just a lot less scary when you know that you have more HP to deal with for stage 4, which is where you would really start to see those heavy losses.
Double having his streak broken to, it wasn't Chi2, they're just facing each other now. It's going to be huge if Double can make sure Chi2 also doesn't get a 5 streak.
Yep.
Good win from him.
So the overall goal generation in this stage 2 not going to be the highest for our higher HP players.
But Dasik and Womong actually both do have that 5 loss streaks together. So that's going to be quite nice for them.
Dasik does have a Sorcerer-ish board for now. I'd be very excited to see him bring out Karma Sorcerers in this game 2 on day 1. He played it, I think, twice it was in regionals, both times very good showing. One of his games was quality over quantity Sorcerers, which I had never seen before this entire set. And I watch a lot of TFT, so I'm excited to just have players like Dasik who are unconventional in the way they play the game. They have been since all the way back in set 1, because it adds that, variance to the meta that we all love.
Getting also some additional information about how the bottom of our lobby actually kind of played out there. Marcel P did have Crystal Gambit in originally and ended up getting his loss streaks broken by both Dasik and Womong, who decided to open fort on 2-6 to try to get that grief that cash out.
I don't think he was doubled down just yet, so maybe not that huge of a hit, but of course
and no one played him.
Is gonna, yeah. You're right.
Insane spot for Dehua. This is where you really want to be. It's the same way we mentioned being able to win streak with something like Pumping Up. where you don't have the full value from your augment. It's kind of the same with Max Arcana. You're usually expected to lose streak early and then scale into the end of stage 3 and stage 4. If you're able to win streak stage 2 as well, you're such a good position HP-wise, and we're seeing how strong Daehwa looks. An easy win here against Dasik on 3-1.
Yeah, see, Dasik is still, I guess, expecting that Marcel P is in his pool. So if you do only have those two champions, then like you can definitely grief the cash out.
The meeting of fate. And Daehwa's like, come on, guys, can you field more champions? I want to farm my Max Arcana, please.
Wow, I guess that is kind of twofold, isn't it?
I think he's still happy with the extension of the win streak, the extra gold he's generating before even going for that full roll down for Katarina 2.
All right, no prismatic party. We got that gold augment in there. It's the sandwich between the two prismatic augments we will see with prismatic finale, guaranteeing that third one. And so as we look at some of the other choices that our players are making,
we're seeing some really interesting options though already. Chi2 found a Kog'Maw with the Lich Bane and the Rage Blade, and has a raid boss as well. I believe he was the player who picked up a pen. Correct me if I'm wrong for the Bastion, 6 Bastion front line.
It was Wolmong.
It was Wolmong, okay. But still, a very strong setup for the Kog'Maw reroll from the CN player.
Yep, doesn't need to find a Reforger anymore. I think that's the thing he has to be glad about. You can only hit it with branching out or a heroic grab back.
And Dasik committing instead to the Janna reroll. Doesn't have the HP or, the HP is a resource to make it to level 8 to go for any kind of sorcerer setup. Needs to spike earlier, so goes for the huge roll down on level 6 on 3-2 to try and stabilize on Janna reroll.
And it is a little bit dicey whenever you're rolling down below 10 and you don't hit that 2-star Janna. So the tempo is not going to be working in this reroll's favor. He really needs to find it immediately.
And a bit awkward as well. Salvage Bin not able to get value from his last item slam. Has an open bow and an open glove as well. So not an ideal position for Dace. They're going to be really interesting to see how he claws his way out of this one. Heavy as a Crown though, picked up yet again on a reroll line, this time for the Malzahar. Same setup pretty much, working as an Archangel-ish item with the crit coming in from the jeweled quick weapon instead, the jeweled gauntlet for a Womeng.
Yeah, it is a little bit overloaded on bows right here. You don't really need the red buff. It actually takes away from Noxus Trap and messes up your mana regeneration. So he's going to need a Reforger kind of to deal with that. But he does have one of the strongest pan options, and it's that going to be heavyweight Rammus. It's absolutely tremendous. Gives you total HP during the fights every time you cast.
Just so many open components though. It's going to be a while until we can both close the ideal pan item as well and make use of this cloak and these 2 bows. And it's a 7 loss streak already, so it's going to be a lot of HP loss in stage 3 as well. Depending on his item components he gets dropped on Wolves, it might be an 8th place if he can't really stabilize and make some tempo slams.
Kali's not going to get picked up here as Wolmong has moved away from that. Volibear always the most contested of the 4-cost. Every 4-cost standard line needs a Volibear, either it's Star Guardians, Edgelords.
Is that a raid boss pickup by Chi2?
There's 2 raid bosses.
Ooh.
Oh no, there's only one, sorry. What jungler is the second heavy as the Crown player instead?
Well, I was going to say what jungler could be considered a raid boss, right, is what you meant.
Absolutely true. Runner-up knows what it feels like to compete on the TAC round stage in his 4th ever appearance.
And this is a very interesting lobby because we didn't see any of the early economic prismatics being selected. So everyone's playing rather high tempo. Getting additional artifacts and items onto the board has been the main goal here.
That being said, I think a lot of low roll spots, or at least a lot of variance in how strong some of the HP leaders are, like Daehwa hitting a very early in Radiant Hodge, which you can't really bank on when you're playing for Prismatic Pandora's items, and other players like Womeng who just, it hasn't really worked out with his items up until now.
This is going to be tough. If we've got 2 Monster Trainer players, then you're going to be heavily contesting each other.
This is interesting from Chi2, who actually got one of the best finds from his expectedness.
Yeah.
Or expected unexpectedness, sorry, I got that the other way around. Did get 2 lesser duplicators here for his Kog'Maw.
Going to try and get out until he is only on his last few copies, hopefully somewhere in the start of stage 4, considering, I mean, his current HP 76 still pretty healthy.
And Wolmong also does get the heavyweight on board as well.
Another snack.
Just body change probably temporary for the Garen until the Swain 3 or the Leona 2 is found as that main front line. Double down for Wet Jungler. One of the very funny things, I think that's the right adjective, is heavy as the crown with Crystal Gambit and double down. You pretty much guarantee that you can lose. No one can really grief you unless they sell every single one of their units. So Jungler, I think, has to be feeling very confident. There's very little counterplay in this position.
Yep, just put the crown on whoever is about to go out, and you got the loss in hand, no problem. It does look like we have a lot of Star Guardian angles coming into the board here, so I'm going to be very interested to see how that plays out. Seal, of course, most likely going for that Wet Jungler with this current item build, and the fact that he does have Shopping Spree, which gives you the best econ bonus if you're going for the level 8 board. Most likely going to head in towards that direction. So we're going to see a flurry of action on 4-1.
I think the big spikes will come earlier in this game. It'll be all about the stage 4 roll downs, all about the 2-star 4 cost instead of that fast 9. But a big spike already here for Womang with the Living Forge. The second artifact coming through. Fingers crossed, you either get a good option for your main tank or you get a synergistic artifact for the Malzahar. There's a lot of good options. Mana Zane, Blooding Jewel, even DFG, for example, on this Malzahar reroll.
Yeah, you could also just get Darius items there. The Death Dance is fine if you really need it.
And you want ways to make use of these bows and this cloak as well. You have to close off pretty much all your items here.
But Darius can use those, like...
Yeah, BT Slam is a possibility.
Yeah. Could you give him Krakens?
No Reforger kind of hurts right here. Madazane is probably the most likely of the options. Yep.
That's a really good synergy. You're going to reduce the mana very quickly for the Dawncore. So Malzahar, the same reason Double Trouble is so good is because you have 2 Malzahars casting and you can spread the dot very quickly. Similar case here with the Mana Zane Dawncore.
Oh, still 3 open items here.
Krakens on the Darius.
Rageblade Darius.
Rageblade Darius. Wait, that would be so cool. Wait, could you imagine though how... Hey, hold on, hear me out.
He's banking on 4-2.
Hear me out. Living Forge, what if you get like Snipers, Focus, Rageblade, Darius?
All right, try it at home because our Cat Ground players will definitely not be trying that combination, at least not in this game too, I hope.
The ranged guillotine does sound kind of spicy, but even more spicy, prismatic augments coming up here.
True. Good call.
Good segue. We'll see if players want to opt for combat power or if they need that extra econ to finish off their boards to hit their 3 stars for those reroll lines.
All right, we already have Seal with the invested going straight in for the Jinx lines. Oh, or the Samira lines. Already has the Volibear and the Samira there. We did have 3 potential players angling for the Jinx, and that's kind of the line I expect to be most contested. Double already picked one up early, and now we have Jungler with the 2-star Poppy.
Heavy as a crown, trying to pivot into what looks like Star Guardian in this case. Really needs to find that Jinx. Needs to find that item holder for this IE, for that Nashor. Essentially acting as a Shojin in this case for the Gathered Force if it is found. But no Jinx, unfortunately, and not able to make the APM. Can't use a Radiant Refractor upgrade on one of his items either. So unexpected loss for Jungler. 6-7 loss streak. HP loss as well. Will be down to 2 lives. But has to close off this entire board next round or he's going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, it does go into Dasik, who doesn't have the Janna 3-star right here, so he still has a chance to win this. Let's see if the Tankzilla does work out for him.
When you're down to whole prismatic augment, I think it's just not going to be even close in this case. And the amount of HP he loses is pretty important here. He's going to be on 2 lives at the very least at 20 HP. Do or die moment here for Jungler, though. He has to find the Jinx. Hopefully the Jinx 2 upgrade, and it has to hit Gathered Force as well.
Marcel was also angling for this line. But he does have the 2-star Jinx. I thought it was 1-star because of how small the units were, but...
and tiny.
Oh, that's tiny but deadly.
Yep.
And a very, very strong combat power option for the Jinx and the Volibear combo.
Oh, and the
Edgelord plus
back.
1.
That was wild. He got a pan out of his Crystal Gambit cash out. So he was able to make this Edgelord spat.
Now it's really strong with TF in the 6th Bastion, where you play more into 4 Edgelord. Going on level 9, we'll see how it fares with the Jinx here, with the armor reduction especially on all her attacks.
I'd say the only thing that's missing is his front line right here. The Cassante 1 is a reason for concern. You do need more time for the Jinx to stack up, especially if you're going with the Gather Force. And it looks like the tank might not have hold.
And the tank Zilla proc as well, right? It would be huge in terms of buying time for those massive Jinx rockets to come through, or just kind of scaling infinitely in a longer fight.
2 pan, 3
3
pan.
Triple pan?
What?
Our players are given the option to cook, and Wet Jungler will happily take it.
Oh, Marcel P's thinking about it. Do you really want another one? Oh, think quickly.
Goes for a bow instead. We mentioned how bow hungry his composition would be. Has a few item times as well, with potentially the Kraken, I assume, onto that Volibear.
Yeah, and I was worried that the rich were going to get richer because the only 2 Reforgers were on Double and Dehua. Fortunately enough, like everyone was able to deny them from going one step further. Not going to get the power spike off of the emblems. And here comes the Braum.
There's at least a 3-way contest on this Star Guardian, Jinx, Volibear / Fast9 game plan. Double, I think, the big victor now at 63 HP. And then, of course, Marcel P and Wet Jungler, the players who are trying to stabilize both on 2 lives, trying to make it out of this stage 4.
Dasik is smiling to himself. He knows he's tried, but wow, there's a lot of copies away. And for the Prismatic, food fight is not something I really expected.
Mess hall.
A mess hall.
I think Dasik has now already understood he can't really play for the top 4. And these are the kind of games where you have to be able to switch off of an 8th place into a 6th or a 5th, get those few extra points, especially coming in with a 3rd place last game. It's a good start. Just needs to try and shore that up and claw up as many points as he can in this game too.
Whoa! Wait, but the Cogwell got sniped
It's a big
from
win.
back there. So this is actually going to be a win for Dasik, it seems like.
I think this Janet can get a hidden sniper trait added onto her.
If I'm Dasik, I'm holding all of the Cassantes. Both Wet Jungler and Marcel P still need that.
He's praying for their downfall.
Yep.
Oh, it looks like Wet Jungler actually did lose.
Oh, this is a big shot. Maybe we're starting to believe in the chance for a top 4. 1 off the Kabuko 3.
Still has a couple rounds to go, so we should be fine.
Wow, I mean, it's just tough. I think maybe Wet Jungler knows that there's so many Jinx out of the pool now. It might not even be worth it to roll here.
I think Double has sold his Jinxes. He's going more for an Edgelord setup with Samir and Volibear, so maybe a chance for Jungler to have a few extra copies, but it looks like he is locked and loaded, 12 HP, thinks it's healthy enough. He is going to be facing Seal here against that Volibear Samira.
He needs the enemy to not win by 4 units. If they win by 4, then it's GG. The Volibear jump is going to be critical. Let's see if Samira can actually focus down the Poppy. Oh, Volley's going the other way.
I think it should be good. The Gather Force is stacking, the Nashers helping out. There could be one more big rocket left. And Jinx does win it in the end. Calculated win here from Wet Jungler on 40 gold with a chance to, again, like Dasik, I think just fight for that 5th or 6th, roll down all his gold coming to stage 5 and hope he wins those next few fights.
I would not have the nerves to not roll here. Even though the chances are very low with all the Jinxes out of the pool when you're on 12 HP. Whew.
Wow, big hit for the Kog'Maw. That's going to feel good. 2 copies off of the Swain as well. 1, actually, because there is that duplicator on the bench.
And really favorable lobby complexion for G2. No Fast9 Bastion players, no Crystal Gambit players, taking away 2-3 copies of Swain, making it a little bit harder to hit that 3-star. There's times where you have to pivot off of the idea of the perfect frontline with Swain 3 and go to Leona 2 instead, but in this case, the best of both worlds for G2.
Yep. And now he just needs to find a set of items for his Yasuo. He's almost 3-star there. The sword would be absolutely perfect for that. He still does have a Reforger. So he could have a very big spike this turn. Finds everything.
There it is. Has some okay-ish items as well. The BT or the Sterax Slam potential. We might see a Reforger on one of those components to try and have a 2-item Yasuo at the very least. Jungler also needs to stabilize here. Necra needs to find...
Well, he has a Seraphine too.
We'll see if that's going to be enough. Usually kind of a secondary carry. The Jinx is the big one, and it's still Jinx 1 for Jungler here.
Yeah, it is not looking amazing, but I guess I'm hopeful that like a 2-star legendary is going to be something. They don't stabilize the board, but it's going to take a while for these Seraphine cats to happen, and it's already
the Katarina.
it's already over for jungler. We saw that there was a bridge there for the Katarina to bypass from frontline to backline and immediately gets both of those main carries with the amount of burst damage that comes out of the Radiant Hodge setup.
And because of the crown, that's why you saw that that fight happened so fast. Once that crown, once the champion that is holding the crown goes down, you instantly lose the round.
That volley bear was American. He was just hiding in the corner, giving Katarina that bridge directly into the backline, and Doha takes him out. So that's great news for Marcel P. He was in a very similar predicament, but at least he's going to get 1 extra point.
I mean, Marcel is on a hot streak right now, too, with this Edgelord Spat Jinx. Feels like he's been able to string together a good couple of wins, but we'll see whether or not that keeps up. As Doha is now also going to go after the Malzahar board. And this Malzahar and the Rammus are not upgraded just yet.
It's just a really strong setup for Daewoo here as well, where the Prismatic Blazing Soul is just so strong, getting the base AP for the Katarina to crit off of with Executioner and, of course, the Radiant Hodge and the Striker's Flail as well.
Ooh, but this Rammus is actually like really hard.
I mean, the crown's on the Rammus. He's just scaling the shield more and more. I don't think he quite has the damage, I have to imagine.
I don't think so, but it's still cool to watch.
It is very cool. Rammus is definitely getting his time in the spotlight near the end of the set.
He's farming tons of HP there.
Or farming.
Max HP. Yep.
And the setup here for Daewoo is not quite the full cap yet for his Katarina board. He's still stuck on 7. He still has not hit 7 BA. He's going to be on 5 BA for now. So he can still step it up, and he has the HP to work with, right? 36 HP, currently the leader when it comes to this lobby coming to stage 5.
Which is so wild to think about. But I think G2 can actually give him a bit of a run for his money. You know, having those three-star upgrades. 3-star, 3-cost upgrades is very, very big.
Yeah, I think we're going to have rerollers in the final lobby for this one for sure, between Daewoo and G2. But on the other hand, can Steel actually survive a little bit longer?
Really good positioning here on the weak side of Volibear, wrapping around, getting great procs, getting great resets, and Double now down to his last life as well. Such a different lobby, Clemming, compared to game 1. All Fast 9, all legendaries. Yeah. Now the reroll are getting their time in the spotlight as well. And congrats to Day 6, stabilizing a little bit at the very least. Has lost his last fight, unfortunately, but his spot looks so doomed in stage 4.
Yeah, but with the Koboko 3, I think has really helped buy some time. The fact that you're still stuck on Janet 2, though, is kind of wild at this point in the game. But as you were saying, Panda, maybe it's just about scamming a couple of extra placements.
6th and above, that's a pat on the back.
Perfect.
That's a deserved pat on the back, I think.
Not hitting the volley bear and having to full itemize the Yone doesn't look like a very good spot for Double right here. So I think, unfortunately, he's just going to go out 7th unless he can hit some of these weaker players. No, I don't think there's anyone he can take down right now, looking at the lobby. I
think a lot of this is the rerolls usually spiking stage 3, dominating stage 4, falling off in stage 5. That's not the case here. Some of the rerolls have hit their max cap power spikes with the Radiant Hodge for Katarina very early for Daewoo, and the scaling for Max Arcana, and these more humble 4-cost boards that are supposed to beat these reroll comps in stage 5 are losing instead. So we're seeing players like Seal and Double maybe dropping to a 6th and a 7th in this lobby.
Last rolls for Double, doesn't find the volley bear, still sitting on 2 pairs onto his bench, but is going up against a Ghost.
I think there's too much HP here, I'm not sure. I mean, the heavyweight emblem on the Malzahar, this Drain Tank-ish Darius as well. Tamir and Volibear work best off burst and winning fast fights where Malzahar wants to win a long fight instead. I think the Rammus with heavyweight emblem in particular is a very strong combo. He can hang on for a long time, and the dot comes in, slowly takes down the carries, and Double, unfortunately, from a 2nd place down to a 7th place in this game, number 2.
It's going to even out the scores at the top of the standings, and I think this game illustrates a lot of the things when you try to play too safe and go for 4 costs instead of the 5 cost.
Too humble.
Yeah, what ended up happening was a lot of players actually contested each other. Seal contesting Double, Wet Jungler contesting Marcel, and I think these 4 players are likely going to be our bottom 4, unfortunately.
And Day 6 is the one big winner because he sees everyone else capping a little bit lower because of the contests, and despite not even hitting a Janet 3, he is still able to maybe even potentially top 4. He won his last fight, depending on the matchmaking here.
That would be crazy. He stole so many bases in this game.
Yeah, but it really is Seal and Marcel P right now who are in danger of getting eliminated on this next fight.
Next Seal will have a similar trouble that we saw from Double in that last fight, the same exact comp facing off against these heavyweights. Although we do see the Lee Sin going to the backline, almost taking down the Malzahar, that could swing the fight in favor of Seal. And yeah, it looks like he is going to be strong enough here. Samira coming in. Rammus is still alive there. I think I spoke too soon. The dot kills off the Samira, and Seal meets the same exact fate that we saw from Double in that last fight.
Yep.
Marcel P as well out. And we have our top 4, so congratulations to Dasik.
One HP is all he needed.
All 4 of these players are reroll players. So we see the Artifacts and Radiance really winning through. I think this is peculiar about this set because the amount of concentration of power you can get with power-ups has just been so strong, especially with the Radiance coming in. They're showcasing it here.
And I think it's not just a normal reroll line. These are rerolls with a lot of upside, right?
Yeah.
Radiant Hodge found early for Dehua, Raid Boss for G2 with an uncontested Swain 3 front line, Living Forge with double perfect artifacts for Malzahar as well, and the heavyweight emblem from all the extra pans we saw in the carousel. So these are high roll reroll spots, but it goes to show the meta is so diverse. We saw all Fast 9 last game, now we're seeing a lot of reroll.
Oh, and I wonder if players are going to pay attention to this. There is a Spectral Cutlass on the side of Wolmong's bird.
Whisper, Clement, whisper.
Oh, okay, they can hear us. They can hear us. Let's see who's paying attention. I think Chitu is the one that's most in danger with that Kog'Maw.
I think because of the Katarina, players are scouting a lot anyway.
That's
they
true.
need to detect their matchups, make sure she doesn't have a bridge into the back line. So they'll probably notice.
But now it's about getting the actual positioning correct. And that can be really hard when you know some of these fights are also about the front to back. When you look at like the Malzahar and the Kog'Maw.
Dasik with 1 HP. Can he go further in this one?
Does the Janna snipe the Kog'Maw like we saw the last time these two players faced off? I think there's a little bit too much frontline this time around. It's a 4th for Dasik, it's an elimination, but I'm sure he'll be smiling because this looks like an 8th place in Stage 4.
He's so happy. You see the grin on him.
You have to be.
If you remember his spot, on 3-2, he was 7 gold with no 2-star Janna. We thought this was a Fast 8 position from him, but he actually beats out all the other Fast 8 players.
I just realized this Rammus was not even 3-starred yet.
No.
I think nothing is killing it once this happens.
Yeah, but it's... Oh, there it is. I was going to say.
You were about to curse him, Necro, but he dodged you. He rolled one more time.
Well, I was... Oh, look. He's like, oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, I don't think this Rammus is dying. Adaptive Skin also just a really, really strong power-up for the Rammus, plus the extra HP you get, right? You have the scaling HP from the heavyweight emblem, plus all the armor you get from Rammus himself and the Monster Trainer.
Yeah, this is a very strong counter to what Dehua has. The Katarina is just going to get stuck on the Rammus forever, but against Chitu, he does have a chance because there's more frontline for him to jump.
The Golden Gate Bridge for the Katarina to move onto the Kog'Maw, and another pivotal fight there. The Swain cannot do it by himself.
Does look like it was a ghost board,
It was a ghost board.
But Chitu still loses to Wolmong. Now, Wolmong, we didn't talk much about him, but he is the winner of the JOC tournament, so coming in from our mobile circuit right there. Last optimizations, doesn't hit the legendaries.
And we'll see who Chitu faces. The Swain boss, or the raid boss with the Swain is incredibly strong in a front to back fight, but if you're able to get the Katarina onto the Kog'Maw early, it just does not matter at all.
Yeah, he's playing against Dehua for sure. He was playing against Wolmong in the previous one, so you can see the bunch up on the right side there and making sure his Kog'Maw is as far away from the rest of the members.
If the Katarina latches onto any second or third row unit, frontline unit, that's where we have a bridge into the Kog'Maw, and it could be very scary. We see an immediate pivot on the right side. Katarina is on the left, so at least she is very far away. We'll see if Rakan gets her any closer.
Does get the dodge. Next cast still on the same side. This is good news for the Kog'Maw.
Looks like the Swain is scaling with the Archangel as well, buying enough time. Katarina is now targeted. Edge of Night has already procced. Kog'Maw should have this, but it's not enough. Dehua looking too strong. The burst of damage coming from Katarina as that fight went on. The scaling from the Max Arcana especially has gotten him to this point.
It's over 60%.
Oh, wow. That's what Radiant Hodge on stage 2 will do to you.
Even stronger than a death cap at this point.
Let's see, though. I mean, because Wolmong still hasn't lost a fight yet. So is Dehua's Katarina actually going to be enough to take down this impressive Malzahar board.
I feel like this is a tech check. How do you avoid the Katarina? That's going to be the question right here. We see Dehua going for kind of the Moses positioning, trying to force the front line to walk in and maybe give him a bridge there. But I think Womong is it's only one opponent. It's very difficult to see him not being aware of the potential there. So I do think Womong is heavily favored.
You do have the Pyromaniac, the red buff as well, to try and help with a massive HP shields and just units overall we're seeing from the heavyweight board. Katarina will be on Rammus' side, but not quite able to get onto the Malzahar early. Did I speak too soon? She's stuck on Rammus for now. If this is the way it stays the rest of this fight, I think Malzahar will be able to burst everything down, but Rammus has to be that one target, but no, Katarina moves to the back line, and this might seal the deal. I think the Rammus by himself, actually there's so much damage coming in from the rest of the units. That's it.
Just took way too long to kill. The Rammus was stacking up HP this entire time. And congratulations to Womong. He's been kind of the miracle kid in the mobile circuit there. Everyone says his run was kind of like Summertimer, where he was 8th place in the finals, then took 2 first places to make himself all the way to TAC Crown.
And honestly, that difference in circuit has always been so interesting to me, because you also have a little bit of a different meta over there as well, don't you, between like JOC and TOC?
Yeah, I will have to admit I'm not very familiar with the meta, but I know that they're very reroll heavy. They like to play tempo, so that's what we should expect from Lawu, from people like Womong coming over from Chengdu.
And for Womong, the big difference there, I think, was, look at stage 3. He had 4 open components, had the pen open, had 2 bows. Not sure where that was going. We thought his spot looked a little bit scary, but found a way to slam everything basically coming into stage 4. And then the Rammus, especially with heavyweight emblem and the buffs coming in this last patch, it showcases Rammus is not just very strong in double trouble Malzahar, but also in this traditional line with the emblem.
He can do it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 pans that he found were absolutely massive for him. Just gave him a lot of mana regen, gave him the extra HP going into it. So that's kind of the standard, one of the standard Malzahar lines we're going to see all throughout the weekend.
Isn't this going to be kind of like Mortdog's chagrin, though? Like fighting to keep Rammus out of the sets for so long, and now Rammus is, doing
You're going to have to stay around for the set 16, kind of reveals to find out if Rammus is still in there.
Wow.
This last patch was, Rammus is buffed. Okay, thumbs up. And really good matchups as well against the 2 edgelord players, Double and Seal. We saw those matchups where Rammus was able to tank so much and survive that initial burst of damage coming in from Samira and Volibear. So a lot of things I think worked out for that Malzahar Rammus board. And reroll, so back in this game too. We'll see how game 3 fares and if we see more of a mix-up between Fast 9 strategies and reroll, and maybe forecast finding a bit of a better light as well. Not quite working out in this game too.
I think it's just amazing that we already have seen so many different comps between 2 games. Yes, I know the portal had a lot to do with that, but I just think it's just so cool. It gives me a lot of hope for what the rest of the day is also going to be able to give us in terms of like, what's next? What haven't we gotten a chance to see yet?
The field is just wide open in terms of compositions. The things I think we are missing, though, and I do want to touch on this, is the forecast AP lines. The Yumis and the Karma Sorks, a lot of players just simply avoid them because they don't have the same power necessarily as the AD flexible lines. But if you can find a way to make them work, that could be your outside chance. A lot of players are trying to develop those as playable situations.
Makes sense. I mean, but it is hard because I feel like especially with the sorcerers, you kind of feel like you're stuck in Gwen jail. Much like the Mighty Max sorcerers, like you really do need the Gwen to actually cap out the board, and sometimes, I don't know, it just escapes you.
And you can't really bank on playing vertical swords from a kind of loose streak position in stage 2 and 3 where you have little HP to work with, because once you get into these fights, like against this Rammus board, where you're not able to get the chain kills on the front line to get really the HP burst from the sorcerer kills, it's just a nightmare. You really have to prey on very weak front line, which the meta has shifted near the end of the set towards much stronger front line with Six Bastion, for example, both in the Kog'Maw and the reroll era, and now in the Fast 9 era as well. So I think sorcerers, for those reasons, has had a very tough time coming up into the meta, only from specific spots and I think specific players. I mentioned Basic earlier. Hopefully at least one game this tournament, he can play his source line.
Tomino would be another one with a lot of sort games. Lau is one of them. And if you really want to go into these lines, I'll just talk about the preconditions here is that you do have to find the Sork emblem. If you do have that, we've seen Camuli play it very successful over there. And if you have Locket Garen, then that opens up the Yuumi line.
All right, well, we do have, while we wait for our players to get ready for our third game, we do have a special interview with one of our guests from Riot. So, Hupe, tell us a little more.
Yeah, I'm here with Dylan, TFT Esport Lead for Tactician. Dylan, amazing event. We're now here in beautiful Alicante. How does it feel to finally bring the face-to-face intervention here for the players?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. It's super cool to see everybody in person, all the players talking to each other and like discussing strats and kind of BMing each other a little bit, but also just cool to see the co-streamers on site and interacting with the players as well. The stage is beautiful, and the beautiful Tac Crown is there as well.
Nice. Can you tell us a little about the vision of TFT Esport, especially Tac Crown? What are your thoughts? What are you going for? And what is the expectation for next year's?
Yeah, I mean, the Tac Crowns have always been, about like the celebration of TFT. Then also like, reintroducing, introducing the set, the new set to everybody. So we're kind of thinking of it as like a celebration of TFT, and then, going and looking forward. So we want to celebrate the mastery of the set and kind of going forward into next year. We're looking to continue to find ways to expand TFT to more players and allow them opportunities to compete.
Nice. I'll put you on the spot now. I want your pick, your favorite player to win it all, and it cannot be AMEA. Okay, you can pick whenever you want.
It definitely wouldn't be AMEA. Yeah. No. I have to troll Max, our EMEA lead, but I watch a lot of Robin, so probably Robin. But I can't play favorites. But it's nice to see an old guy still be able to do it. He doesn't need as much APM as he might in League or Val.
Nice. Okay, so this is Dylan, Esport Lead for TFT, and we'll toss to a break and be back with more action in this TFT Tech Round.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again, 'cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Tactician's Crown for KO Coliseum in this wonderful venue in Alicante, Spain, with all the players here from Americas and from EMEA, but also with Jupeson joining us on the desk for these next two games, and also a bit of a breakdown from that last game. What's your first take on this last game? What's your first take on all the action happening here, Jupeson?
I mean, for the action, I have to say people are trying to go for that fast 9 as soon as possible with any excuse. Either a prismatic, either Scuttle Puddle. So anything that can give you that drive, that immediate economy push, that's the way to go. And Shaco made it happen. We saw Cheetos also with good possibilities. So, I mean, if you can get there, that's the way to go.
Yeah, and we're just getting a recap of our previous game, and this was really weird because 3 EMEA players had upward mobility on 2-1. None of them took it. That's considered the best Fast 9 augment, so there's definitely some different reads on the meta going on here.
Maybe some regrets, because it was all about the reroll lines at the end of the game. The top 4 players all on reroll lines, especially Daystake with, I think, a miraculous comeback. Janet too, most of that game, and somehow still managed to top 4. I think there were some low rolls in contest from the 4 cost players, but we got to see very contrasting games in game 1 and 2. You're mentioning the Fast 9 with Scuttle Puddle, a little bit easier, and then the rerolls coming in clutch in game 2. I hope we see a lobby that has a bit of everything, right? The different lobby tempos kind of switching the pecking order of who is strongest from stage 3 to 4 to 5.
Yeah, also niche comp. I saw Michael just recently playing a good 3rd place with the crew. So normally not something we haven't seen a lot. You mentioned in the start, David, the possibility of playing Kale. We haven't seen it yet as a great possibility, but of course, that is that niche comp that would you actually have the ideal spot, you can go for it.
If there's a niche comp I want to see work, it has to be the Kaisa. You know, Riot specifically buffed her on 15.8 to be playable. Haven't seen it just yet.
Clement, don't be shy. We have to go deeper. I want to see a GP reroll with RFC.
The Gather Plank, let's go.
GP is in our minds for different reasons in this set 15, but hopefully he can clean that image with a more fair reroll line. And no stretchy arms in this case.
Yeah, I think that niche is too much, but the guys I love to see it. Maybe corner carry, one of the new augments also with possibility. Fishbone also. It's very particular, but I really think we will see at least 1 or 2 Kaisa games in this day 1.
We did see some players already favoring BT Kaisa, so maybe corner carry would be a smart way to do that. Looking now at the standings after just 2 games, but one key thing to mention, there is going to be an 8-player cut after the 6 games are done for day 1. Only 32 of our competitors will be moving on to day 2. So this page right here, you have to be feeling a little bit of that pressure, Clement.
Yeah, a lot of things going wrong for the CN crew here. 4 players in the bottom, especially Flancy and Zumbai, that were the favorites of that region.
7 players from CN among the bottom 12 players, so definitely a little cause for concern, but this is the TAC round stage. Jupeson, this is where players are so elite that they can easily bounce back from this little slump.
Yeah, previous champion here, double in middle table, also having good possibilities. Lecoco with a bad start and now ramping up with a 2nd place. And now a little more on the top, Dohua making good chances here as a good possibility. Go Bolster or Gobo started amazing, and the one in the front, the one who's looking so strong is Cetus.
Wow, it seems like a blast from the past. Both of these players are really long-term players. Cheetu, the last time he's been at TAC Round and won a TLC, it's been 4 years ago, but now he's coming back into this stage. Best player after 2 games.
And the new generation of competitors as well on the international stage, at least Shaco and Tomino, 2 games in, coming now into that top 8 as well. Cambuli coming back into TAC Round after having a great first performance last set with a final lobby appearance. Now also starting off hot across these 2 games. So really great to see all these new faces, not just the historic names, it's this new generation of talent in TFT who are not shying away from the spotlights, are not feeling any kind of nerves or pressure. It seems like they can hang with the big dogs.
I want to double down on that. I saw Tomino and Shaco just now, and they're perfect. They're the ones who feel more chill, maybe more cold-minded, so actually not receiving that pressure, and that's obviously in this LAN event face-to-face what can make the difference.
And the man here, Tartaman, still in your top 8. He actually had the worst performance in TPC out of the field, but if you looked at his pedigree, you look at how he did in previous TAC rounds, he was always in the top half, still proving that he shows up when it matters.
We were prepping the narrative. I told Clement, don't worry about it. Tartaman will show up on the big stage. He is the clutch player. He might not be as locked in smaller tournaments, but 2 TAC round appearances for Tartman, 2 top 16, which is a very hard thing to do with how elite the competition ends up being with 40 of the best players in the world competing on this big stage.
Double there, doing some meditation. We see Wet Jungler on the side, Tomino there also, having a good chance here, taking some water in and just preparing for the next game. Here at the venue, Alicante, beautiful Alicante, Spain. The players are ready to start the next game.
Like to Travis during that break there, he said, how was your start? Not bad. It's okay. 1 and then 7. So kind of in the middle of the pack there for Travis. Travis is a player who, one of the best win rate players in the field, only behind Ironbog with a 25% win rate across this set. So he's a player who, if he makes final lobby, I would be incredibly scared, especially when he won the Battle Academia Cup at the very start of TPC this set. He played a lot of Varus Fast 9, that old iteration of the comp. He played it 5 times and won 4 of those games. 80% win rate on Varus Fast 9, so a very scary player when it comes to winning out.
Oh, and this is really fun. We get to see who was the best performer in each lobby after the 2 games here, and it's going to be YBY1 out of the Lobby of Death. We expected kind of that, and I think for a lot of people, Campbell winning Lobby 1 was probably not the most favorite pick, but I have him as the best player out of Americas. I think the consistency speaks for itself. I'm a Cam fan.
Yeah, and with great consideration. Cam has done amazing. He's one of the uprising stars, back-to-back Tactician crown right now. And on the bottom, we mentioned Tarman playing strong, being amazing in both games, with good possibility. He had the sunglasses just to make sure that the lights are not affecting him. And Michael, double game, good games, difficult games to be sure. And in the end, getting the crew to work with also 13 points. A lot of people there in that second phase with 13.
Lobby 5 must have been very black and white. We're seeing 3 players with 13 points, so a lot of those other players in Lobby 5 probably had very bad starts with kind of 7th ace and just getting very few points. So those players will have to make a big comeback. In Lobby 3, the Group of Death that we cast the first game of, Clement, not really the names we were expecting to see in the top 4. We have the new school with Bensak and Terry. Terry in his first ever appearance, Tech Round, having a very good start as well with 11 points. So I think we're going to show it's not just about the experience coming to Tech Round, it's a lot of it just how well these players feel across this entire set, how well they feel on this patch in particular, and no real nerves. We've seen some debuts that were very shaky in the past from some of our competitors. In this case around, all the newcomers seem to be doing really well.
Absolutely, and I want to shout out Shaco, CMB, and especially the Brazilian players here. 3 Brazilian players coming to this TAC round, 2 of them ending up in the top half of their lobby. CMB, of course, won their regionals in a pretty surprising fashion, I would say, over Shaco, another Brazilian anyways.
Also surprising?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, Shaco was the leader in points, but of course, Checkmate Foreman, CMB taking the win there. Both playing amazing, and Quintanilla, maybe the player, here it is, laughing, the reroll player. He's been talking a lot. He's a lot talkative there with the rest of the players, talking in English and just trying to make it work. Marcel, another one who is some uprising talent here from the Americas, looking strong. And of course, on the left, Double, the only one with the possibility of taking an additional crown right now, and with also good possibilities for now, looking on the shy side, maybe on the middle.
I want to mention Marcel, a very cool story, someone that came into TFT, at least competing at the elite level, with a very clear goal of, he had experience competing in other titles, came into TFT, said immediately, I want to put as much effort as I can into becoming the very best I can be. And we saw his journey starting off 3 or 4 sets ago with, good results, but nothing special, nothing elite. But set after set, he has improved and improved. A lot of great work ethic. Really has surrounded himself with some very strong coaches and players overall in the Americas region. And he's made it to TAC Round, obviously. He's won one of the first big tournaments in the Soul Fighter Cup in the TPC. So really marvelous to see these journeys where someone comes in a little bit cocky, a little bit confident, saying, I think I can be the best if I put in the work, puts in the work, and actually becomes one of the best players already in Americas.
And getting coached, like you mentioned, Asa was the coach on the start, and Asa mentioned recently that now Marcel is so good that he's the one coaching Asa, and of course, making it work there for them together. And now we're seeing a little of our core streamers, Nuri and Reven, making sure they have everything set up to recently or promptly start the next day.
No Spanish players at TAC Round, but Michael, Spanish-speaking at the very least, also has prepped a lot with the Spanish players across this set.
Hispanic community as a whole.
Community. And I guess they have more caster blessing powers than me because Michael, a very good start after these first 2 games in a comfortable position. Michael, a player who we saw rise to fame really in set 8, Monsters Attack, had an insane run in Vegas. I still remember he had like 8 games in a row where he went either first or second, just incredibly dominant, and then couldn't quite make it to the final lobby there. But someone who hit a huge peak of form in the set 8 to set 11 era of TFT, a bit of a slump, came back into the pro circuit off of the invite slot, won the very first Pro Circuit Cup, Battle Academia Cup, against Cambulee in this super clutch fight where it's one auto attack separated the winner there and rode that momentum into a huge resurgence, a huge redemption arc in his career. So I'm really happy to see Michael here as, I think, historically one of the key representatives for the LATAM region.
Yeah, the Niño Maravilla, or now as they call them, the Wonder Boy.
Oh.
So that's the nickname that the pro elite community has given to Michael. So good to see Benzak hearing so good music. What do you think he's hearing there, Panda? You know him. Any ideas?
Something French. I think France overall has a lot of different genres, a strong presence in the music scene, and I mean, yeah, he seems to be vibing hard, so it has to be French, I think.
I'd be very happy if I was him. Getting second place in the group of death just behind YBY1 over Lakoko, over Ironbog, that's a huge accomplishment in itself. And I think that's the thing we need to pay attention to. How are the players going to adjust their playstyles? If they're on the bottom of the totem pole and they only like to play 4 costs, can they adjust to playing more higher risk and get themselves back above average?
Yeah, taking that first step is the most important, right? As you mentioned, Benzak taking a win or taking a good position here is just you break the possibility of, hey, I'm in LAN event, I'm on face-to-face, will I be able to perform? You start performing, you know you can keep going.
Also, you don't have to really readjust too strongly. It's just a 2-game sample size. Maybe the first game is Scuttle Puddle that really, changes the lobby tempo and the outcome of that game. Maybe we have, like we saw with Double and CL, where you just have these roll downs that don't quite work out for you, despite having a good game plan overall. So I think there's still a lot that can be checked out when it comes to the meta coming into this day one. I think players don't have to adjust too strongly in either direction. And the encounters can be so impactful. The starting augments, if it's prismatic or if it's gold, if it's silver. We haven't seen any silver starts yet, which just reduces the lobby tempo a lot, makes fast line way more difficult, for example.
I do want to give you some good news, Panda. So far, after our 2-game sample size, EMEA is the best region.
Okay, Clement, you're continuing your curse. I see I'm not going to believe it until we have 8 players from EMEA in the final lobby. Then
that's too hard, man. That's too hard, man.
Give me 4. I'll take 4.
You'll take 4, okay.
Coming back to the meta a little, it's amazing to see that. I mean, in regionals we have like a little more close meta, and right now players are not looking to one trick an additional comp, or even a style. We're saying about there are players that are more fast 9 driven, but they will do it. They have the option. They're actually looking for the best spot according to the early game, and flexible play, the one who just get what the game is giving them and has a good plan for it, are the ones who are actually outperforming the rest.
Yeah, I definitely think if you look at the top players right here, for CN, they have to be happy. They have both of their circuit winners in the TOC and JOC in the top 3. That was very unexpected coming out for them. And remember, it's not just EMEA that's on a drought. CN has also been in a very prolonged hiatus since their Set 7 glory days.
There was a time in Set 7 or 8 that I thought, are we ever going to catch up to CN? But Americas took a big leap forward in that case with Replay starting it off in Set 8 in Monsters Attack. And then, of course, Dish Soap, Wage and Iverson coming into the lead and really showcasing what an elite player can do consistency-wise across the last 6 or 7 sets. And CN now has to reprove their power and their dominance that we saw at the start of TFT Esports. Double won the very first, but then CN was just so strong.
And then they didn't want any additional one.
It's
dusty. That trophy is a little
rewriting
dusty.
history is my narrative for Set 15 KO Coliseum.
No, but yeah, similar to CN, as you mentioned, Clement, the possibility of bringing back the Garden of Dynasty, right? That possibility of getting that additional chance. Flancy, one of the players that is actually on that contest and doing very bad, at least on the first 2 games. And still, this is rap for sure.
This is French for sure. I think he wouldn't be so free-flowing if it was English, I think. Considering Benzak is representing France, of course, coming into this TAC crown. Mentioning as well, not just the regions, but the players who have been so close to glory. We have 2 runner-ups in this field with T2 and What Jungler, famously in that Set 9 Terror Forge where he lost a title. In that super exciting game, we saw title, his first big win with the Earth legend back in the day. PTSD coming in for a lot of viewers, I have to imagine, from that last patch coming to TAC crown. But these are players who have been so close to glory. In What Jungler's case, a big step back. having to fight from tier 2 this set, having to prove again that he was among the elites and considered among the top 5 players maybe in the world for a few sets, and go all the way from tier 2 to TAC round, of course, in between that, getting a spot for next set's pro circuit in EMEA, and having a chance now to maybe fight for another final lobby appearance must be huge in his 4th total appearance in the TAC round stage.
And doing it with confidence. He was like, okay, I couldn't make it to tier 1, I will make it right now, and we're now set for the next lobby. We'll be going for lobby 1 for this game 3, which is C2's, the point leader right now, looking strong, and a little of the rest of the players. A lot of APAC right now in this lobby, Clement.
Yeah, 4 APAC players coming into this one. I think Without You is probably the kind of sleeper pick that I have. He's generally considered the strongest out of the TW players, and he's not been very well known. This is actually his first set that he's been competing full-time. He used to have a job before that. I know it's a scary word, but so I'm really excited to see how he does. We have a big study group here alongside with Zembai and Flancy and all 5 of our TW representatives.
That being said, if you dug deep, you would know who Without You is, because he finished 21st at both Vegas and at Macau, which is incredibly hard thing to do with how big the field of competitors are for the open events. And there is an element of variance as well you have to overcome. So incredibly consistent showings from Without You in the past in these tournaments. Knows what it takes to do well when there's a lot of high pressure, a huge prize pool, a lot at stake. And so I'd be extremely happy to see him pop off in his debut at TAC Crown. I think it's great to see another big player from APAC making a big mark on the scene.
Yeah, I want to highlight also Yatsuhashi here, taking the lead or against with Seira, maybe Tidal and Summertimer are there with him, giving energy and providing maybe a little of a Genki Dama here in this anime set to have some chance. And we weren't thinking about Yatsuhashi maybe as a leader or as someone who's favorite right now, but he's doing good. 9 points here, looking strong, playing good, so now a good chance to see him face-to-face and see him what he has to propose.
Imagine the pressure, though. Zeta Division, 3 titles among Tidal, and, well, 2 titles from Tidal, and also last set Summertimer win, of course. So Yatsuhashi has to feel a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He is actually an OG player, was here all the way back in the Fates Championship in set 4. But we're moving in now to game number 3. The chance for some of those players in this lobby with the lower points like Sheepstick, like Bai, to try and come back into it.
And I love the spread of players that we have. We do have 3 like markedly Fast 9 players, Chitu, Jazz Latte, Without You. They are just always going Fast 9 when they can. The other players where we have like Gobustor, Sheepstick, Yatsuhashi, they're much more forecast oriented. So we're going to have a decent spread.
Yeah, we're starting with that S-Real encounter. So Kale here for C2 already having 4 with that encounter and good possibilities. Also full Kaisas here, but of course, we know that CN loves this line, this Kale reroll as a good chance. Already having the rod could be a Guinzo out.
A really nice start here for the bow or the glove would both be acceptable here. And wow! 5 Kales to start. Well, you're just going that.
Also has a Callista too with the Nefiri pair now and the Lux. So one of the strongest openers the entire set has been Soul Fighter, especially if you find 4 Soul Fighter and early Viego somehow is just really, really strong. But 5 Kales is hard to beat at this point in time.
It's a very clear signal if I've ever seen one.
Okay, we've seen Bai here with some possibilities of trying to go for that Katarina as a chance. Doesn't find a good fruit. Normally you want to go for Mars Arcana, Overnight Fountain, something that gives you more angle. We know Katarina is nerfed in this small patch, 15.8. So you actually have to have the best chance and also an slammable item. So maybe right here it would not be the option to go full deep into the Katarina.
Oh, we did see Dehua hit a very early Radiant Hodge with Pandora's item early on. This is a great chance to see who is going to go for those Econ Fast 9 lines. We do have 2 level ups across our board in Yatsuhashi and Without You. This is generally considered a, kind of the middle of the pack Fast 9 augment, but if you want to angle there, you could still take it. And we do have Without You already going for Fast 9. Without You has been sort of the best players in scrims overall. He has a very good reputation amongst players that do participate. So we're going to see him put on a show here.
Sheepstick, a player who maybe has to take bigger risks coming into this game with only 2 points, unfortunately, 8th place in both game 1 and 2. And it is going to be a build-a-bud. Is this the out that he wanted, Clement?
I don't think so. I would think if you hit some of the crew members, if you hit Garen, you're much more happy. If you hit Kale, that's great. But Syndra doesn't automatically build you into a line. And as we were saying, the Yuumi reroll line just isn't as powerful. I would assume Star Guardians is probably the way to go.
Okay, Gobo also with the Prismatic Destiny gets the upward mobility, so he will try to go for that immediate fast 9 that we saw so important, maybe trying to find a little more economy to try to get there.
Talking about Syndra 3, we have seen it a lot at regionals in EMEA with more worth the wait as an option to use it as the pathway to make it to level 9 and play a Seraphine Bastion frontline board, fast 9 with Syndra being there as a secondary carry instead. Build-a-bud is different because you're obviously losing a lot more power, right? The Syndra 3 is not going to do as well with other players having Prismatic augment power in terms of their scaling, in terms of their econ.
Interesting here for Bensak, going for full tempo here with the Soul Fighter Crown. Normally not a pick that you used to have. Maybe the options were not ideal for him. Just having this out, important. He will have to go for full win streak here. For now, making it work, but shouldn't be enough. For now, getting items here on the Nafiri. And just looking to get as strong as possible.
The set 15 special. You have an Nafiri 2, slam any item you want, and you'll usually win streak. Obviously, I think he really wants to find the 4 Soul Fighter to slot into Callista, if you have the Callista 2 especially, and win streak most of his stage 2. This really fits Bensak as a player. He's very similar to Robin Songs in the Americas, where he really likes playing high tempo, preserving a lot of HP, coming into stage 4 at 60, 70 HP, and then maybe eventually bleeding out to a 3rd or a 4th. It's worked out for now, 11 points, right?
Really interested in how he pivots this line because a lot of players are just going 6 Soul Fighter in the current meta. It gives you the same amount of damage output in terms of AD and AP. So this has not really been a high selection choice for a lot of players going for the emblem on the first one, unless you have 4 Soul Fighter to start off the bat.
Without you here with level up, so another player who will be going for that fast 9 possibility. For now, not slamming any items and having a good chance there to go against the Wrath. We have expect the unexpected also for Chitux, so also going for that variance, but of course gaining additional resources and going for that fast 9 angle.
And there's a lot of early Soul Fighters in this lobby so far. Both Chitu and Gobo are angling Soul Fighters that we see. Chitu just sold all of his Kales to put the Guinsus onto his Callista. So this might be yet again another kind of congested angles.
And the one player I would try and highlight and stand out here coming into this carousel and coming into stage 3 in particular is Jazz Latte. We're seeing there he's playing on the Katarina reroll. It's kind of on his shoulders to tax the players trying to go fast 9 with the level ups and the upper mobility to try and make them feel a little bit scared about their HP totals coming in stage 4. If Jazz Latte fails to stabilize on 3-2 and fails to win streak all of stage 3 and the start of stage 4, this lobby will get very out of hand, and I think even the Soul Fighter players will get punished for that in terms of their stabilization on stage 4, and just a red carpet for the Fast 9 players to make it there with very little pressure.
Yeah, to work with Shifty, going for the same, trying to pressure the lobby there with Billabot. This is not an augment that will scale at any phase in the late game, so they both need to pressure the lobby right now. Shifty with Billabot, maintaining the win streak. He will need to maintain it a little more, and now, as you mentioned, Just Latte here, over 9,000, already with good items there on the Katarina. Just trying to maintain also a little pressure, not still Katarina 2. Normally you lose the first round, but at least slamming items. He has the possibility of slamming here Edge of Night also.
Yeah, he definitely wants the full loss streak, but I would say this is a pretty good stage 2. If you hit Radiant Relics and it's going to be a death cap, that's actually one of the better options for the unit. He's already sitting on the pair. So I think this is, I'm pretty confident he's going to be able to break the streaks of the Fast 9 players come stage 3.
Compared to Dehua's Max Arcana Radiant Hodge setup, though, not quite as impressive. A small downgrade. Should still be strong enough, I think, to bully the lobby in stage 3.
That makes sense. Yatsuhashi here slamming the Jewel Gauntlet. Obviously can go on the side, but can be thinking also of that Seraphine and directly going one way to Fast 9. Still the Sera representative. And for now, only Sheepsticks is the one with the win streak. Gobo loses it right here on round 2-5.
Sheepstick with 2 points saves the lobby right here. He doesn't allow any of the Prismatic Destiny players to just get full win streaks. That would be crazy. You get the extra econ. They're also getting like upwards mobility there. So Sheepstick playing a huge part, making sure Gobo Store isn't just straight on to Fast 9.
4 win streak for now. 2 4-loss streak players, both by and Jas Latte. Jas Latte, of course, does have some item slams. It's going to be a little bit harder for him to try and force the win streak unless he just benches the Katarina outright, which he might do. Obviously, ideally, you want to lose by as little as possible to preserve some HP before you stabilize on 3-2. Win streak should be easy here for Sheepstick rather against Bai, who is trying to go for that 5 loss.
Got showing here by trying to say bye. Sheepstick just looking strong here, just trying to go against the Garen and should be able to maintain the win streak. Very important for him. He just needs to ramp out as much as possible. Maybe go even for a fighting Aume, a combat Aume in the second in 3-2. Because, I mean, what's the angle here, Clement? Just try to maintain maybe Yumi or go... Vertical Prodigy is not a thing right now. So,
yeah,
Guardian, maybe?
What I'm looking at right now is that he's really angling for the Yumi, but I'm a little bit surprised because of the way the lobby is shaking up. First, he's on 2 points. He really needs to catch up. And there's also Jas Latte in the lobby that's going to be taking away a lot of the same champions here.
Yeah, Jas Latte that just found that Katarina 2 and maintained the lose streak. So perfect spot now for him.
And for Bai, I think it's an understandable 5 loss. You don't have the full power of your Augmenter yet, right? You're getting your Gambler's Blade coming in now. That should give you a bit of a spike with some maybe natural upgrades in your shops coming to stage 3. That could turn things around. And you need to start winning or at least having longer fights in stage 3 because you want to try and print gold from both the Gambler's Blade and the Mogul's Mail to try and maybe go 9 off of that.
Taking a look at Gobo's board here, sitting on these... what is he called again? I can't remember.
Upper mobility?
No, the
Smolder?
Smolder, exactly. You know, he doesn't feel like a champion to me at times. It's just like...
Oh, he's gonna feel like a champion now. This is stage 3-1, Cassante on the board, Crystal Gambit online, and a Smolder 3. Knowing Gobo as a player who can make things work... Smolder 2, sorry. Making things work with just very flexible boards overall, with upper mobility and strong, high-value power on this board for 3-1, I think he has to feel like he's in a really good spot in this game 3.
I love the 3-2 all-out transition. I haven't seen people use all-out as tempo in a very long time.
It fits Gobo so well as a player. He's one of the most creative players from EMEA overall, who, I mentioned it earlier, hasn't had the best showing to Tactician just yet, but I think this is his time for redemption.
Meanwhile, we're taking a look at Yatsuhashi's board, where he's clearly just going to be angling for the Bastion legendary lines already. Has the Seraphine items built, has the level up.
Yeah, on the other hand, full tempo for Cheetos here, also slamming the Rage Blade, going for that Soul Fighter as full tempo.
We have to have our eyes on Jas Latte. Did win his last fight. He is the player who is in charge of adding a lot of pressure to the Fast 9 players in particular. He needs to try and win most or all of his fights in stage 3.
I just want to say, I feel like this is Cheetu's day. He had the tack crown. That's a 3% tack crown out of the unexpected expectedness. And he has forward thinking.
And he's our current 8-point leader in the standings, so...
Wow, the RNG buffs are just crazy. Everything going well for him today.
Coming from a regionals win in CN and now having a great start to day 1 on the attack round stage, you have to feel good. CN overall, not the best start in the first 2 games, but at least you have one big hero to cheer for in G2.
Yeah, without you, on the other hand, finding an early Jinx here. Not crit item, but just maintaining full tempo for now. And just keeping his options open here. Obviously, good items for Fast 9, but I think the rest of the lobby has a better possibility. Of course, level up will be the chance for him. Trying to find an early Twisted Fate will be the out for him.
Yeah, he does have the best items for Seraphine. The I think it's Infinity Force right now. I can't remember if it's Triforce or Infinity Force. It used to be Triforce.
Infinity Force.
It's Infinity Force now. Okay, thank you very much. And he's also going to build a secondary carry in the Volibear. I think this is one of the successes of Without You, is like he really prioritizes bruisers in a lot of his mixes for tempos when he goes for Fast 9 compositions. So I think he has his board set out. The only problem is that he's also going to be contested by Yatsuhashi.
We're looking at Bai is opting to go, as you mentioned, the Xayah 2 instead of the Gnar 2 as a way to try and make it in a healthy position to level 9. But right now it's a 7-loss streak, so has to turn things around with this roll down and these upgrades and see where that gets him with Overheal picked up as a second augment. Jas Latte is on a 2-win streak, so he's doing his job as a Katarina reroll player, making sure no one's going too greedy with their Fast 9 positions. And Sheepstick as well with the Syndra. The more he extends this win streak, the better that build-up at Syndra looks.
He has to. I mean, full pressure here. And of course, trying to balance the lobby on the other hand. Now Yatsuhashi
Going up against the Super Saiyan here from Bai. Bai with overheal, using Bastion, I like it. Obviously trying to get as much value as possible from the armor and magic resist. Any healing, of course, even if they don't have any items, it's good min-maxing here.
All about printing gold, ideally, with this Gambler's Blade, with the Rage Blade synergy. Xayah, of course, a very good holder of both, and the Swain with the Mogul's Mail. Died a little bit early, but still going to be a fight win, and I think Bai has to hope for at least winning the rest of his stage, stabilizing his HP in particular, or else he will probably have to forget about Fast 9 altogether and be a lot more humble, play for a 6, maybe a 5th with more of a Jinx line.
I think spending 38 gold on level 6 is probably not a good sign that you can Fast 9, even with the double econ generating artifacts right there. So I do expect him to keep out of the lane that Yatsuhashi and Without You are clearly angling because they have the level ups.
Poppy would be so big for Sheepstick on that Syndra line.
Oh!
It has been taken by Yatsuhashi, not going to make it too easy for our current HP leader with the Syndra 3. And Sheepstick did pick up Pandora's items, which is a little bit tricky when you're on a win streak because you want to kind of get immediate value from the augment and just slam the first thing that makes sense, either the round you pick it up or the next round after. You can't really wait for perked items.
He had the tier open, so maybe just trying to slam as much as possible. Maybe 2 possibilities to go for
kind
that.
Kind of like big grab bag with a little bit of upside.
Yeah. Also Katarina here, level 6.
Jazlade doing his job. Everyone that's not playing Fast 9 is saying, go Jazlade, make sure to tax these players.
He has to break Sheepstick's streak. I think that's his biggest mission so far. Oh, and Gobo is also very strong, getting the right augment combination here. Cloning facility with the Cassante triple itemized.
Smolder in the middle, not giving it max value to the Kalista if she can break through the front line. Really good optimization from Gobo here.
Chitu's just trying to hold strong here. Kalista still the carry. And of
There's
course
no way
that
Chitu wins, right?
Nafiri is looking strong.
I mean, Gobo wants to lose. He's double down.
Against Boulder.
That's true, that's true.
So a really good loss. Cassante putting in some work here. Just 2 units taken from damage. And Gobo's looking good. Upper mobility, extra. If he gets gold, especially from his cash out, he can transfer that gold into that much more value with upper mobility as an augment pickup.
Ooh, and it's going to be really fun to see when the level up players actually start their roll downs because you have Chitu there with the forward thinking. He's going to go on 4-2. You want to control it and actually roll on 4-1 to make sure you get the upper hedge.
There's even players that we saw in Game 1 with Calcloss that one of the APAC players rolled early on 3-5 to stabilize on 8. You can do the same thing with level up, for example. You cap yourself a little bit lower, but you stabilize so much earlier and get key units like the Samir, like the Volley Bear.
Makes sense. Yeah, good possibilities there. Sheepstick still maintaining this win streak, so important for him. Decides to go full 3 items there. Finds the early Yumi also. 3 prodigies for him. That Cassante very important.
He's still open though to the Bastion possibilities, not fully locking himself into Yumi as a common vertical prodigies overall, but the early Yumi definitely helps here in this position. And the 10 win streak would definitely help with his econ projection coming to stage 4.
Yeah, should be able to take this one quite easily. Sheepstick with the crystal. Yatsuhashi with the Crystal Gambit online, and I wonder if he wants to pivot, because if you're in this spot, you actually want to play the Crystal and go for a higher cap, especially when you're only on 2 points. You don't really want to play the Yumi. I've never seen the Yumi win the lobby unless it's Yumi 3.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, he has to risk. Only 2 points in 2 games, and now the chance to go. Maybe just maintain tempo, right? That could be another chance and get a force, just try to ramp up. But of course, as you mentioned, Clement, 8 players eliminated today. So the bottom of the bottom, and right now it's only him.
Yeah, that's a respectable option, but it's not the option I want to see.
I think most likely Sheepstick will, the moment he gets his first loss, pivot into the Crystal Gambit and then start trying to go for maybe 6 losses off of that in all stage 4, stage 5, and go for this huge win out, cash out in stage 5.
Yep. The cut for day 1 is about 24 points. So, you still have 22 points to make up in 4 games. It's actually a lot of pressure.
And then you're still going to be very behind for the potential to make final lobby. So you have to really play extremely risky, I would say, from Sheepstick's position.
Okay, Without You with good possibilities. Volley Jinx, we have seen him so many times as a good option. Finds the early Seraphine also. Go deep into the Star Guardian line. And now he can just flex front line a little. In a good spot, trying to find at least a carry 2-star here.
Now there is a Twisted Fate available for him.
No, decides not to take it, so he's going to commit fully here on the Jinx, especially because of the IE he already has.
Not really enough econ to go full for the Fast 9, what we've seen a lot from our Fast 9 players is that they typically roll a little bit on level 8. If they hit a volley bear, then they can go Fast 9 with very high HPs. If they don't, then the decision often is, okay, I'll just stay on Star Guardians.
Would have probably liked to roll a little bit less, just a few rolls to stabilize and then a chance to go 9. Going to be sitting at 20 gold right now, but was close to many of his upgrades, especially that volley bear 2.
Yeah.
So understandably, goes a little bit deeper.
Volley definitely baited him there, so I think he's just staying on Star Guardians for now.
Yeah. It's a difficult position, yeah. Just having the pair of volley, not having the pair of Jinx means that you cannot keep rolling. Maybe just trying to find everything naturally.
And here goes Chitu's roll down. Looks like it's going to be a Luchador flex angle coming in here. This has been one of the stronger lines after Lee Sin has been nerfed.
And before rolling down, already had the Braum and the TF. Not sure what happened there, but definitely a good start to his level 9 roll down. 30 gold to work with. Leona, pair, has the Gwen online, has a luck still that you would want to swap out as soon as possible, but this is looking like a pretty strong board, and no real risk, no real pressure. A lot of HP still to work with for Chitu, thanks to maybe that little extra tack round he was able to pick up at the end of stage 2.
And he will be alone because without you, the one who had level up, he just managed to get a Bolivar 2 and spend all his gold in level 8. So happened what you said at the start. They just use it as tempo maybe, and now maybe if they stabilize here, a good possibility of going level 9, but later into the game.
Maybe a bait win for Sheepstick on 4-1. I think he's now committing to playing the Vertical Prodigy. He's forgot about the chance to maybe go 9 and use this as a tool to get there. We'll see if he'll be punished for it. I think the overall cap Clement will be much lower, but it should be a fairly easy 3rd or 4th to lock in here with the HP lead he has.
Yeah, I think if you can get a top 3, a good rebound game, you're still on schedule to hit that 22 benchmark that you're looking for. Still continue his win.
Wow. Great position here for Ships. I mean, the jobs has done. This Syndra has done so huge damage here for him. Decides to go for Radiant IE, pair of Yuumi. And very important because 2 good units here on Yuumi trying to find that front line will also be relevant. For now, only pair of Casante, no pair of Leona.
The standard non-flexible Prodigy board has been found. The upgrade onto the Leona. Maybe this is where we stop, although it seems you want to maybe push a little bit further, right? You're on Yuumi pair and Casante pair, and you're on a 12 win streak. Your goal really is to maximize this win streak because that's your entire game plan right now. The moment you lose it, the moment you falter on lobby tempo, you're in big trouble playing Yuumi as your main carry.
Yeah, this is going to be without you board with double upgrades found already. He will be staying on here for a very, very long time, but this should make him relatively stable. 46 HP.
Yeah, looking strong now. Decides to go for the body chains here for the Leona, pure defensive. Had the option on Tanzila. Normally better if you need that CC, but Jinx is just too strong without you. The one who spent all his gold and the additional level up is just ramping up right now, and now accumulating 20, trying to find a level 9.
Oh, some big hits for players right here. The Zyra and the Twisted Fate. Very coveted champions coming in here. And Yatsuhashi with the Bastion Fast 9 instantly picks it up.
Casante as well would be huge for Sheepstick, just a natural upgrade, but I have to imagine it's going to get picked up earlier. Just one of the more flexible tanks across the entirety of KO Coliseum. Bai does pick up that Casante. Akali also picked up here, so not really too valuable units left, but the components definitely will be for trying to finish off these main items on your tank or on your carry.
I do not want to jinx it, but I have seen Yuumi's in this spot still go bottom 4. Yeah. It's just
I'll counter jinx it. I think it's going to be a Yuumi 3 angle this game.
Let's go.
Yatsuhashi.
Oh, Yatsuhashi says, nope, never mind. I'm holding Yuumi's. Well, whoa, 2 Yuumi's being held.
He is going for the Bastion Legendary. Here's a first Seraphine coming online here.
Okay, I jinxed it. Never mind. Interesting pivot into Yuumi from a loose streak position and level up. With items still on the Syndra, we are still double down. Of course, you do want to have another loss here if you're Yatsuhashi, but I can say I'm very envious of this position from the Japanese player.
Yeah, I'm surprised. He's still waiting for another cash out, so he's intentionally keeping himself a little bit weaker for now.
Yeah, normally you want to have the +1 Prodigy. It's not a Yuumi he got to on
okay, Yuumi 3 but for the wrong player, maybe.
Okay, pero Seraphine, very important to find that Seraphine will be the ideal carry, and he needs to transfer all the items to her.
Gets 260 stacks. This is really what he needed. Above 250, there's a huge chance for a lot of gold to come in. Let's see what he finds here, and it's the best cash out. It's the 35 gold.
This is a chance to re-pivot your board. You have 2 Prodigy online at the very least with Seraphine and the Yuumi. You want to try and find that Brawn too, especially. And you're down to your last life. A big enough loss in stage 4 with 12 HP could mean you're knocked out in 8th place. We're still missing a lot of key frontline upgrades.
Yep.
Have to work on your power-up. Shadow Clone on TF.
Yeah, this is a situation where you can't go Noxious Trap. You actually need carry potential from your Twisted Fate. He's already 2 stars, and with the items, I expect him to slam there.
Facing against Sheepstick, one of the players who is pushing to win most of his fights in stage 4, one of the players who is trying to break out early when it comes to preserving his HP. Can Yatsuhashi stay alive here?
Leona holding strong, going to the backline there with the Brown situation, and very good. Displacing the Leona, finding the backline, destroying everything, and a good win right now for Yatsuhashi.
This is pretty lucky from Yatsuhashi. He gets to escape without pivoting his fruits away from Seraphine, so that's kind of a small win. This set is filled with APM checks. This does not look very good for Jazz Latte.
5BA still not quite able to make it to level 8 to fit in 7 Battle Academy with the Executioner, the Rise slotted in. With the Katarina, you want to enter stage 5 with a lot of HP still and slowly bleed out the rest of your HP. Fall among the top 4. Maybe if you're high rolling like you saw with Daehwa last game into the top 2 or 3, but I think you're not going to win against any boards coming to stage 5 when you're still stuck on level 7.
Yeah, main tank Garen 3.
Without artifacts, it's just not going to be enough.
Looks like a bit of a low roll from Jazz Latte. 64 rolls on 4-2. He just had to pick whatever combat augment he had to survive. I think this is a get a 6th place and be happy angle for him.
Yeah, trying to find the Rise and the Rakan 3. Oh, there it is.
That's a
Rakan
nice
3
shot. Maybe
confirmed.
some quick APM item swap from the Garen to the Rakan.
Yep.
Unstoppable found the Rakan could cheese him a win if Katarina finds a bridge to the backline, but a lot of it can go down to the over 9,000 stacks as well and what he was able to hit for that Katarina.
Gobo spot looking pretty decent right now. Saira 2 stacking that 5 Crystal Gambit. Maybe not many cash outs so far, but it will keep getting stronger.
The Lee Sin angle should be pretty good onto the Jinx, but the Volibear and the Jinx have taken down the Lee Sin. It's all down to the Ashe now. Gobo has been a huge Ashe enjoyer and a huge Duelist enjoyer the entire set. Is it going to be enough to win here against Without You? The Jinx says no. Gobo takes a bit of a loss, but still pretty healthy when it comes to the HP. Jazz Latte unfortunately gets taken down in that 8th place position. Oof. A pretty foreseen outcome considering his spot coming to stage 5.
Yeah, still not a good TAC round run for him. 7 points across 3 games. He's going to have to play Fast 9 every time from here on out.
Yeah, Without You on the other side, perfect spot here, very good, and adapting to what the game is. We were talking about, okay, maybe he's going level 9, trying to find that Seraphine. It was contested, so just going for the 4th Sniper. Another one of these legendary boards that we didn't see pretty much in the previous patch, but now Varus looking better with the nerf of the rest of the units.
Oh, kind of interesting. Pivots out of the, I think, Gather Force here on the back line. Doesn't have the Shojin, so just going for Rampaging Rage.
I like it.
Yep.
Serious Slam as well. We're seeing here always the Jinx and the Volley on the same side because you want the Volibear to get reset, especially on the weak side, and we're seeing why it is so effective. Volibear does not stop slamming.
Access to the backline for the Jinx.
So much extra DPS. The Jinx can move up, take down one of the backliners, and then it's a clean fight from Without You. And this is the comp Clement that we saw from APAC all the way at the start of the set. When no one was playing Volibear before he got all these extra buffs, APAC was very, very bullish on this Volibear Jinx combination, and now they must feel so comfortable on this line.
It's the way K-Baba won the TPC and got the extra spot for APAC against CN. He was the kind of the first one to realize, hey, you only need to run maybe 5-star Guardians as a stable base and then flex in the Volibear as a secondary carry. And this is a way of how a lot of APAC players play the Fast 9. They roll for a volley, and they're willing to play from that stabilized position, then go 9.
Yeah. Beautiful to see. Also, Shaco in the first game of today, he played it with 4 Luchador and managed to get also a first with that Jeans Bolivar line. So beautiful to see the options right now for all the pro players.
Vensec was trying to get another top 4 in this game 3, but couldn't quite stabilize in the stage 4 with a comp that should be winning most of those fights. Coming in stage 5, 2 losses in a row, down to 12 HP, and just cannot chew through the tankier front lines. Or maybe the Samira, never mind, the Jinx
still alive.
Okay. Calculated. 1 HP in a dream. It's like Daystic last game. Sure, trust is the top 4.
Okay, Yatsuhashi managed to take the win. So he's alive, and Ba is the one in a difficult spot right now. Single-digit HP with possibilities here of legendaries. We see the Saira And we see Gwen, that is not an option right now. Well, some players with, yeah, for Bensak, it's perfect, right? He was playing the Soul Fighter angle.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit dicey for Bai. He really would have preferred a Twisted Fate over just a Ziggs on his board right now.
Yeah.
So didn't really hit what he wanted to. But I think this is a good pivot out. He kind of low-rolled on 3-2 and then said, okay, I'll play the reroll version.
Big Warmog for Sheepsticks playing the Prodigy line, really just trying to buy time for Yuumi to scale. And big upgrades here as well for Bensak. You mentioned the Gwen, it's now paired, so you have the window open to a little bit of a high roll, one of these shops on level 8 to try and find a bit of a spike. But more importantly, Volibear 2 in a pretty contested unit in stage 5 and the set 2 here as well.
Yeah, finding that set 2 is so huge, having that possibility of gaining a little time. He already has the damage, obviously trying to fight the Gwen, but the items are already fully prepped here. Finding a Lee Sin double Last Whisper just to make sure they're on the Lee Sin.
Please give us a challenger Samira. The thing about low HP Soul Fighter is Samira can instantly lose you the fight if she jumps the wrong way.
Oh. We'll be without you versus Bai here.
Yeah, it's actually same fight, yeah.
The Xayah 3 we haven't seen too much of yet. Bai also on his last life. But Without You has been farming players moving now into stage 5 with this Jinx that is just demolishing with this Ramping Rage. It looks like it's another elimination. The Xayah 3 not quite able to hang.
Yeah, Without You taking the win there. So Bai, say goodbye. Bye.
I knew you were going to do it. I was looking at you, Focus-On. I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it. He did it. He went there.
Oh, and Bensak finds a much-needed win right here. So Samira kept him alive.
Maybe some extra gold if he wins this next fight as well. He could find a Gwen too. Maybe some items for the Gwen. He can maybe find a Reforger for this double Last Whisper Lee Sin.
2 big win streakers that are potentially in his pool.
Yeah, last-minute change. Okay, there it is.
So important here. It's going to be hard to break through this Leona. Volibear will be stuck for a long time. If the fight goes long, Yuumi should win it. It's Burst versus a longer fight that Yuumi's looking for.
The Lee Sin is hitting the Leona, so this is good. The Samira decides to go the opposite side just to hit the rest. Leona is down.
Volibear still alive. The slam coming through. I think it's not enough.
No. Okay.
That's it for Bensak. 6th place. I think you have to be happy. This was looking maybe even like an 8th after not finding the key upgrades in stage 4.
Yeah, I have to commend what Sheepstick is doing here. He's just holding all the Brahms for the other players. He's very considerate on their positions right there. And even though he's playing a B-tier comp, he got there so fast, he's able to deny the other players and stay ahead.
Yeah, we saw it in the beginning. It was a build about Syndra. We were not happy, and navigating this comp just feel great right now. And as you say, Clement, I mean, he already accomplished top 5, good HP. He could go for a 3rd.
Yep. Yatsuhashi also lost his win streak. He was on a 5-win streak just there. Most likely lost it to Without You, I would imagine, seeing that he's going 10.
We'll see if Sheepstick wants to go 9 right now to try and find the Seraphine, or if he wants to greed out till 6-2. I think probably with your current HP, yeah, he's going now. That's trying to roll, not much gold to roll with, but 5 Prodigy would be a big spike, obviously, especially for the survivability of the front line with the extra Omnivamp.
Yeah, Without You, on the other hand, 50 gold, just planning to go level 10 and just cap out even more the board. Huge position for him, comfort zone.
Wow, this board is just looking absolutely amazing here. 10 population, 6 Juggernaut, 4 Lucador. And he's been stacking on this Twisted Fate for a long time. So if he can survive this round and get more items and cash outs, find the Lee Sin too. G2 still has that winning angle.
Seraphine targeting could be pretty massive here, depending where that AoE goes out and how many units you can clean up. For now, not really hitting too much. The TF all by himself in the backline, so looks like a pretty convincing win here from G2 against Yatsuhashi.
Yeah, was that Yatsuhashi's, I think it was a ghost?
Yeah, we would have seen a bigger reaction, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Player can.
There it is, no?
Oh,
okay.
Was still knocked out in the end.
Yeah. Taking a 5th here, Yatsuhashi still with good points, so maintaining a good position there in the middle.
Big spike here, Braum 2. Sheepstick could not deny both Gobo and G2 from finding their Braum 2 upgrades.
Gobo found everything with his Crystal Gambit. This is exactly what you need on 50.8. You need the Duelist emblem, you need the Strategist emblem, and you need Indomitable. He hit all 3
He's level
of
10
the best
as well.
ones.
A really scary spot from Gobo.
We haven't seen his board in a while, but I think that's who Without You lost to.
This all goes back to that Smolder 2 on 3-1, a really interesting and strong mid-game to be able to make it healthy into that Crystal Gambit setup.
without you right now, trying to go strong. Access to a backline from the Bolivar, taking the Varus. Should be enough here. Varus is down. So
the perfect break onto the Jinx as well. Gets a little bit distracted, doesn't clean up the fight, but that should still be enough. Perfect positioning from G2 and perfect angle from the Volibear, accessing the back lines right away.
Who's going to face Gobo? I think that's a big question for all of these players. I have to imagine Gobo still is going to beat G2 if they go up against each other.
Sheepstick should probably still be on 2 lives at 18 HP, even in Stage 6. If he's able to get a top 2, I think he'll be very happy with his entire game plan. There was a pivotal point in Stage 4 where he committed to playing the vertical.
I think he's already happy for sure.
Yeah. But, you know, considering he's on 2 points total, getting a second place, I think would be very important for him in particular.
Double screen here on the right, without you on the left. G2, both very strong and trying to avoid GoBuster in this almost final round.
Yeah, let's see who without you gets. Is it Gobo? Ooh, that probably means he's just going to go for the 4th place. Jarvan's also on the right side here. It's going to be very hard to see him win that, already with a 2-second stun.
On the left, the Braum is moving towards the Yuumi now. Potentially, the Braum might move up towards that Yuumi now once he ults here, and he doesn't. He gets actually moved back by the opponent's Braum. So Sheepstick, if he kills enough units here, he might still stay alive and lock in the top 3 at the very least. He does stay alive, barely. So a big, big win for a player who I think needed it the most, with only 2 points coming into Game 3.
It will be a 4th place here for Without You, also playing very, very strong and trying to find the final win.
BA Emblem is so strong on Seraphine. The amount of stats you get from the potential and the damage amp, if you find a Seraphine 2 and you can somehow fit 7 BA on his current setup, it's one of the ways you can cap out this comp a lot. It's a very rare way to do it as well. Can't really angle for it from Stage 2.
Yeah, he could drop his Braum and just fit another BA unit on there, either the Caitlyn or Jace, and he would be there. So very strong pickup coming in from Sheepstick. I'm not sure he hit the unit. He needs to find the 3 cost exactly.
And he needs to find Seraphine 2 as well to really make that impactful and to make the, I think, transition worth it.
Yeah, for Cheetos, it's all about staying alive this round. This is the only upgrade he needed. He cannot sell anything, so just trying to find this Lee Sin 2-star, and this will be the end board for sure for him.
He's actually doing split side. Okay, I thought he wanted same side with the Twisted Fate.
The Braum is definitely on the right side, though, angling on the Constante now and then the Leona most likely after this first pivot. So both of the main tanks from Sheepstick do get immediately targeted by the Braum and displaced. The Yuumi, I think, doesn't quite have the DPS. The TF very, very healthy on that backline. And this is maybe the end of the road for Sheepstick still. A good outcome, a strongly played game, a top 3 with Yuumi.
Yeah, really nice last second pivot for Chi2. Actually throws away the main tank so he can kind of clean up the smaller carries across the board.
Where was this gold last turn, TF? Come on, man.
And for Cheetux, once again, our top in leaderboard right now, taking a 2nd place probably because Gobo is just too strong right now, finding that additional Janna 2-star just for fun, and looking so, so strong here.
Crystal Gambit, once it gets rolling, I think we can sit here and try and say, you know, maybe it'll be close, but it really shouldn't be. There's just so many extra resources and emblems and artifacts on the side of Gobo. The board does look strong for G2, of course. He did just hit the Lee Sin 2 as well, although he has a JG, the CN special. We'll see if that might be a detriment for this final outcome. The Braum could potentially, with Fight RNG, swing it slightly in G2's favor.
It's going to start on the opposite side towards the Ashe. So the Ashe is going to be relatively safe, and there's just so many units on Gobo's side of the board to go through. I don't think G2 really has a shot here.
Yeah, Sidus was damaged, but it's not enough.
Cast again, gets the red buff going, gets the static shiv going as well.
Side is down, but...
Or the Void Staff, rather.
Yeah, too much damage from the Ashe. Lee Sin also.
The Crystal Gambit special, the Gobo special. These are, I think, the 2 players currently in the lead in the standings, or at least in the top 5 right now. So a really dominant start. I think an OK business handshake from both G2 and Gobo, knowing that they're again in the top 2 in this Game 3. They have to feel happy with the start on the Tactician's crown.
Also Gobo, an early riser. We saw him on breakfast today, looking strong. He already took a bath. It was like 6 a.m. in the morning, maybe, Clement, and he was looking good, looking ready and prepared. Now we see him outperforming right now.
And the 2 players that Clement was doubting from EMEA, Tartman and Gobo, silencing the haters at the start of this day. I know why you were doubting them, for good reason.
I go by the stats.
Exactly. But I go by the emotions, and these 2 players, they know how to clutch up when needed to. really happy for Gobo, finally turning things around. Not the best performances at Tac Ground. The last 2 times we saw him show up on the international stage. Very different story in this first day 1.
Yeah, Chi2 with such a good start as well. He's going to be the only player with over 20 points. He basically can just go into the next game and be sure he's not going to be cut. That's a huge confidence booster. It makes you take more risks when you really need to. So great sort of padding coming in from him.
And it shows the differences already in the mindsets. Some players like Sheepstick just trying to stay alive, just trying to make it to day 2. Some players, maybe like Chi2 and Gobo, already thinking about the chances of how do I make final lobby? How do I really cement my legacy in this KO Coliseum set?
Okay, good side now for Cheetos. Has possibility of access, but no, the Bolívar decides to go for the front line. Same side here from Twisted Fate, going for the Ash. Ash is still just too strong. Both carries for Gobo, still alive, and also who doing the heavy lifting in the end. Gobo taking the win in an amazing way. Pure dominance there in the end.
I love Hoopa's attempt at adding excitement into that fight, but Gobo was just so far ahead with the extra resources from Crystal Gambit. I think the only way that Cheeto had a chance was if Gobo's Braum throws Cheeto's Braum right into Ash, and he somehow immediately eats her off the board. 10 seconds in, which is maybe a 1 in 1,000 chance of that happening with the right positioning. In the end, Gobo, a big win for Aegis as well for the teams representing. Did very well in 4v4 this year as well, so Gobo has to feel happy with set 15 overall. He's performed both individually and in a team setting, and a great start to this day 1.
That's not going to be a common sight for the 5 Crystal Gambit Ash lines. Typically in the meta read, you actually fall behind if you don't hit the correct cash outs. You need the duelist emblem and you need the strategist. If you hit the other 50%, then you just tend to fall behind on the fast 9s. So both players coming in with extreme luck and holding hands now in 1 and 2. We have our tournament favorites starting to shape up.
Yeah, some players trying to play tempo there with Soul Fighter maybe not working to get the additional ramp up. But I mean, players trying to play Billabot, for me, impressive, and getting that additional angle, finding the Yumi. So, I mean, players are still open to that flexibility within the meta, looking for some options that give you that additional advantage and maybe get 1 or 2 places that will make the total difference. Remember, this is not like ladder. In ladder, you get 5th, and you're not happy here. 5th normally is a good placement. It's only 1 point away from 4th.
Depending on what my LP is, I might be happy with the 5th, to be honest. But I think, yeah, the elite level competitors like the ones we're seeing here on stage definitely wouldn't be. I think you mentioned the Hoopas on Flowers to Sheepstick. He needed a big comeback. Not some even, with points as well, but also just mentally a reset, going 8th in the most important tournament of the set and maybe your career as well is a tough thing to come back from. I think he played a really good game with the Syndra 3 from Build-A-Bud, and maybe it's the start of the heroic comeback. We've seen at the record, Clement, someone with 24 points can come back and still make final lobby. We saw it back in set 8 with Tech Summers and his Laser Core Warwick's performances. So maybe we'll see the same from Sheepstick.
That would be incredibly exciting. It's getting harder for players to come back because the cuts are so tight. You don't get 6 games to come back anymore. You get 2 to kind of make yourself back into the lobby. So you have to turn it on a dime.
Yeah, and just remember, this is day 1, so 8 players will be eliminated at the end of today. And now, once again, the winner Gobo, full legendary line here, full Crystal Gambit, and we can see everyone, at least the important units, all itemized.
We have a very different lobby complexion right here. The 2 re-rollers in the lobby holding hands on 7 and 8. This happens a lot when you have more players going for the fast 9. The lobby slows down, there's less cards being taken out of the pool, and just paying attention to that is going to be make or break for a lot of these players.
And we mentioned the tempo responsibilities from these reroll players. Bai came into Zaya reroll off of 50 HP with the Mogul's Mill Gambler's Blade start. Was not in a dominant position. Jaslade started off good in stage 3, had 3 wins in a row, but then just couldn't find the right spikes in stage 4, fell behind heavily in HP, did not tax the fast 9 players like Gobo as well, and they were able to easily make it to 9, cap out way higher than they would otherwise.
Yeah, and also it wasn't fast 9, it was slow 9. They actually went to level 8, started rolling, stabilized deeply on level 8, rolling even to true 0, and then after they punished those reroll players, they went to that level 9 and finally taking a good position, especially Gobo. So good to see that type of not going all in, don't being full greedy, just trying to stabilize and then going forward.
Seeing Holy Thoth, our Turkish co-streamer here in the venue. It's so great to see not just all the players competing from Alicante, Spain, but also all of our co-streamers setting up their positions in the venue, having the first-hand experience to experience the Tac Ground.
Yeah, and we do have Froden with Broseth here, also cheering for their America's boys, I imagine.
Yeah, having fun. Obviously, I was hearing them on the end, just looking for that angle, analyzing the best plays here from the game. Two of experts here from the Americas coming up here to Alicante to broadcast directly. Bensak here taking the loss. And finally, Chitus, highlight once again, playing strong, taking a great second place, and should still be our leader in points that we'll see promptly.
G2, probably our biggest competitive streamer coming out of the CN region. He has a huge fan base. You know, he's been going strong for 4 years without stop, and I really want good things to happen for him because he's been one of the hardest workers. He streams the most hours out of any of the players right here. For him, this is a comeback and a start of perhaps.
Give me a number. Normally, streamers are in 120, 110. If there are decent streamers, you have a number for Chitus?
What do you mean 120, 110?
Per month. Hours per month.
Oh, hours per month.
Yeah. Normally, average in a streamer.
He's like a morning streamer,
okay.
And at least like 8, like probably like 40 hours a week. Something like that is like actual real job.
So streamer. 160, yeah, that's
something like that.
A lot
Crazy
higher than
hours.
average. Okay. Now I'm so fresh here. Our French co-streamer also looking at the table here, looking at the French also with good possibilities. Bensak probably one of the ones.
A lot of options if you're a French co-streamer because we tend to have a lot of French players qualifying at TACCRON, of course, the most dominant country in the EMEA region with always some of the perennial favorites like Double 61, like Coco, now on his 5th TACCRON appearance. 3 in a row as well. Double was the only player up until this set to have done 3 in a row for EMEA, showcasing a lot of consistency. The Coco had, I think, 7 and 8 in a row, then a bit of a gap, and now 3 in a row in this kind of modern era of TFT. I think the Coco has really climbed up alongside YBY1 as these really complete players who just know all the tech, all the lines, all the optimizations. They're really happy to take risks because for them it's not a risk. They know the lines, the fringe lines so well that they can go into anything that looks like a good spot and still perform.
Yeah, that calculated risk that TFT players know they should have. Toshi right now representing the Brazilians. The Cadeirada Mundo, I remember one of the most. We haven't seen that many hero augments here. So Toshi just coming here, making sure Quintanilla, Sheiko, they have that possibility of being represented. CMB also regional finalist and winner of the Americas. And of course, Toshi, one of the biggest streamers of all America. And of course, the biggest one in Brazil for TFT.
Game 4 going to start very soon. The halfway point for this very first day of competition. The chance for players to mentally reset, to reorganize what their goals are. Some players maybe coming in very cocky, very confident, could have had a bad start and have to say, hey, I am not immediately playing for final lobby. I instead have to play for surviving. We saw it with someone like Sheepstick, for example. Yep. Players who maybe came in a little bit less confident, a little bit more nervous, maybe have popped off across these first few games and now saying, hey, I'm good at TFT. I have what it takes to play for final lobby. I'm going to readjust. I'm going to play more confident, more cocky coming to game 4.
After the first half of the day, I typically think this is the best situation for your high cap players to start playing like scavengers because you know there's a lot of players on the bottom of the pool that have to go for the fast sign. They have to go for the fast cash out, or their tournament is just over. So you have a steady forecast line, you can just ride it to the end.
Yeah, I don't like the scavenger term. I prefer humble TFT.
Humble TFT.
Humble TFT, trying to go for that top 4 in whatever way possible. And if you have to just grit it out and bleed it out, that will be the impression. So Voucher versus Humble TFT here. Lobby 4 will be the next one.
I thought we only had maybe one 20-point player, but Tomino, kind of an unexpected hero for the EMEA, also on 21 points.
Has really popped off across the last 2 sets in particular. In TPC has been one of those heavy Star Guardian players across the entire set. Found so much stability alongside players like Experian, like Double in EMEA, playing a lot of Jinx. And a really good showing here. No nerves whatsoever. First ever TACCRON appearance. 3 regionals in a row in EMEA. So like Bensak has been one of the fast risers in EMEA and has quickly become an elite player. Representing Slovakia as well, a country that doesn't have many other competitors. Much harder for him, I think, to prep with top players as well. But doesn't matter. Lone Wolf vibes and big player results here. 21 points in 3 games.
5 EMEA players in this lobby. Which one will come
out? No! Yes! Trainer Golems is the answer to our questions, Jupeson. And it couldn't be any other way with Necra joining us It's all her fault.
I am back at the perfect time to be able to see the Trainer Golem game, and I'm so excited. And you guys are not, I understand.
I mean, I might be, depending on which players are favored with their golems. EMEA, cough, cough. But looking at Malajust, the players we haven't seen yet on the big stage, he's going to be starting off with an interesting mix here. Star Guardian, Edgelord, you have that connection with the Zaya, for example. You have the chance to play around the Volibear, maybe. We saw it from Without You yesterday, or last game, sorry, with the Volibear Jinx combo, for example.
I feel like there's going to be a couple of like really good combinations, and then there are some that I'm like not as excited about. But for Wet Jungler, who does have this Crystal Gambit on the Golem already, I feel like that's so easy for you to be able to get that Crystal Gambit in. And you got that Bastion for later if you want to decide to pivot to like Fast 9 or like Bastion Ashe.
I have the tech for you.
What's that?
Before Crystal Gambit was nerfed, Latam player in the Americas, Fan de Kiki, played a beautiful Kale reroll game with Kale as his main DPS carry, but playing it around the 5 Crystal Gambit and getting a lot of extra cash outs as a way to make it to 9 with Kale, and he went first place. I believe it was in, I think it was in regionals actually, week 1. I think you have to have a very specific spot for that to work. You know, Kale copies early on for Wet Jungler, maybe kill items as well, but maybe he's open to that possibility with his setup with both the Bastion, the Crystal Gambit, and the Wraith on that Golem.
I wonder if anybody's going to actually take an augment that's going to help to boost up some type of vertical. I feel like we got a couple of very good choices here, but only time will tell once we actually get all of these augment choices locked in. Malajust ended up taking the Shen hero augment, waited to be the last person to pick an augment, scouted, made sure nobody else was going to be playing Shen reroll, and took Twilight Assault.
What a setup from Tomino.
Oh
Heroic grab bag, Malzahar 2 onto 1. He can slam a JG here as well if he wants to. And 4 Wraith online, an early Rammus. I mean, Tomino, those 21 points might be 28 after this game is done. He is looking very strong already.
I think you might be right about that, but someone else that, of course, is going to be trying to kind of like push the tempo a little bit. We've got Wet Jungler that did take the Heavy as the Crown, as well as Tardman, who ended up taking Spoils of War. So a couple of other augments that you can take that will help you to kind of push that pressure. Now, what do you think about this Deathfire Grasp as the artifact choice from Portable Forge here for Sangyeop?
We're seeing a Sorcerer +1. We're seeing a Soul Fighter +1. This could lean into a kind of a 4 Soul Fighter, 6 Sorcerer setup, potentially for Sangyeop here with DFG. I think just a good burst, which is what Sorcerer wants. You want to get that first burst kill and the chain reaction across the front line that made Karma such a menace back in the very first few patches of set 15.
Yeah, now we're seeing Daisy already with Crystal Gambit here with the Golem. Decides to go for Wandering Trainer once again to an additional one and finds Duelist. So maybe not the ideal one. Maybe in late game you can get a Lee Sin in and get something in, but I mean, it's just too much.
Well, it's so funny because sometimes we actually do see the Duelist Spat as a great way to actually cap out one of those Ashe Crystal Gambit boards, but you want to put that emblem on a champion, not on the dummy.
Wet Jungler's second game, we are seeing him on the Heavy as a Crown, so definitely seems to be preferring or favoring this augment in the current meta. Didn't quite work out last time we saw it. His Jinx 1 died to Dehua's Katarina, and he immediately lost the fight and went out in the bot 4. We'll see if that changes. Losing the fight here, unfortunately, I think he was really hoping for a strong win streak in stage 2.
Tomino used the duplicators?
Yep.
Yeah, fully for the Malzahar tempo.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Of all the people that you could have played in the lobby, I think that was the one person that you were trying to avoid to keep that win streak alive. So I think Wet Jungler, like, while disappointed, can't be super upset long term.
Hartman also trying to lean into this win streak, so it's always dicey when there's 3 or 4 players saying, I'm going to be the win streak player in stage 2, because not everyone can pull it off. And I think Tarman in particular, with Spoils of War, wants to have that snowballing resource effect and wants to try and make it to 9. This setup is perfect for either Soul Fighter or, I think with the Rageblade Slam, playing for TF and that vertical Juggernaut line with Lee Sin coming in as a duo carry.
There are 2 Crystal Gambit players, though. So Tarman gets the good upper hand playing against one of them right now, Daysik. But Lawu also has the Crystal Gambit in.
Ideally, you want someone a little bit stronger than the full loose streakers because you want to kill more units, so you want players that have leveled up while still being slightly weaker than you. It's obviously a tough middle ground to navigate as a Spoils of War player.
Yeah, Tarman in a great position here. Just trying to find the pairs. He has 4 pairs already. Just trying to find something, especially that Nar will be important. And 1 unit in the front line already, either the Nafiri, could be the Aatrox, and of course, that pair of Mundo will be so huge. Maybe the best tank for me in the early game.
See if there's anything in particular that helps. So 2 tiers.
Oh, and I think one of these tiers has to go to double. He picked up the adaptive helm augment, wants to have a double adaptive helm on Garen. He becomes a giga tank. You can really use that as a way to play into Yuumi, or maybe even just a 6 Bastion with Xayah. Double, I'm sure we'll cook up something very creative. Tomino, does he want to stop double? Oh, he doesn't make it in time. It's going to be, yeah, Tomino does get the tier in the end, so double unfortunately has to pick up the rod.
It's almost like Tomino played spoiler to Sangyup, though, because didn't want Sangyup to actually be able to get that. Has that open tier on the Ahri, so it could go like a blue buff, Deathfire Grasp.
I think Tomino just wants the blue buff on Malzahar as well, so the tier was definitely
also true.
A very important opponent for multiple players in the Stage 2 carousel.
It was kind of crazy to see it go that long. Usually that's like insta-grab, the tiers and the bows. All of those things, very hot commodities.
Double and Sangyup, still the ones with good win streak here. And Tomino just trying to pressure a little more. And once again, going up against the Crystal Gambit. Daisy almost full open, so a lot weaker than the second Crystal. So this could be a good face-off. And Daisy, for sure, will be the winner here. In terms, or this is the loser, the one who maintained the lose streak. And
the winner in his game plan.
Yeah. 81 already, so good ramp up here on the early game. Should go for the double up. And remember, the nerf is normally in this patch is for 5 Crystal Gambit. 3 Crystal Gambit still ramping up. So especially if you get it early, you can get a huge cash out, and that influx of gold or the resources, anything is just so good.
Yeah, the nerf was mostly to the snowballing. 5 Crystal Gambit set up in Stage 4 in particular. That gets a little bit too out of hand, especially for the players trying to go fast 9 and trading their HP for resources. Looking at double 61's board. Interesting setup here, not really committed to anything, has 2 extra Rakons here, no copies of Katarina, and full item slams on the Garen for now. This could be a lot of things. It could be Yuumi, it could be Jace Caitlyn reroll, which I mean I would love to see, but with an open rod I think maybe not going to happen.
I think it's like double adaptive on the Yuumi.
It could be a setup as well. Maybe with Super Genius, for example, as a power-up to make a really good use of all the extra mana regens. Well, this is like the $3 Garen, essentially. It's not quite the innovating Rocket Garen, but this is the next best thing with double adaptive and adaptive augment as well. Garen casts so often, he's really hard to kill until you have enough DPS.
Also, he has the chance of going full cap level 9, level 10, and finding maybe 4 Wrath with the Varus also using the Sniper additional. So, I mean, he could go all the way, trying to find full Prodigy, full Battle Academia, full Wrath. He has the Protectors +1. I mean, this is ideal spot for if someone knows how to navigate, has to be double here.
Maladjust.
This is a 5 win though.
Maladjust is on 5 loss and really needs to start completing some of these Shen items. Also needs a couple more Shens.
At the mercy of these Krugs. If he does not find a bow, ideally 2, he could be in huge trouble. Might have to try and fish for like item grab bag on 3-2. Or at the very least, he has to have item prio for the Stage 3 carousel to find a bow there. If by Stage 3 carousel he does not have a bow, I guarantee you it's a bot 4 because Shen is almost unplayable without having things like the Giant Slayer, things like the Rage Blade.
Well, I think he will get priority because he'll keep losing in Stage 3. So I think he'll maintain the...
There's a few Crystal Gambit players. I'd be careful stating that as a fact, Necro.
Well, we'll see. We have a brief pause, but yeah, Dasik is one of those Crystal Gambit players, as is Lawu, but Lawu did end up taking a win somewhere, so that streak got snapped.
Yeah, probably against Dasik. Dasik we knew was the one even weaker than him. So yeah, that chance, and now the open fort here for Dasik working and with good possibilities of going for that ramp up. We saw him at 80, probably now with more than 100 bounty for the Crystal Gambit. So great position for him. He will be the one from bottom to down. And Sangyup, the only one for a win streak so far, and still maintaining strong middle of the table for him.
Very interesting lobby composition as well. 5 players from EMEA. They obviously know each other very, very well. Some of these players have been playing for, well, a very long time, all the way since set 1 for players like Daysig, players like Double. And they've all been playing together in the pro circuit, of course. So a lot of different lobbies throughout the set 15 where they know each other's styles, they know their game plans, they know their general, preferences when it comes to comps as well. And 3 players from different regions just, coming in and saying, we can hang as well.
Well, I think Lawu is kind of one of those big wildcard factors for this particular tournament. One, coming in as just like a new player to the Tactician's crown, but also I feel like since CN does play very different formats, it's always kind of hard to tell where they land with the meta read of things.
Yeah. Also great to see Tardman. Saw him also in Macau, trying to compete also in every open possible. A huge elite player that maybe hasn't had the recognition, at least internationally. Heavy-minded, high HQ, fully into the game. Great character. And also, I like to say a good friend. Someone who likes to talk about the game, likes to share his knowledge on stream. And remember, all of these players, the players on Tactician Crown, are all streamers. So they or are forced to become streamers in one way or another. So you can also watch their POV directly live for this tech card.
All their players keeping their hands warm for the action that would surely start very soon as Wet Jungler gets his PC locked and loaded. One player I want to highlight in this lobby after this stage 2, 5-win streak for Sangyup. He's playing around the Sorcerer line right now, has an RE2 and a Swain 2. He's a player, we have Portable Forge with the DFG pickup. We mentioned it. It's a hard line to play, Vertical Sorcerer. You have to play it from very specific spots. I think you have to play it from a win streak in particular. You can't just move into it from a 10 loss and then hope to stabilize, because sometimes it just doesn't work out if you don't hit your Gwen. So I'm very curious to see if Sangyup, with the help of the Trainer Golem, with the extra +1 Sorcerer, can play into the Vertical Sorcerer line, and if it can work out in this meta.
I feel like it can, but I think, I was talking to Frodan about this a little bit as well, but some of it is just really complicated to make sure that you have enough power, and then it's expensive to actually get to the point where you have the ability to get all of those sorcerers in. You need to get Gwen. You need to be able to actually tech in enough sorcerers, and I think that AP lines in general can actually be a little bit problematic to actually get all the copies that you need. And a lot of the champions that you want in that front line are going to be contested. So can you actually get enough that are going to buy you time for everything to kind of work?
Yeah, also getting there, right? Because we know Wandering Train is just so huge in getting combat possibilities here in the early game. And whoever is only thinking about how will I assemble my late game board is just not enough, especially Sorks, where you need to keep going and pushing. This is perfect. I mean, for Sangyup, going push 6 Sorks right now and just maintaining the tempo is exactly what you want to do with the trainer.
Some overkill potential with Ahri and her ability, so Mage, a really nice power-up to try and get kind of split damage if you get a kill early off of her first cast. Sangyup cannot go 6, has a very expensive board already on level 5 with the Swain 2 and the Ahri 2, so hoping to win this fight, and gets favored with a Crystal Gambit player coming in, so everyone comes out happy. The O-Cage business between these two players, and if we can see a 10-win streak from Sangyup, I think this will for sure be a 6 Sorcerer line from him. It already is, but a 6 Sorcerer line with Gwen and with Karma, and would be very, very fun to see this comp in action in this game 4.
I want to see Ahri re-rolled.
You already got Trainer Golem, Necra. Don't be too greedy with your request, okay?
I know, you guys are talking about humble TFT over here, but I want everything. Now, speaking of which, we do have a second gold augment coming up and a couple of different options. I mean, now that a lot of our players have kind of thought about direction, whether it's been from the golem or the first augment that they've decided, they can go for a little bit more combat power. I mean, Lawu can actually pick Portable Forge if he wants to here. I feel like the items have been really popular for a lot of our players. So as we see people kind of start to lock stuff in, we do actually see Double 61 get the Class President augment for Battle Academia.
Am I tripping, or is this a Golden Quest from Tomino? He has the HP.
Yeah,
he has the gold.
Might be right.
This is obviously you're losing all your tempo right now. Any fight you can win here. I think maybe if he still has Crystal Gambit players in his
But he's pool. So strong with this Malzahar too with 3 items. I actually don't know how much he ends up losing from this. There's still 2 Crystal Gambit players in your lobby as well, so I feel like you can just kind of start to hoard the gold with this win streak that keeps stacking up. Even if you get it broken, you are already like 6, 7, 8 wins in a row. That might be guaranteed based on your matchup pool.
Yeah, I mean, he's proposing himself as the winner of the lobby in this angle and just trying to maintain, maybe trying to find someone in the front line who's actually holding items. Purity damage for now. And Daisy, on the other hand, just trying to get a little more, decides to cash out early.
Yeah, I think probably felt like this is a good spot for him to try and spike. Lawu seems to be full loose streaking again. Doesn't want to be the loser of that outcome.
Okay.
And in the end, has picked up portable forward, so I think it also leads him more into spiking right now. Light Shield Crest for his front line. We'll see what the Smolder can do. Does have a duelist plus. I mean, it's an interesting mix of emblems here for Daisy.
Yeah, well, we were saying like the duelist emblem from the dummy. It's kind of nice if you can actually put the emblem on a champion rather than the dummy itself being the thing that actually like has that particular emblem, since it's very useful. But it will be very great for the Ashe when you get it later.
Yeah. Also, normally the Udyr is your +1 duelist. It's interesting to see because Udyr gives you also additional mentor and good chance. Now you don't need it, so what will be the angle for him? Maybe go for duelists? I don't think so. So it will be interesting to see what the options will be.
We saw from Sangyup goes for the Blazing Soul. Not the strongest option for Sorcerers as a whole because we already get a lot of base AP from the trait, but probably the best option for him to continue the win streak. And he has, beating out Tomino there.
There was that one bow. Malajust is not able to get it, and you can see he still has that open rod on his Shen and could have really used it.
And Double could not greed for the second tier, for the second adaptive, slam the Stone Plate instead on the Garen. So maybe it lowers his cap a little bit with his potential game plan, with the Garen being his main tank. Curious to see if he's going for Katarina reroll from his position. Only had a Katarina 1, it looks like, for now.
I think actually Double did get a second adaptive helm.
There it is. Akata 1.
Maybe not.
No additional 1. Decides not to roll here. I think he will just go full tempo. Finds the Rabadons here together with the Giant Slayer. Good from line items. Not finding the secondary, the double adaptive helm still to have a additional value here from the Aument. So I think he's never going Katarina here, just trying to go fast 8, stabilize with the Yumi, and then try to get some Wrath in, obviously like Asante and those.
Well, you saw that he was holding on to the Malzahars as well, so like definitely could lean into Prodigies. If you get that early Seraphine, then you're also able to tech in a lot more Prodigies, and 5 Battle Academy is enough. I don't know if you need 7.
I think he will push for 7 because he has Protector +1, so he can bypass playing the Cassante. He instead has Garen with Adaptive Helm as a secondary tank with Leona. Goes full into Battle Academy instead, and this is a very double 61 kind of play. You think about the end board he's going to, doesn't seem very strong, but Double's a player who's more about the journey to make it there. He wants to stay strong throughout the early game, play off of what makes sense in terms of fundamental TFT, and his spot in that sense looks quite good. A 2-win streak now as well.
Yeah, the dummy has Wrath and Protector, so it's Cassante as you just mentioned, so probably that's the one who will be taking off. I was dreaming of going more into that vertical, but maybe not a chance. Lawu now trying to assemble a board. Drops out the crystal and just trying to stabilize as much as possible. 58 gold, level 7. So still just maybe 1 round away from stabilization.
And Sangyup seems to be a believer, has his right side of the bench fully locked into that potential sorcerer board. 9 win streak as well. Can he win this last fight against Malajust on the Shen Hero Augment? No bow still for Malajust. We talked about the potential low roll.
Well, how could he get one?
Only a single rod on this poor Shen.
I told you, he couldn't get one from the carousel. He didn't have an open component on his bench. The only hope for him is going to now be this final creep round at the end of stage 3. That if you might have spoken it into existence, Panda. Let's see what the Wolves actually give him.
This is one of the punishments when you want to pick Shen Hero Augment. If you don't already have a bow in your starting component, you are taking a massive risk. It's a low chance you don't find a single bow on your carousels or on your Krug round, but it can happen. And if it does, you're in big trouble. Even his secondary components that are also available don't really slot in as great Shen items. You have maybe the glove for QSS. You're missing Giant Slayer components. You're missing Gunblade components.
Look, he's even actually grabbing more like Zaya's just in case to have like a secondary reroll option.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, there
is at least one bow.
It's not amazing, but I think like you have to take it now and you have to make the most of it.
And QSS as well, I think, should probably be a slam here. I have to imagine. Maybe a Hodge.
Do you not want like... I saw an angle for like Archangels and Guard Breaker.
What? AP's going not the best on the Shen Hero Augment, but I mean, you have to beggars can't be choosers, right?
Yeah,
from this current situation.
You just have to like make something, do something.
Basic, no Ash, unfortunately, on this roll down to 0 gold. We saw him claw his way back from a low roll position when he was playing Janna reroll in game 2. Can he do it again? This is not the place you want to be. So many items left to slam here for Daysik.
Yeah, and also Ash 1 will not stabilize him. He needs to keep winning here. He needs to slam full items. For now, the Smolder, the one holding the units.
And he's facing the Boogeyman. Sangyup, 10 win streak. I think it's going to be an 11 win streak facing Daysik on a middling transition here.
Yeah, and we see the expression. He's not happy. He had to turn out a Crystal Gambit because he was contested. Now doing the transition, trying to find the 4-1 Ash, doesn't find it. And now will be a downfall from now on.
Forward thinking for Wet Jungler. We saw him not quite work out the APM check. Last time we saw him do a one big turn transition. Couldn't quite find the Jinx in time. We'll see if he can do it now. A lot still to do here. Power-ups, roll down units.
He found a Varus, so that is something that he can actually just put into the board while he's waiting for it. But
Poppy
there's
two.
the Poppy 2 that'll help to stabilize the front line. But
It's always a Jinx. Where is the Jinx?
no one can find any of their 4 costs.
There's a Brown. That's huge.
Yeah, may as well take that, I guess. Because
Has
then
a
you would just take out the
spatula as well.
the little guy.
Doesn't have a rod, unfortunately, for the Star Guardian spatula on the Cassandra on the Braum. Still, Poppy 2 is absolutely massive.
Yep.
Healing Orb will be big as well as a combat power option. There's the rod as well, so we have now a Star Guardian emblem. Last power-up added in. This should be a pretty good spot here for Wet Jungler. Daysik on the losing end of this fight, potentially, with a matchmaking.
Rosif there as the power-up, just trying to pressure as much as possible. Jinx, no pair, but with good front line, should have a chance here.
And Daysik gets built out. He finds reinforcement into the Ashe 2 right away, despite having very little gold to roll with. We saw he was at a 0 gold on 4-1, so thanks to reinforcement, it completely saves his game and this fight as well. Daysik stays healthy and alive now, still on 2 lives at the very least, while Jungler now down to 18 HP.
Oh, I'm getting word that Tomino got a Gwen 2 from the Duo Q augment.
Sangyup has his fist raised in the
I
air like the one time I play Vertical Sorcerer.
Oh.
Just beautiful there for him. Rolling to true 0 here with Jungler with the pair, trying to find the Lee Sin, trying to find especially the Jinx.
And Tomino had actually the Malzahar item carry. He was the player who had the heroic grab back into Malzahar 2 on stage 2. So perfect
And
AP
the Golden
items for the
Quest.
Gwen. Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe this is how Tomino has 21 points.
that might be why. The fast APM to back it up as well to make that full transition happen.
It's exactly as I mentioned in stage 2. It is going to be 6 Sorcerer with 4 Soul Fighter, making use of the Soul Fighter +1 as well. Trying to elevate that Gwen, who now just has a DFG. Still no Karma 2, unfortunately, for Sangyup. Has still more gold to roll with. Maybe has a chance to spike yet again. Has lost now the win streak.
And a huge win here for Double, not having even the pair of Yumi, just having that 7 vertical Battle Academia with the President pressuring the lobby. So great for him. Finding the Yumi 2 will be huge and in a good position. I didn't imagine that he could be winning, so good recognition of board.
Last pick Yumi would be big if Double can get it. Also would be a chain to finish off a Bramble on his Garen, who's currently still main tank and missing that 3rd item. So we'll see if this Yumi makes it. Nope. Tartman missed on the first one, but was circled right back. And Tartman knows how scary Double is when he has everything online, so he says, I'm not going to make it that easy.
Gets a belt, can go for the Sunfire here, doesn't have a burn still. Sangyup still keeping strong. Our tempo sword player Tomino finding Saira 2 very early into the game, and of course the Gwen 2 that you mentioned, Necker.
Yeah, it's just so cool. Like everything kind of came together so beautifully for this board. But with the rest of the Soul Fighter setup, you get the Sat 2, looking just to be able to finish off the Braum. Oh, I can't believe you have to sell the Gwen. So crazy. But you've got the Zyra. Everything is looking really great on this board so far.
Yeah, and Challenger players already know this if you're watching, but for players introducing to TFT, normally you see more maybe support units on the Gwen, but when you're going for Soul Fighter, you're going or for Swords, Gwen is already very, very powerful. So going for more damage in her is actually amazing here, and she will be the main carry right here for Tomino.
I think Tomino had no choice as well. The items were already built on the Malzahar. He just said, oh, Gwen, sure, I'll take the high roll and just transition them over. Finally a win, though. Tomino was on a 6-loss streak after picking up Golden Quest, despite being one of the win streakers early on with Sangyup. So I think a sigh of relief, showcasing that maybe that augment pickup wasn't a grief. We'll see if he can stabilize the rest of this stage for Maladjust. Has finished 3 items on the Shen. Maybe not best in slot, but close to it. And is now just missing for that one-off final upgrade.
Still can't get it. He has to sell pieces to actually try to get the roll down. And he's still 1 off. At 17 HP, it is just not looking easy for him to actually get any higher placement than 8th. And especially going up against Sangyup, who does have the Sorcerer board.
I think Sangyup hasn't fully capped yet. He did like a small roll down, see what I can hit, and now he's leveraging his HP to try and just go straight to 9 to have better chances to find Gwen too, because Tomino already got 3 from the pool.
Oh, but he's going to win anyway.
And that's not good news for Maladjust. If he's losing to Sangyup, that means he is in big trouble.
Well, he's got 1 round of creeps.
Yeah. The thing is, going now to stage 5, normally you want to pressure stage 4 with the Shen 3 already, and now just getting your ramp up of stage 5 just doesn't feel good. Maladjust 5 HP, Lao still strong. I think it's very, very difficult for him to even survive an additional round.
Tarman has 8 Soul Fighter online now.
Really cooking. Viego duo carry with Samira instead of the Volibear. You have the overheal, really
amazing
insane setup with a Viego to act as kind of a drain tank with Rageblade, with Titans, with a BT, as well as a Thrill Seeker. Really cool comp from Tarman. He is cooking. If he hits the Viego 3, I would love to see what this comp can do.
Yeah, making that line open here. 2 additional Viego. Very far away, but probably will keep rolling here and stabilize the rest of the board. Still hasn't found the set 2. No pairs. Oh, there's the pair. So maybe more options here to roll. Finds also an additional one. Oh, there it is.
Keep talking Hoop is on. Every roll, he's hitting something.
Yeah.
1 more. Come on.
About a value rolling here. Should not break 10. There's an additional Viego. So decides to go to true 0 and try to fish it.
Tarman knows his cap. He's not going to win this game, so he knows that each of the fights here at the start of stage 5 are pivotal for his placement, trying to fight for maybe a 4th place.
Oh, and finally the Fury break here, going full damage here on the Ashe. So we see on the front line there the Kale. The idea is that Kale dies immediately and then transfers full AD damage to the Ashe, and that Ashe will be the hyper carry here for this is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, what an easy win for this board. Starts to get a lot of nice loot coming through from that 5 Crystal Gambit. And Sangyup still looking for that final upgrade. Still has a pair of Gwen now. And, well, Mal just found the Shen. It doesn't matter.
Oh, man.
Poor guy.
Too little, too late. Too risky of a game plan, not having the bow right away. I think you always think, I'll find it on the stage 2 carousel, I'll find it on Krugs, I'll find it on the stage 3 carousel. It wasn't until 4-1 that the first item was fully slammed onto Shen. And when you're playing a hero augment in particular, that is just way too late.
But then also, you didn't get your 3-star Shen until stage 5. Like, it's just so hard. So
compiling low rolls.
Yeah, just a tough game for Maladjust. Hopefully he can brush that one off and really clutch up for the last 2 games of the day.
Lago looking strong here with Jinx and Seraphine, both very low in HP right now. So it's not enough for him. Trying to access backline there with the Bolivar. Only Bolivar gun, one. Star Guardian Bolivar trying to make a difference, but it's just too much frontline right now for double.
It's a really good setup for double, and just 2-item poppy.
Oh, Seraphine, huge ult onto the back, takes out the Yumi, and a huge win right now for Lago to maintain alive.
Look at Double's bench. He is going for a Caitlyn 3 as well. Yeah. This is like, I think there's no other player in the field that would go down this specific 7 Battle Academy line playing full tempo around whatever he is hitting. Not going for just the Yumi or just the Katarina or just the Caitlyn Jace, but a mix of all 3 playing fully into that vertical.
I like it. Well, I mean, if you know that you're relatively uncontested for all of your champions as well, you may as well just hold all those extra copies and see if you can, collect them while you level.
Yeah, Daisy doing an adaptation here. You can leave alone the Kayle in the front, but if you do, normally position gets hurt. So just put it in the front with something else, and she will sometimes die. So just trying not to reprioritize the positioning.
A tough matchup here for Dasik up against What Jungler on a 5-win streak, and Dasik on his last life, low cap because of the reinforcement pickup, which he absolutely needed to get built out in stage 4. Can the Ashe do it with a Fury break? Can the Jinx clutch up here? The Cassandra is buying so much time with the double artifact setup. And Dasik, if he once again claws back into the top 4, this guy is so resilient as a player.
Tarman also very low and also winning, found the set 2. So pretty strong right now. Still lacking 1 for that Viego 3-star.
No Viego, unfortunately, yeah. On the carousel, I mean.
It would have been nice to be able to complete that from there, but... Well, I hear some popping off, actually, over in another part of our studio.
Most of the players normally quiet, but it's nice to see the hype sometimes.
Yeah, there's so
slamming
much
the
energy.
chair, slamming the desk, and showing emotion.
I know, I want an update on what was going on over there as well.
Okay, Dasik, dire position here. Tarman also 3 players. 2 players in single digit.
He thinks he's strong enough. He's not rolling. He's sitting on 40 gold on level 9. Tarman, I think, yeah, he did hit the Viego 3 despite having an extra duplicator still as well, so must have had a really nice natural shop. I hope this is strong enough. Same kind of setup that we see with Jinx and Volley. You're trying to get Samir and Viego on the same side and break through the weak side, essentially. Last minute swap to the right. We'll see if that ends up pairing off. Oh, it's up against Dasik, and there's so much frontline to chew through here. Plus a Lee Sin, who seems laser focused on the Viego very soon once the set goes down.
Yeah, focus will be on the tank first due to roll right now. So very important. Whoever, okay, set is down.
Oh,
first.
Lee Sin's down. The Viego's into the backline. The Ashe is being targeted. What a setup! A burst of power from the Soulfire board, and Tartman. A clean win against Dasik here, and a great showing, Necro, with a Viego 3 of all things.
I like it. The style is just so cool. And that's also going to put Tartman into only needing 6 more wins to activate the Prismatic Soul Fighter. That actually still sounds like a lot. When I say only 6, I mean he still needs 6.
And
it's not that easy.
Part of the problem for double, QSS final item on your main tank is not really ideal, obviously. Has lost 6 fights in a row now, unfortunately. Did find the Caitlyn 3. Is this going to be enough?
Well, it's tough when you don't have that Leona 2 either. I think the ideal is you get the Leona 2, you can remove the items from the Garen and then put the Leona in the front line with the the burning cape and the gargoyles and adaptive, right?
He has 2 Reforgers. Maybe you should have gambled to try and reforge the QSS. Might be a little bit too risky. You could also go for a 3-item Caitlyn.
Well, he also can't remove it right now because he doesn't have any removers.
Facing off against Sang Yup, the Yumi's looks like she's going to go down. Not enough tankiness. So many players on low HP, though. Is it a 6th place for double, or can he scratch a few more placements?
Dasik is also out. Oh, so it's going to be double out in 6th, Dasik in 5th. And our top 4 of this lobby secured. Songyop still the healthiest amongst the field with 51 HP. Both Tartman and La Wu on final life. So it's really up to maybe Tomino to start to play spoiler a little bit. But maybe it's Tartman who can win. And that was another win for him. So I actually think he's only needs 4... He needs 5 wins now.
Yeah.
He needs 5.
Finding that Viego is a huge win condition. Normally Soul Fighter lacks that initial power to ramp up. So it will be good. Sanjom still looking strong. Recognition for him also playing that short line since the start and playing full tempo.
A lot of soul in this lobby. Our top 3 players currently in the standings, all leading in Soul Fighter in one way or another. Vertical Soul Fighter for Tartman, of course, but even Sangyup is playing 6 Sorcerers plus that for Sork. And Tomino didn't really choose this path, but Golden Quest gave him a Gwen too, so he said, sure, why not?
Really hasn't been like a bad option, but I think unfortunately for Tomino, it hasn't really been able to be like a super win streak in this form.
We'll see Tartman on the right side, the Viego and Samira trying to break through the Swain, trying to maybe get onto the Gwen early. Sorcerer also a very bursty setup, so it's going to be a fast fight on the left. Both boards and players trying to achieve the same thing. Viego seems to be online, has already broken through onto the Karma because of the Gwen aggro drop. And looks like the Lux will be able to clean up against the mech. Maybe not, though. It's a really close fight on the left here.
Wow, he just disappeared there in the end.
Oh, no, Tartman. No, the Gwen couldn't do it. The Viego did so much.
Wow.
It's a top 4 in the end. Yeah, I think you have to feel a little bit bad. The game looked so good, no? With the Viego 3, it's so creative as well. You must feel good as a player.
We have him here on the back. He's just like, okay, it's fine.
Not
it's
bad.
Good. Not bad. Taking there the 4th, of course. Always happy to play with Stall Fighter and get it. But of course, we wanted a little more when finding that Viego. Tomino looking strong here, finds in the Zaira. Once again, we already saw him with the Wen. So probably the winner of the lobby. Let's see if HP low. So maybe Sanjop has something up the sleeve that could turn it around.
The mana rush on the Zaira as well, going to be a very bursty fight, getting the attack speed right away, the cast from the Zaira, and the extra protection on the Gwen with the Zhonya's against the burstiness of the Sork board. Kind of a Sork Mirror matchup here. Samira goes in, does survive, but it looks like it's a little bit too much. A very close win again for Sangyup. Tomino's down.
Oh my goodness. So our finals is going to be CN versus APAC. Lawu has really started to put together a nice little win streak here with the Jinx 2 and the Seraphine 2 and everything else. The Star Guardian Volibear is crazy.
Doing the cosplay there. Love to see it. And I mean, very difficult here because Sanjo has that Gwen 2-star that is just so huge, access to backline, and this Jinx I don't think has the defense to even take care of that. So should be a small win, maybe possibilities here for the Jinx to burst someone very quickly. An ideal ult from the Seraphine can give a chance here for Lawu.
The timing of the aggro drop from the Gwen, if the aggro's already dropped, then the Seraphine can hit both the Karma and the Gwen with her AoE.
There's a whirl.
That can be just a way to win this fight. The Jarvan is going to hit the Seraphine at the very least. We'll see if the Jinx can take down the Gwen with the AoE damage coming in from her rocket as well. At the very least, maybe it'll proc the Edge of Night early for the Volibear to try and clean up.
See,
there's the Seraphine. The Karma's still alive though. She gets the cast off and that might win it.
I was so close. The
And it
Jinx,
does.
though.
The Karma surviving wins the fight for Sangyup.
Wow, Lawu is not happy right now. In the last moment, Sanjo playing tempo from the start with Sorks and finding a win at the end. Great recognition of placement of the path that he had to take and finally taking the win.
I really thought the Jinx had it because it was just so close to seeing an additional cast from the Jinx. But that final moment there, I kind of wonder if some of it was just all of that Gwen damage that came out early really starting to stack up so that the Jinx just wasn't healthy enough for that final 1v1.
We had all kinds of lobby complexions up until now in the first 3 games, but Game 4 gave us our off-meta lobby. 6 Sorcerer takes the win. Viego Reroll makes a showcase. Double 61 plays a vertical Battle Academia with all kinds of carries in his comp as well. So a really cool and creative game from most of our competitors in that Game 4.
Yeah, Malajos on the other hand, a bad game maybe in RNG for him, not finding bows early, going for that hero Augment Chen and as possibility. And now we're seeing a little of the Americas. Old man Robin there, just trying to keep himself very awake. Marcel P also having a good chance on the back. Dohua also with good possibilities here. JD looking strong, and they're all pretty focused here, Necro.
They're definitely focused. I think they're all, a couple of our lobbies are still playing out, so as I hear some pop-offs happening.
Michael, yeah. And that's not happy pop-off, huh?
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Gobo with the now you see me, now you don't. No more singing from Ben.
Yeah,
I think
he stopped the French rap.
No, he's really focused.
And
now.
there it is.
Second half of the day he has to get serious.
This is not good. Michael having a good game 1 and 2. So we'll have some information right now probably, but this is not happy face.
No, it's tough, but I think that's like, it's kind of the nature of the Tactician's crown. Everybody is so strong. Every single game is going to be really hard. You think about the level of player that we have here, and to kind of put it into like a ranked perspective, it's like you're playing a challenger lobby against the top like 0.001% of challenger players.
Yeah, tough. Competition
it's
is
really
tough.
hard.
We're looking at the final lobby screen from that game, number 4. And some really cool boards, like we mentioned. Obviously, finally seeing 6 Sorcerer from the right spot. Sorcerer +1, Soulfighter +1, 10 win streak. Everything came together for that comp and that line to be viable. Even then, Sangyup had some trouble stabilizing because there were more players holding Gwens as well, with Tomino finding it from Golden Quest.
Yep.
Props to Tomino as well, I think took a big risk playing for Golden Quest off of a win streak, trying to I think he was already with 21 points, so he said, hey, I'm going to try and gamble a bit, see if I can have like a really big high roll and play for another first or second here and be in a great position, not just to make day 2, but to be in a place for final lobby maybe even going into day 2.
Yeah, exactly. One of the leaders together with Cheetos there, high placement. So Tomino having a great run right now. And we see some more streams here. Our co-streamers having fun, making sure to cover all the action here. And now we'll see some of the highlights.
This was the highlight.
Yeah, the highlight.
Lulu
Yes.
pop up.
I was like, oh, the game knew I was coming back and just wanted to give me a treat.
And props to Double. I really liked his game. I just think he lowered a little bit. Not finding the tier for this second adaptive would have really changed his lobby tempo and his tankiness really.
Also, maybe going to level 9, he decides to stay there and ramp a placement and maybe trying to find the Varus for the Wrath and also for the Sniper.
Never got Leona too either. Like
Yeah.
that was, I think, kind of the big deal on top of the fact you didn't have that second adaptive. Is that you were stuck using that Garen in the front line when you would have much rather had that Leona doing all of that heavy lifting for you.
With jungler, couldn't find that Jinx too early, went 7th here, just trying to tempo out there with the Star Guardian, so not having a good position here. Daisy also trying for Crystal Gami in the start.
5th place, his spot looked very doomed. I remind you, 4-1, 0 gold, level 8, no Ashe. Reinforcement immediately finds an Ashe. Kind of saves the game, ends up being a 5th in the end, but similar to the Janna reroll game, it looked like an 8th, it turned into a 5th. Last time it was a 4th. Those are a lot of extra points Dasik is able to get, and it shows the resilience of a player like Dasik who has been playing for so long. Definitely knows how to mitigate variance.
Oh, the Seraphine. It's a big cast.
Le Coco doing the double screen. I mean, new generation always have to have a double screen present right here. And of course, once again, beautiful Alicante, Spain for all the players. I mean, it's so hype. I'm so happy to be here for this threshold in TFT competitive, Necra. It's just huge. Seeing the co-streamer together, seeing the players, and now building the tension up. Is that we have seen so many mixed emotion that is just, I mean, it's amazing for me.
Yeah, the highs and the lows of the players, how they've done in their games, how they can commiserate and celebrate with their compatriots, and also get all of the backseating coming through from the co-streamers. No, it has been such an amazing tournament so far, and can you believe that we're almost done with our day? We have 2 more games for our competitors. Our field of 40 will be cut to only 32 at the end of it all. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will get you that 5th game. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to the Tactician's Crown for KO Coliseum. This day number 1 has already proven to be electric. And as we enter into our final 2 games of the day, we've reshuffled our lobbies, and this is our players' final chance to avoid the bottom 8 for elimination. My name is Nekra, and I'm so stoked to be back on the desk with my good friends, Hope-san and Clement. And you can see our players just, kind of just refreshing themselves, rebalancing themselves as they look at these final 2 games.
There was a lot of emotions that we heard back there. A lot of commotion, a lot of yelling, people getting frustrated that the roll downs didn't work as intended. Now is the time to reset. There's only 2 games left. You get the reseeded lobbies, and these 2 games will decide who moves on.
Yeah, 100%. This is the most important of the day for sure. And you were talking about screams and yelling. Normally it's on the America side. They're the ones that when something is good, they show the emotion. Where something goes bad, also we see there JD talking with Kambuli buddies. They're going together, and beautiful to see. I mean, training partners now together for Tactician Crown. Gobo doing amazing here. Nekra top 4 right now. Also one of the, not surprises I should say, but I mean a full competitor that is just having a great day.
I think that was something that we were discussing before coming back from the break, is when we looked at the standings, it's kind of not going the way we would have expected it to. When we think about the players that typically end up doing well at Tactician's Crowns, it's hard to count out those players that have a lot of experience on the global stage, have land precedent. And when you look at kind of where we are in the bottom 8, these are players that you actually would have expected to make the final day.
A lot of our assumptions in the Big 4 are not actually the Big 4 here. Flancy is definitely going to be one of them. I had him as the second best out of CN. Did not have a good start of the day, but he's still ramping up. We have to remember the cut should be around 24 points.
Okay.
So everyone is still mathematically possible to catch up to the historical precedent.
Perfect. Yeah, Lecoco also the one with the best first place in EMEA, having not the greatest day. Just Latte, you mentioned just recently, Clement having a pop-off here with a first place, at least keeping his option open, and Ironbuck. For me, the best of APAC together with YBY, also with the middle position.
Wow. And on this next page, a lot of America favorites, Kambuli, Robinsons, Dohua, all 3 of them have had some pretty good bounce backs in terms of today, but they're still going back and forth on whether it's a top 4 or a bottom 4, and it's just going to require a little bit more consistency to really clear that rest of that competition.
Have to give a big shout out to the mobile players, Sanwei-Zi, Womeng, all in the top half of the lobby. It's pretty insane considering how few games they actually have on the current patch. They didn't get to play desktop for most of their set. And now to the heavy favorites.
Wow, I mean, at the top of the tables, let's give a shout out to Shago, the player that actually had the most points at the regional finals, but just fell short in that final checkmate lobby. That's where CMB ended up taking that crown, but Hope, in the regional finals, Shago was dominating the competition.
I'm playing flexible, and in a meta that was more close than this one. Now he's in his element, playing once again amazing. We see CMD also 9th place, so 2 Brazilian players in the top 9 is huge for the region. Remember, Brazil has never had a Tactician Crown Championship, and doing this is great with not the usual suspect. So I mean, this is beautiful to see. Also highlights for Tomino, GoBobster, they're doing just amazing.
It's just so crazy to me that we have 4 players that are basically new in terms of the TAC Crown level scene make it here. You have Shaco, Tomino, Sol, and Weimu Luoqiu. All of them have no real TAC Crown experience, but now they're leading the pack here. It's really a new day.
I wonder if some of that is just the pressure is off. You made it to the TAC Crown. And I think that's something that a lot of our players have talked about previously, which is that if you know that you're coming in with a heavy weight on your shoulders or a big responsibility to bear, sometimes that does weigh on you mentally versus you're just happy to be here. And sometimes that in itself is enough to allow you to play your best TFT.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 2 Brazilians up, Quintanilla not doing that well, so and
but
he's also
not
having a lot of fun.
Behind.
Okay,
You know,
okay,
he's still in it.
Having good possibilities. Also, the reroll players here from the Americas, and yeah, you mentioned Nekra. Maybe Double has a little more pressure, but he's not feeling it. He's just great. I'm seeing it right here. He's just below us, or just below us. Yeah, having a possibility. He's just having fun, looking strong, looking amazing. Tomino, 2nd place right now, also with great performance and looking clear, mental focus. Totally cold, and it's great.
Yeah, I'm so curious at what these players are trending towards in terms of their compositions. A lot of the players like Tamina, we actually thought a little bit lower of them because of their AP-focused lines coming into it, but they proved that they could still navigate these situations. I think one player we have to mention is definitely YBY. He's really the only one out of the big, S tiers that has kept his promise. He's in the current, I believe, 8th place on the 7th place in the ranking, so still scheduled to hit the finals right there. Still going strong for Vietnam.
Now you can see all of our players are getting ready as the lobbies are being made for game number 5. We have reshuffled things a little bit, so maybe we won't get that mega EMEA lobby like we had for our games 3 and 4. And there can be a little less infighting for these final 2 games of the day. But it's definitely time to lock in, get serious. You know that these last 2 games are going to matter a lot because, as a reminder, points carry over. So not only are you playing to avoid getting eliminated in the bottom 8 of the standings today so that you can continue to play tomorrow, but you also want to set yourself up for the best success heading into the severe cuts that will happen tomorrow in day 2.
And if you're looking at the field, the points this time around is that we have a very condensed upper bracket. There's no one really running away with the show. We saw that with Nandada in the previous TAC rounds where there was just 1 or 2 players like AQ1H that were just dominating on day 1. This is actually fairly close across the board. So it's really exciting. We're not having a clear favorite just yet, but a strong birth of contenders all showing up at the same time.
You know what I want to know? I want to poll our competitors and see what is it? What is the music that really pumps them up? Because I know when we were talking to Malala, he has a few artists that he thinks are like particularly like energizing. And so I've got to know, like who's Daysik listening to? Who is Dohwa actually like listening to there and singing along to?
Yeah, normally I've talked to a few about the music, and normally they would like to listen to music they are accustomed to listening. So it's like rebalancing the brain and drop it to 0. Drop it to base level. Yeah, and just try to play your best because you're not reinventing the wheel here on Tactician Crown. You already did your prep. You know exactly what you're going for, so you just want to feel like if you're at home, right? And maybe lower that pressure.
Yeah, it is a little bit different of an environment to see your competitors across the way. So it's definitely nice to have that grounding moment to listen to that music that you know brings you back into the competitive space.
Maybe a dududunga for someone?
What would be your music? Like, I love EDM. Like, that's my thing.
I'm more Caribbean, so I salsa, bachata.
Oh, nice.
I get a little dancing in.
I was going to say, how do you stand up and
I stand up a little
dancing?
to dance. Yeah, a little.
Okay, nice.
And doing my
like
sit-up sometimes.
DJ stuff because I can't listen to stuff with a lot of lyrics. I think that like kind of drowns out what I'm talking to myself in the brain.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm kind of like Setsi is that like that as well. He listens to a lot of classical music when he's trying to play at his best.
Oh. I love it. Okay, well, we're gonna have to actually get that poll out for sure, and then, see what the masses have to say. As a reminder, if you're tuning in for the Set 16 previews and all of the good stuff we're going to be dropping about our future TFT set lore and legends, there will be the full dev drop released after game number 5 concludes. So please stay with us, cheer on our competitors, and then get that first taste of what is in store for you for lore and legends. Guys, taking a look at that cinematic, it was so inspiring. I'm so excited about what is to come in this next set. I'm cheering for Snek. That Snek has got to get through that battle for Shurima.
It's really been a struggle because we've seen Set 16, but it's like we can't say anything. I'm just going to say it's big. It's humongous. It's the biggest set ever.
Well, we already know there's going to be a lot of champions.
That is said. Yeah. That's confirmed. And yeah, I mean, beautiful. Going back to Runeterra, lore and legends, going deep into the story of the champions we all love. And of course, the IP that complements TFT. And sometimes even easier for players that come into TFT and already play League of Legends because the skin is exactly the same. It's the base skin. So maybe a great save to come back and have that possibility and that chance to once again go into 5th game. As you mentioned, Nekra, after this game will be the dev drop and we have a Zaira encounter to start.
All right, so let's see. Where's that Prismatic going to be for our augment selection as we get a chance to load into our lobby with some really big players. I mean, Michael, you did hear a lot of the emotion behind that 4th game finish, but he's still entering into this lobby with a good amount of points. Him, CMB, Tomino is going to be the one that's truly at the top here, but everyone with a good shot now to really just catapult themselves forward these next 2 games.
We have a very heavy America's lobby in here, 4 players coming in, and this is kind of interesting when you're fighting for your life and you have those players that played alongside you the entire way throughout the TPC event. So it's kind of interesting where I think the Americas players are going to have a better lay of the land. They're going to know what each other is going to go for a little bit more than the rest.
Yeah, makes sense. Also important to see if the Prismatic would be the start. We have seen that economy Prismatic open up so much possibility for the Fast 9. Michael is trying to find a pair here. Playing automatically, still maybe affecting him the last game. We look at him focused there, but also not in a great mood right now. I mean, he's a player that also, when he hits the pressure, he plays good. I talked to him and he was like, Jupe, I feel the pressure. I feel the pressure of being live. I feel the pressure of having all that time looking at me for results, but I play good under pressure. So I think that's a good skill to have.
Yeah, I think it's better if you can let the pressure out in some ways. I believe he took a pretty hard 7th in the previous game, so we definitely heard some frustration from Michael. And it is going to be Prismatic Finale, so we're going to start off with the gold augments. As always, I'm always looking for double trouble. Which one of you's hat is it?
I don't see it yet, but I do see a Wandering Trainer option there for Tomino up on top. I don't know if we see a Twilight Assault game again if you don't have the right items for it. Definitely didn't work out great, but Dohwa has a chance to give him the chair.
Okay, a chance. Gold Destiny for Michael getting preparation. So trying to find good units there to ramp up as much as possible the middle game.
Tomino actually did take Twilight Assault Shen. And Tomino was in that last lobby that we had where he saw...
It's good.
I know.
But you have
but he saw what
cannot
happens
be
when you
unlucky.
don't have the bows, so...
Yeah, that can be quite troublesome here. And we're going to get Manazame from CMB. This is a very interesting item because it opens up lines like the Sork, like the Yumi to be more competitive.
Not the Kaisa. We want to see a Kaisa game. Still no Kaisa game.
I'm sorry.
Waiting for that Kaisa, man.
He is holding on to the possibility. I do want to point out he does have a Kaisa pair, which is very interesting. But you have to stack that character. You have to get max attack. It's just so hard to complete. And I do wonder if Dahua went with the give him the chair. Because you see right here, Dasik, already with the Mundo 2. He actually had 4 Mundos to start.
Builder.
That's smart. That's smart. You want to avoid that.
But you could really see him taking the time because when he was presented the option, he was the last player to pick an augment, really scouting to make sure that he could actually go down that path. And it's funny because even though he does actually have the bow, opts against it. And I think that's, yeah, you're right, Clement. Like, very smart to do that. Scouting. And Tomino does have the bow start. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, Dohwa, as you mentioned, he had the bow, but he had a good angle to go for the Janna. So has the Janna, has the Kobuko. So probably a Janna veteran together with the additional duplicator. I really believe that's the angle for him.
Talking to him actually after he completed his 3rd game, he said, I had an opportunity to go for Janna reroll and I didn't. Right. So maybe that is a composition that he's favoring for this tournament. It does seem very well positioned, and we've seen veteran Janna reroll actually be able to stand up to compositions that are at level 9 with a bunch of legendaries.
Yeah, we have at least 2 players that are going for 2-cost rerolls here, the Janna and of course Tomino with the Twilight Assault. The player I'm really interested is Marcel because he needs a top finisher. 10 points. Mathematically, he needs 2 final lobby appearances back-to-back. It's going to be very difficult. You need to find yourself in the right spot, and he's giving it up to Destiny.
And ends up with the Adaptive Helm augment. We saw Double 61 take this with the Battle Academia line just this last game. Didn't end up getting a chance to complete a 2nd Adaptive Helm, and it just left him into a really awkward spot where the tank items weren't ideal. Also still on a Garen 2 rather than being able to upgrade that Leona. So maybe there's something that we can see Marcel P do with this. I think at least having the start here where you get the Shadow Clone onto the Kale just gives you a lot more backline with that Rage Blade as well. Where do you guys see this going? Do you think this could be a Kale reroll game, or maybe you just go down the Wraith path line?
I think he wants to commit to Kale. He tried to get the Gold Destiny just to get any additional gold. He knows the 3rd augment will be Prismatic, maybe something for economy in the last augment, and that will be his level 9. So I really think Kale can be a top 1 or top 8 comp, and that's exactly what he's going for.
Cool.
Yeah, I do think I have a slightly different opinion. I think he needs to cap high, and with the amount of copies of Kales he has right now, which is 1, it doesn't look very promising at the moment. So my guess is just tempo, and then try to go into like maybe a Juggernaut Fast 9 with the Guinzus.
We have a face-off here, so let's see.
All right,
Let's see what happens.
Let's see.
Okay, I'm keeping tabs.
If next shop is just 5 kills, that doesn't count. Okay, can we say that?
Gentlemen's agreement, shake hands right now.
Okay.
Well, we do have the Gambler's Blade. So Jazz Latte, another one of our players that ended up taking an artifact from the money-generating ones. And so with the Gambler's Blade, also gets to lock into a Rage Blade, Gambler's Blade, Kale.
And the thing makes more sense now to play Kale because he has the influx of gold. So they're contesting Clement. I think you're now I'm on your favor because he has a better spot even than the other.
Yeah, I do think when you see the Gamblers, Kale, it's usually just like Fast 9 angle, especially if you hit Shadow Clone, it's just so comfortable. The Shadow Clone also generates the same amount of gold as the regular Kale as well, so it's kind of the most prized starts that you could go with. And CMB, he does have 22 points, he's relatively safe, but I'm not sure if you want to play a lose streak Kaisa. I still think this is probably a pivot to somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, makes more sense. You mentioned the Mana Saint going to that sword line, obviously trying to maintain tempo here, but I mean, very difficult to go to a position or to have maybe a smooth transition from the Kaisa to something else. So that would be maybe the difficulty here.
What do you guys feel are some of the best carries with the Mana Zane? It's like it's easy to think about some of the legendaries, but you know, what will be your transition to like some of the 4 costs that can hold that item well, or
honestly, in this meta, it's Braum.
That was actually what I was wondering. It's like the Braum or
it must be a caster, right? No, it's Braum. It's just Braum.
Well, because I see it on Zyra a lot as well, but usually it's like when you get dropped the Mana Zane from a Crystal Gambit cash out, then it's really easy to just apply that onto that particular champion. But I know you know the stats, Clement, so I was hoping for a more scientific answer.
In terms of differential, it might be something like Karma, but I think like most players really like Braum just because you get to double throw, you can throw their tank away, just so much damage early on. We're going to be taking a look to see if Dacia can keep that full 5 win streak here with the Mundo 2. Should be okay.
Good, yeah.
Ooh, cutting it close, but the big stun from the Gnar.
Okay, Dacia maintains the win streak, punishes Michael here, and YFTX also with the win streak. So 2 players, full HP, and will maintain this tempo, and of course, a huge influx of gold.
YFTX is playing around Soul Fighter right now with some heavyweights. You've got the Nefiri that's going to be fully itemized with a Deathblade, Shojin, and a Edge of Night with the Overheal Augment. So I feel like YFTX is set up to be pretty strong in terms of like the melee potential. But then we'll have to see if Tomino can start to get a couple more copies of Shen on the board.
And we've talked about this a lot, but this usually is very uncomfortable for the players in the middle of the standings. You have 3 full streakers coming into the lobby, 2 100 HP, and Tomino, of course, making sure no one can get the easy Crystal Gambit cash outs.
Okay, Tomino here, just trying to hold on. He can keep losing here, no problem. Get that additional 5 gold with the lose streak, go to level 6, and then start rolling. And his position is great. He has a great interest right here. And remember, last time we saw the Shen, only 5-1 was the moment. And of course, we'll see here Tomino in a good placement. This will be a proper Shen game with good items. So we will see when he decides to pop off and get that Shen tree.
Yeah, I think, Clement, I think you probably missed it. But it was maladjust to, I didn't hit Shen 3 until 5-1 and didn't get a single bow until stage 4.
I'm just going to say it happens.
I know.
It's the re-roll life, so you just kind of roll with the punches. Dehua, though, very well set up here. He already has the veteran Janna too, so he's on tempo. He isn't even level 6. This is actually pretty far ahead of where he wants to be, so he's sitting very comfortable. Knows there's other 2 costs that are going to filter the pool for him. Should be a pretty stable top 4 game.
Okay. Dehua already with veteran Janna, having the 2 mentor in. What about Forge?
Yeah, he really wanted to get Horizon Focus, Indomitable for the front line. This is actually pretty good as well for the Kabuko. So decent hits here for the front.
Okay, trying to stabilize it. Very important. Stage 3, you want to have that Janna 2, you want to have the Kobuko 2. Rolls like 15 gold, doesn't find anything.
Wow, but I mean, like, you got 4 Mentor in, which is insane.
Amazing. Yeah,
Yeah.
he found exactly what he needed.
Like, I think you're... Yeah, you want the Janna too, but you're fine.
I was looking, oh, he actually had it. I was looking at the bench, so he actually has everything there.
Yeah.
So very important to do that deep roll and stabilize and finally finding everything he needed.
I mean, Tomino on level 6 finds a Leona as well, so you've got their 6 Bastion in to just help out the Shen, but
There's no damage on this board.
yeah, it's not looking amazing. You really need this Shen upgraded, but I think you're probably hoping to keep these little Nico duplicators to try to finish off the Shen 3, not necessarily make a Shen 2.
Yeah.
This is looking pretty dire for him, I would say.
The Swain 2, a good hit right now, but of course you need the damage.
Yeah. See if we can win out here.
Yeah, Swain's just holding too much and also doing good damage. It's a good base unit for damage here, and of course with the scaling of the Rage Blade. He needs the Shen 2, and that's just enough here.
Oh my God, is he gonna roll for it? Surely he can't, right?
Nah, he already rolled down on 3-2. I think he just gotta
Kind of like leave it alone. Oh.
Yeah, but it's
Oh
not
God,
a very
do you
comfortable
use
situation.
a duplicator?
This is... And he's not going to be able to hit Raid Boss on 4-2, so he doesn't have a save necessarily.
Okay.
It's probably invested save angle, or... I'm not even sure invest is good enough.
Call to chaos.
Okay, Jaslati on the other hand didn't find the Kale 2 in the end. Very important to have it when you have this Shadow Clone setup, but as Clement mentioned, at least he's getting the additional gold
Ooh.
there from the gamblers.
But Marcel P
Against
did.
Yeah, the mirror here. So far,
Yeah,
Marcel
Marcel
P,
P.
level 6 already, so just going for that tempo line that Clement, you won.
Thank you. Do feel like he's going to go for the Juggernaut line. This is something that Marcel P is pretty comfortable with, and even with the Lee Sin nerfs, it's still doing very well across in tournaments. Jaslate is expected to kind of lose here, as he has gone for more of a cash out. That he's on a 4-win streak. He wants to leverage the HP for more items here with the quiet quitting.
He got like 5 gold, so not bad at all.
I think both of these players have lower point totals, so most likely just going to be straight aiming for that Juggernaut Legendaries. This is a huge hit for a lot of players here. We have the Jinx on board. No takers?
Okay, Michael goes for the Jinx. AP Jinx for now. Michael, who's just using tempo for now, so that Jinx will be amazing for him. Had the Saya 1, had the Smolder as a possibility, so now going for that Star Guardian line, having also the Rel pop into the game.
Yeah, he also has forward thinking as well. So as we're looking towards the end of the tournament, a lot of players need to catch up on points. We're going to have more high cap boards across. Michael, Jaslate, Marcel, all likely going towards more Fast 9 oriented boards.
CMB rolling here a little.
What is he? Is this actually the Kaisa angle? I think it's the Kaisa boys. We're going in.
Rolling at 6, finds the Darius too early here. Oh yeah.
He does have 22 points, so I think you can take like a B tier reroll and just, stabilize. That's fine. Keep your lead. However, the problem with the Kaisa reroll is you have to scout the lobby and make sure that no one's playing heavyweights. So far, I don't think we've seen it.
No, we haven't seen it that much. So yeah, no one with the angle to go for that Malzahar, with obviously the contested line, or the line that we normally see when we see the Darius and the Supreme Cell. So yeah, the Kai's a good spot here. He got it very early, so maybe if the stacks are strong enough, maybe stage 4, the Kaisa will start to pop off.
Right.
Okay, there's a transfer here for Michael, finds the Jinx. Trying to get as strong as possible. Doesn't want to waste a duplicator, so decides to keep all units in.
I actually would try to just get preparation on board here.
Okay.
Because he's forward thinking and he's stuck on 5 units.
He was thinking about it.
Yeah.
He decides to just go for strongest board. Marcel P here finds finally, well, already with the Kale 2, just finding good tempo here, holding some crystal units just in case he gets the early Ash.
Yeah, whenever you have this high amount of HP, you can still leverage your stage 4 for a Crystal Gambit. go for like a double down once and then cash out on 5-1.
Okay.
Kind of past that point.
Fully healthy also, 85, 84. So pushing that tempo in a great way here. YFTX going for that Malzahar. Is he committed? Why? No, right? He's
No.
just using it as transition for now.
Yeah, I think he's going for Edge Lords.
Double IE he has.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, also with the overheal, yeah, Edgelord makes sense.
Typically going to go for like, you know, Samira, Volibear, and then transition the Volibear maybe into something like a Lee Sin.
Yep.
Just a reminder, we are going to get the Prismatic as the final one. So there could be a large cash injection from things like Invested, from things like called Chaos. That's going to be what a lot of people are looking for. Marcel, he's locked into this sort of high cap board. He has to go for something that can give him a first.
Yeah, bow here, try to go for that Kraken, very important for him, and then just flex the third item. Ideally, try to get another sword and go for Giant Slayer, just to be more flex. Get a great item for, I don't know, an early twist FA. Has its option open. That's exactly what he wants here. And, of course, doing the roll down as early as possible. He will decide to wait one, I believe, yeah. Okay, so he will be a 4-2 roller here. And CMB is the one rolling right now, finds a Ramus 2-star, and just stabilizing here to pressure stage 4.
I'm really curious how many stacks that CMB actually has on that Kaisa. I haven't really seen Kaisa do all that well. You need ridiculous starts. Meanwhile, YFTX already natural to Samira. He's going into a very strong position here. And the Kaisa count is very low. Wow. 4 Kaisas, 29. This is not up to par. Unfortunately, I don't think the Lose Streak Kaisa angle is going to do that well.
Yeah. Yeah, he will need to kill so much units right now, so the Darius will have to or do the heavy lifting. But of course, you need the kills. It's not only the assist. The Kaisa has to be the one doing the kills, and now having this pop of Darius with item maybe will get, I don't know, he will start maybe taking some away.
I think I was trying to look for this information, but I heard that there was a Kaisa reroll played off of our broadcast.
Oh.
And I want to say it was CMB. I don't know. I don't know 100%. So I'm going to need someone to help me on that one. But it's definitely, how it was out there.
Oh, something happening with Michael. I was like, hey, wait, why isn't he trying to grab up all the level 8 units here?
Are you a lip reader here? You have an idea?
No, I don't understand Spanish.
Yeah, Lupe, you're up.
I'm up. No, I cannot do it. I don't know. I'll try to commit here. But I mean, just a check here, early pause or quick pause. Just trying to check. Michael just getting the pop-off here or forward thinking. And now just trying to ramp up the level. He has additional gold. He will go to level 8 and now transition to the full board he wants. Michael doesn't like to go fast 9. He's a player that loves to maintain tempo every stage of the game. So I truly believe he will roll deep into stabilize and then get a plan to win more at level 9.
Yeah, I was pretty curious about the sponging that he picked up right here. It's a very strong combat augment, but you typically want to play with the vertical here. And I'm wondering if that's what they're talking about. It was a very quick augment selection. So we might have to wait a while, but you know, we have a lot to talk about in this lobby. There's a lot of different lines that are going into this one.
Giving me time to find it, because I know somebody played Kaisa reroll earlier today, and it is bothering me that I cannot figure out who it is.
Yeah, also the Twilight Assault helping the Kaisa player. Maybe that made a differential there to have a possibility. That was Tomino, one of the leaders right now in points, doing amazing for his first round here at Tactician Crown. Also Dohua with a good position. Michael with a little problem there. Jaslate, the one who made the pop-off. 8th place in the in the 2 previous games. And then got a first place. So in a great position also to pop off and avoid the elimination on this day 1.
Yeah, I would definitely talk about the players that have lower points. 5 and 6 are so important to continue their tournament. Those are going to be Marcel and Jaslate, both of them angling towards Guinsoo-oriented legendary boards, most likely the Juggernaut boards that we're going to see from them. I'm not sure how well the rerollers are going to do in this lobby. We did have Dehua on the Janna. We did have the Twilight Assault like you were talking about, but both of them slightly behind tempo from what we can see right now. So, you know, I truly do think like Michael might be the biggest kind of a tectonic shift in this lobby.
Yeah.
Because he already has the potential to go Fast 9. If he can start sealing away these critical pieces from Marcel and Jazz Latte, that makes their life a lot harder to do.
Good items also. You go for that Fast 9 angle, huge goal. So he's going for that chance as a good possibility. Marcel P, trying to go for also full economy, you mentioned. So going for a raining goal and full Fast 9 action. And I mean, he's just healthy in HP, already had the item holder, and now his level 9 will be amazing. So maybe the race, right? Who gets first, who gets the perfect units or the fastest 5 costs as soon as possible, because we know you need a lot of gold on level 9. It's not just getting there. You actually need to ramp up, and if not, the rest will pressure you.
On average, you need 100 gold when you hit level 9 to hit all of your
After getting level 9, yeah.
Yes, afterwards.
I mean, yeah.
So a lot of the players, what they do is they kind of limp into level 9. And the reasoning behind this is you kind of make that gold back with how good your shop odds are afterwards. You know, legendaries, there's a X3 times chance that you're going to find them. But you need to survive for a while. It's not just about getting there. It's that's why I think the best Fast 9 angles are those with high HP, like the one Marcel P is playing right now. It's going to be a race. I think Marcel P and Jazz Latte, you know, a lot of pressure on those two players, both going Fast 9 angle. We'll see when we come back who actually gets the lead there. Who hits the Twisted Fate first? Those are kind of the critical ones who can start ramping.
Get it early, right? Try to get those cash out as soon as possible. And yeah, have a chance to make it happen. This is game 5. Remember, 6 games will be on day 1. And after this game, we have a surprise for everyone, Necra.
We do. Remember, that dev drop for set 16 is going to be released in full after game 5 finishes. So, we're sorry, we're making you wait just a little longer, but we want to make sure that our competitors are having the right environment to play their games so they can finish them.
Le Coco not having the best day, but with a chance of advancing and then popping off and doing a comeback here. So one of the best, if not, at least in stats for EMEA, just below as favorite from Double, doing amazing, huge recognition both local and internationally. We see him there just trying to ramp up the rest of the lobby. On the right, the America, on the left, EMEA, and on the center, the Tactician crown that only one Clement will be able to take home.
Yeah, I can't imagine who's going to raise that one. Having an event in LAN for the first time, I was so impressed by what TOC, the camera work they were able to do, because we saw the players in those clutch moments when the human mind has to deal with overwhelming variance, and you know a lot of it isn't in your own control. A lot of players reach out to family, to fans, to faith. You know, there's all different sorts of rituals. It's really, it's amazing in a very human moment to see how players kind of deal with those unpredictable fates, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's the variance, right? That's the actual component that you cannot control normally. So normally you can play, you can do your screams, you can prepare, you can have all the information, but actually you're in hands of destiny. Sometimes it works for you, golden destiny. Sometimes you don't have anything that gives you a good chance to go again. So, I mean, that the element sums it up.
It's really cool to see, like, these players are our smartest players. They're our most rational, calculating players. But when it all comes push to shove, everyone is still reaching out to something a little bit more. It's not just reason that's going to take you to the finish line. A lot of times it's belief in oneself. It's the community that has pushed you all along. And watching those moments land, there's nothing quite like it.
I got chills. That was
thanks.
I know that was like it was so inspirational. Like I got like chills from that, because I think, Clement, you're really onto something with that. I think a lot of players, while we all like to say TFT is skill based, because it is inevitably, it is skill based. Yes, you can have those variants and that low roll, but it is ultimately the belief in yourself that you can do it, that you actually get the win. And you know, when people are not confident, they don't make the best decisions for their games. And I think that can show itself in gameplay and other facets as well.
Yeah, also happening in LAN events, that if you get a bad placement, the next one is very likely to be also about placement, especially if it's an 8th, because of idle time. Normally, that idle time in your home, you know what you're doing. Okay, I'll stand up, I'll get a treat, I'll get something. Here, of course, players are being treated. They have water, anything they need at any moment, can go to the bathroom. But if you're not home, you're not comfortable enough. So maybe that starting bad is even worse at the start. So that mental phase, that important emotional commitment that you have to have with yourself is so important every time.
Pauses are one of the hardest thing in esports to overcome. You know, technical difficulties, they always happen. They're not new to esports whatsoever. I'm sure we've sat through a couple pretty long pauses. I remember my days back in when we were doing like IEM and League of Legends and all of that. So, you know, fun times. No one's should be new to this. But I think the great thing about LAN as well is that we have a lot of great technical staff that can help fix things and smooth things over just right in front of the players here.
And it's very important that our players are in the best environment possible to complete their games. So again, thank you all so much for bearing with us as we sort through these technical difficulties, and we will be getting back into the game momentarily, so don't you worry. But you know, going back and kind of taking stock of what is kind of happening around the rest of our games, as we got a chance to look at our standings before heading into this game number 5. There are a couple of players that are sitting at the top of the leaderboards that I think are just really great players to shout out. Seoul. Let's talk about Seoul for a second, because I think in terms of like the Asia Pacific region, I think Seoul was one of those players who said, well, they're new to the Tactician's crown. This may not be the best showing, but maybe they are able to kind of show up. And now that I've said all of that, I have caster blessed our stream and we'll go back into game.
Soul's great, by the way. I'm sorry, I put him super low in the rank, and he's proven me wrong. Okay. Dory has corrected me. Best tier 2 Korean player ever. Okay, let's go back.
All right, roll down here for Michael. This is where we left off. We saw the forward thinking pay out. Michael had over 100 gold to roll with and has already invested quite a bit of that to make this transition over to having the Jinx.
Yeah, huge role, and he needed to find everything. He find at least the Jinx and the Volley too. As we know, he doesn't likes to go to that level 9 with few gold. There's a Spongy, giving so many additional great items and the possibility of access the backline for the ball.
Is that a Nico 3 on YFTX's board?
Oh, sure is.
How did he get that?
Oh, he did take.
Was that for Call to Chaos?
Yeah, I think it was. But I still don't envy his spot. He's at 10 gold right here, is contested by Michael, who has a stronger board and combat augments to boot. So he's basically has his escape hatch kind of closed by Michael here.
Yeah, Michael finds an additional unit here. Trying to find something else to... Yeah, the Poppy is the only one missing, has the pair. And trying to find that additional tank that actually pops up here. Daisy playing 4 Mentor. Regular 4 Mentor with the Bolivar, so going to for the basics of TFT.
Yeah, so looking what we have seen here, Marcel and Jazz Latte are still going for Fast 9. They have the lowest points. They've seen these other players. They have pivoted out. They have settled for the level 8 compositions, which leaves those legendaries open for them. They just need to lose as few HP as possible to get to that point. And as we've seen for forecast lines, the most important carry is actually going to be the Volibear. All 3 of these forecast players are full itemizing their volleys, but unfortunately for YFTX, the Volley 2 does win here.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Great for Daisy. I mean, playing this comp, just playing what the game gives to him, and playing full or trying to maintain tempo as much as possible. He's actually very low right now, 41, and this is not a premium comp, but at least he will try to ramp up. He's at 19, so maybe splitting at the middle table right now in points, just trying to get as away as possible from that bottom 8.
Big unit here in that Twisted Fate. I want to see if Jazz Latte already angling for it. He's itching to just go off into the carousel. Who gets it? It's Marcel P that wins the level 9 race. Both of these players started with Winsu's Rage Blade, so that is the preferred carry. And that's good news for Americas as Marcel does steal it away.
Yes, America's very happy with this one.
As the representative,
I'm trying not to be super biased. No, but it is like important to see our players that are towards the bottom of the points here. Marcel, YFTX, Jazz Latte, they need to be able to play these compositions that are going to help them get out of that bottom 8 for elimination. But everyone else is really starting to come online here. I mean, CMB did finish off the Kaisa 3, is 2 copies away from being able to hit the Darius and may not end up hitting the Rammus. But I think you at least got the important one finished, which is that Kaisa.
Yeah, the fire test will be next round, maybe stage 5 for now, maintaining good HP with 50. That Kaisa is still getting stronger, and as you mentioned, Menkra, the Darius will help her with the front line and just try to pop off access to the backline now immediately for the Bolivar. So huge here for Marcel, who's just still trying to do the transition.
No problem. We got invested. You know, we got the late game. Everyone chill. Everyone chill.
Don't worry.
10 points. We're gonna bring it back. So do expect the roll down to happen on the PvE rounds here. So, but Jazz Latte has already gone in. Okay, let's see what he hit here. Level 9.
No Twisted Fates. 1 Jinx. 1 Braum.
No 5 Crystal. Yeah, no, nothing 2-star actually. Well, the Casante is the one who has to take the face for everyone, but there's no damage
Not
here.
looking good.
It always feels so bad when you roll first and you end up with nothing to show for. So that's gonna be great for Marcel. They're on the contested line, but Jazz Latte, it's very dire for him.
Tomino, on the other hand, finds the Shen. We're stage 5, 6. Good items there. Decides to pop the Quicksilver just to get additional tempo here. Going up against Daisy with the Mentor line. Important to fight against, throws out the Yasuo, so not enough damage. And Tomino, once again, in a perfect spot. Player that has been playing amazing, second in points right now with 27.
There's a very stable reroll line here, and I really like this variant that we saw. I believe we saw an EMEA with double, where it's like you go critical threat and you go with the Quicksilver. Kind of like bonuses up on each other because you get the ability crit from the power-up.
Okay.
A really strong combination there. And Marcel.
Varus 2. Good goal. I mean, going to all 9, doing the due diligence, having enough gold to roll, doing some rolling here on creeps, and now we will see deep roll probably still going on. He knows he's contested, so he wants to get as many units here as possible. Finds the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate 2, Varus 2. Looks good.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a lot of gold left to work with, too, so we can actually start to get things itemized and roll.
No front line still. He needs to keep rolling. At least a set 2. Finding the Brown always good.
He does have some good Lee Sin items, but no Lee Sin, so he probably still needs to roll more.
5 jogs. Okay, set is huge.
Who is he missing? Mundo. He's missing Mundo or Lee Sin. There you go. There you go. 6 Juggernaut online. Does have the Sterix ready.
Go faster! Put your items on your champions! Oh my goodness.
This is where APM actually does matter a lot.
It does.
Can he get everything in the correct order? Okay, at least he has a fully itemized set.
Okay.
Xeris has a Sterix.
I mean, AD, not bad. But yeah, not ideal. Enough damage. Goes to the backline. Jinx is down.
So
didn't
close.
cast, so Nico needs to get down.
So close.
YFTX taking the 8th here. The Nico was just not enough. And Marcel Pinao in a good position. 21 HP, still lacking frontline, but with huge carrying possibilities.
All right, come on. Keep rolling, Marcel. Go, go, go. Zyra 2, that's
more
pretty
damage.
big. Come on, Lee Sin. We need 2 more copies, though.
Yeah, anything. Even Udyr 2 helps a lot here.
Hold the Twisted Fates.
Additional set. Okay,
Udyr's
Udyr 2
huge.
is huge. Yeah, it is.
Lots of tanking. Noxus Trap and Doom Barrage. These are pretty good augments for now.
Okay, strong side on the left for Daisy. Not in the best side right now. So CMB winning the position in battle.
I think there's a chance that the Volibear goes directly for the back line in this position, but no, it faces Darius.
Oh.
Wow,
And this
Daisy's not
Rammus-
happy.
Rammus just can't get taken down, and this Kaisa is actually looking very good. No, Dasik is still alive.
Okay.
Well, unless we're delayed on the damage.
But he doesn't really have a cap here. This is probably as far as the composition can really go. Does he have the Lee Sin to kind of round it out? No,
Holding
it's
the
just
Yone,
Gnar.
but yeah, pair of Yone there.
It's like you would really like to, I think, replace the Gnar with something, no?
Yeah, Braum would be better, but I guess we know
There
why
are a
Braum.
lot out of the pool, I think.
And there's the call out from Clement from the start. The Mana Saint Brown, the legend. Exodia Tech has been accomplished.
How about 2 Braums?
What? 6? 6 copies of Braum.
What the hell? Jazz Latte, 2 Braums?
And has the Poro power up, the new one.
Yeah, that's true. Next time.
This is the Fast Line battle. They're all on 1 life. Marcel or Jazz Latte, one of them has to fall here, and it does look like Marcel is a little bit stronger for now.
Oh, but as the Braums continue to ramp up, they actually get to access the back line. But
Wow.
the Twisted Fate of Varus is good enough. Marcel does actually beat out Jazz Latte. That was wild. Well, now we've got 6 Braums back into the pool for everybody else to try to snap up.
That was so close. You could see Marcel, his jaws were open in disbelief. He made it through.
And against one of probably the scarier players in the lobby, I feel like. Especially having to go up against 2 2-star Braums. It's wild.
Yeah, especially when that Manazane Braum was heading towards his bars. You could see he was like, ah!
Yeah, one more ult and it's over. I mean, lacking damage. It was a best shield versus best sword there. So Marcel just popping off there on full damage, and it just wasn't enough. Michael still about 30. Marcel trying to find additional frontline once again. No pair of Lee Sin, pair of Brown. A lot of Brown once again there on store. Still doesn't find them. And goes for the Juggernaut. Twisted Fate. Just to help him a little with the ramp up of the wins.
But it's also nice because you get to take out one of the weaker Juggernauts.
Yeah. If he gets the Braum too, he probably wants to swap over there. But obviously just putting on something that's already 2-starred. Dehua has had a very good time with his artifact. Also with the Spoonging. Just such a great combat augment. And this position, perfect hit. He's hitting both Twisted Fate and Varus. This could swing the fight in Dehua's favor. He also has a snipe on the back line. Marcel getting out-positioned in this fight heavily.
Wow, so much utility there for Dohua. Great positioning from the Kobuko. And the CC making a difference. Marcel P taking a 5th.
That is going to be pretty tough pill to swallow. He only has 1 game to climb back to 24.
He has 14 points now after that. It's going to be really hard.
Yeah, I don't think mathematically it's even possible. He would have to break precedence here.
It depends on where the point cutoff ends up being also. Like, we do need to wait and see how the rest of our lobbies shake out. But if the historical precedence is 24, then Marcel is going to be unable to achieve that goal mathematically, even with the first place in that final game.
Very tough positioning there.
Yeah, we're seeing Michael now, front side on the left, going for that full Jinx. Flex comp here. Jinx, Bolivar with everything in front line, very flexible, only 3-star Guardian. Just trying to ramp up. Bolivar on the back line, but it's just being thrown off by the Shen. Gen is just too much damage, sustain, everything. So let's see if it's just enough here for the Jinx to try to pop off, but Xin is still holding on.
Oh, I mean, the Shen, it's actually being able to get through a lot, and there's not another cast from the Jinx. So the Shen is going to finish off that fight. And Tomino, I mean, doing a lot better with this Shen hero reroll augment and hoping to secure a better placement than 3rd right here, as Michael now on the elimination zone with 4 HP.
Yeah, Mike, just trying to find additional positions here for Michael. CMB is still ramping up, and Dohua, even though he's very strong, he hasn't improved his board yet.
Now, Dehua does have I believe the Lee Sin 2 found for his composition, so he still looks very, very strong just going into this. And I'm surprised by this Kai'Sa board. I think it's doing a lot better than I thought it would. Teching in the Rammus, I think, definitely helps here. So it's not your sort of standard just heavyweights. It's, you know, the focusing on the Rammus reroll as well as the sort of standard Darius.
Roll for Michael, trying to find the Varus or the Brown. Finds only the Neko 2-star. There's the Brown 2. He will need to sell something. Should he here? Maybe try to ramp up. He only has 1 HP, so 1 life left here for Michael. Decides to wait. So very important. Try to get Ghost here. He doesn't, and he goes against Dohwa.
There's only 4 players left, so unfortunately no Ghost
That's
available
the
there
right.
for Michael.
Tomino CMB on the right, as you mentioned. Twilight Chen looking strong. The Kaisa needs to snipe him on the back lane. Darius is being focused right now. Tanks are being abolished. Darius down. And Shen is focusing the Kaisa before. Shen takes it, so CMB falls down.
Oh,
Tomino wins, and Michael's out.
Yeah, I was going to say, watching the fight on the left-hand side, there's a huge stun that came through, but there just wasn't enough damage to actually follow it up. And so, unfortunately, Michael going out in fourth, excuse me. And now it's a race for third. Who will it be? Dohwa looks strong as ever with an 8 win streak being thrown together, as CMB and Tomino right now are going to be the ones that I think have to avoid Dohwa in the matchup pool.
Yeah, we're seeing CMB try to position to make sure his Kaisa isn't targeted by the Kabuko, placing it in the middle, so the Kabuko should target the sides instead. Let's see if this positioning works out for him. He still has to figure a way to actually focus down the units, though. It's kind of the hard thing between the positioning. He's going to go against Tomino.
Yeah, both with strong side on the right. So Shen is the priority here, trying to go for the damage. And obviously trying to maintain the Darius alive as soon as possible. Taking out the Xin Zhao is huge here. Xin Zhao is out, so good chance here for CMB to take it. And Tomino is out. Great play. And the Kaisa, for now, at least top 2 going on against Dohwa, Super Yana veteran.
I want to say sorry to Kaisa. I massively underestimated you.
But the Akali too, just being able to get into the backline, I think was just a huge deal. CMB can still make this Akali even stronger, being able to actually give her another full item. Carousel's coming up here, but is it actually going to be able to withstand the test that is Dohwa's board? This veteran Janna reroll has looked very strong, and with all of that additional sponging value that Dohwa is getting onto that front line, I just wonder if you're not able to get through the Kabuko fast enough with some of these melees.
CMB needs to stack everything. He's doing a staggered position for last-second changes here, but he eventually does need to stack, as we're seeing here. And which side he runs into is vastly important. It looks like he is able to dodge the Kabuko stuns. That could be huge. And he also dodges on the Lee Sin positioning.
Oh, Dohwa doesn't believe it.
Darius is actually on the Janna!
Wow, taking strong side on the left. Dohwa doesn't believe it. Dohwa's still healthy. So it will be a good chance for him to reposition and trying to use that health in his favor for now. CMB winning the positioning fight and taking a great win.
That was
so close.
Geometric genius coming out from CMB right there. His Kaisa actually, he gets the full stack, he dodges Kabuko, he dodges the Lee Sin, and then he gets the wrap. Like, you couldn't ask for anything better right there.
And it's not casualty. He actually moved the Kaisa he plays in a moment that he has to be. Now Dohwa knows. So what will be the adaptation that he will make to make sure that he gets additional damage there? Can he?
I think Dohwa just stacks as well, right? Like, I feel like that has to be kind of the answer here. I think he's going to do a last-second stack, just make sure Kabuko's right in front of the Janna. There's no Darius wrap possible.
Okay. So Kabuko directly there on the left, assuming that CMB doesn't move. Okay, no movement on either side.
Whoa.
It's going to be a last-second swap.
Changed.
Yeah,
Okay,
Kabuko's over.
stays.
Kabuko's over.
Okay. So Kabuko does end up actually getting towards this Rammus, but can the Kaisa weave through that damage? And also, where does this Darius go? The Darius is actually getting stuck on a tank. It does end up being stunned
huge
up.
damage from Lee Sin.
And this time around, though, the Darius falls, so it's just going to be the Kaisa.
Wow.
And we see it finish on one screen before we see it on the other. Dohwa finishes with the first. But CMB, what a performance from our America's Regional Finals champion. A second place with an off-meta composition. Clement, that was pure cinema.
Yeah, I really was kind of down on Kai'Sa. There were so many conditions that you need to hit to make that game work out. But, you know, taking a second place, I think flexing in the Ram is definitely a great move for that Kai'Sa composition. And Dehua, I love that gameplay for him as well. Going for the Janna veteran, it was a very open line. He started the game with the Janna too, so it's just kind of uncontested for him. But the way he capped out on the Lee Sin and his final adjustments to the positioning was just great things to see from him.
Also, Janna wasn't a priority for him in regional finals. Nekra, you mentioned he had the spot to play it maybe in a previous game. He decided not to go for it, and now played it game at first. This has to give you a huge boost in confidence. I mean, a line that you know, obviously, but you don't have it prepared or you don't have it mastered, and now having good possibilities, a good chance and good results, great for him.
Oh my gosh, of course. Like, you know that you've got the meta read, you know that you have the tech correct, you know the optimizations, and this is now 2 games that we've seen from Dehua on the main stage where he has piloted fantastic reroll comps. I think back to that Katarina game that he had with the Max Arcana, and I thought that game looked spectacular. With that Radiant Hand of Justice, he just had so many things going for him, but it's about finding the right signs to say, yes, this is that composition. And again, major credit to CMB for finding the Kai'Sa reroll line and making it work to a second place.
Yeah, America's won too. No, can I jump on board? I'm also let's go. Yeah. On the other end of the board, though, I do feel bad for our, you kind of have to play Fast 9 players and Jazz Latte and Marcel P. It does look very much like the end of the road for likely both of them. Jazz Latte, I believe, on 17 points only. Hopefully they can bounce back a little.
Well, we do have one more game left in our day number 1 of the Tactician's Crown. We, of course, the moment you have all been waiting for is the death drop. Let's see it. Let's send us into Lore and Legends.
Hey Tacticians, Julian here, the set lead on Lore and Legends. This set will transport you into the stories of Runeterra. In our case, literally. To relive Runeterra's most epic moments, experience every region as an origin, and play with more champions than ever before. You probably haven't been counting, but in past sets we've stuck to roughly 60 champs. For Lore and Legends, there will be 100 unique champions to play with, but you'll access 40 of those 100 through our entirely new set mechanic. Go find Mort. I'll let him tell you all about it.
Hey everyone, Mort here. I'm so excited to talk about the set mechanic of Lore and Legends, Unlockable Champions. As Julian said, this mechanic turns a core TFT truth on its head. A set doesn't always need the same number of champions. Lore and Legends will have 100 champions thanks to our new mechanic, which creates near infinite paths to building your comp. Since day 1 of TFT, we've wrestled with the same challenge. No matter how healthy the meta is, there are only so many carries and endgame boards to go around, making endgame screens start to look all too familiar. The Unlockable Champions mechanic is our big swing at tackling that challenge. Here's how it works. In total, there are 40 unlockable champions in the set, ranging from solid 2 costs to super powerful 7 costs. Throughout your game, you'll identify which champions you want to unlock and then pursue. Once you unlock it, you'll add that champ to your pool for the remainder of the game. And the best part, the moment you unlock one, it's guaranteed to show up in your next shot. No luck required. Let's go through a couple of examples to give you an idea on how unlockable champions will actually play in-game. We'll start simple. You'll learn about the full Demacia trait later, but for now, I'll show you how to unlock its 5 cost, Galio. To bring Galio to your board, get 12 star levels of Demacia. This should happen pretty naturally as you play vertical Demacia. Once unlocked, purchased, and on your bench, Galio becomes active. From there, his traits will count from the bench, and he'll eventually dive into the fight with a Shockwave, providing extra support without taking up a unit slot. Now that you've got the basic idea, let's take a look at Yordle, a massive reroll trait that puts unlockables front and center. More than half of the Yordle roster requires an unlock. As for the trait itself, every breakpoint grants fun new perks. Hit 2 Yordle, health and attack speed for each Yordle fielded. 4, your first shop each round has a Yordle in it. 6, 1 free reroll each round. 8, Yordle grab bags full of fun loot. And 10, well, I'll save that for you to find out. Reaching those breakpoints through unlockable units is where the planning and rolling really starts to matter. You'll get a few Yordles just by leaning into their traits and racking up star levels. Kobuko and Yumi, yes, they're 1 unit, is a great example of that, as you'll need 6 star levels of their traits, Brawler, Invoker, or Yordle. Kennen and Poppy are unlocked in a similar way, where simply playing a comp will naturally unlock the units you need, but there are plenty of unlockables that take a bit more planning, including within the Yordle trait. The slippery and disruptive Yordle Fizz requires you to end combat with 6 Yordles or Bilgewater units on your bench. And at the end of this short list is Veigar, a 4-cost whose passive increases all AP received. To unlock him, you'll just have to limbo this high. No, I'm just kidding. You'll need to hoard rods and field a unit with 2 death caps in combat. Ultimately, unlockables should create more late-game comp diversity. Even 2 Yordle players can be playing completely different boards based on who they unlock. And while I'm in the company of these big guys, I'll tell you a bit about the Shurima trait and its unlockables. Shurima is the set's high-powered chase trait. It's all unlockable champs except for Azir, and he's a 5-cost, so you won't see him for a while. Then to unlock the other Shurimans, you'll be tasked with contradictory and ultra-challenging conditions like winning combats in a row for Renekton, losing combats in a row for Nasus, and flip-flopping between wins and losses for Xerath, all without dying, by the way. Victory and defeat, high rolling, and HP preservation, only then will you truly ascend. If you can field all 4, your Shurimans reach godhood, all becoming 3-star. Okay, now how to unlock the next section of the dev drop? Where's that old sun disk?
Can I get a spot?
Sorry, bro. I'm up next.
Oh, come on.
Hey, Tacticians. I'm Anya, a UX designer working on the Lore Finder, our official unlock tracker. Now that you know how to unlock champions in-game, let's talk about how you can track them all throughout the set. We know many of you won't be able to rest until you know you've unlocked every champion possible. Lucky for you, there's a place you can keep track of all unlocks as you discover them. As you unlock units in your games, they'll appear as discovered in our Lore and Legends Lore Finder. Of course, you'll still need to unlock them each game in order to play them, but it's pretty satisfying to finally align the stars by unlocking Diana after fielding a 2-star Leona with 3 items, or 7-cost Sylas when you sell a 2-star Jarvan, a 2-star Garen, and a 2-star Lux. Plus, you'll rack up rewards along the way. And for you overachievers, there'll be an extra special reward for top 4ing with all unlockables. Maybe you'll discover all 40 unlockables over the course of the set, but I can promise you this, it won't be easy. Oh look, Mort's undergoing the Rite of Ascension to unlock the next dev drop segment. That's brave of him. Good luck, Mort.
Now for a few trait reveals, starting with Bilgewater, of course. With the Bilge comp, you'll earn Silver Serpents each round and extra on takedown. You can use these Serpents to buy stats, champions, and loot from the black market. Bilgewater has a lot of fun unlockable champions, like 2-cost Graves, who's unlocked by itemizing Twisted Fate. And yes, we will be unbenching Tom Kench from Gizmos and Gadgets. You have to spend some serious Serpents to get him, though. Feed this Glutton an ally each round to grant him permanent stats, and he may even spit something back up for you later. On the other side of Runeterra, Demacians are preparing for battle with increased armor and magic resist. Every time their team loses a percentage of their health, they'll rally, and they'll rally, and they'll rally for the cause, gaining powerful bonuses. You'll see classics like Garen, Vayne, Lux, and Xin Zhao. Speaking of Xin, if you get the Trials of Twilight augment, you may even be able to field League's new champion, the ultra-powerful, ultra-enlightened, darkened Zhen. If you want an easier way, you could just lock him in on Summoner's Rift, which is on PvE right now. You can also play Xin Zhao and thus Zhen with Ionia. Sadly, we couldn't fit the entire roster of Ionians into the set, but we think we have a pretty good representation with the likes of Jin, Yasuo, who you can 3-star to unlock Yone, Yunara making her TFT debut, and of course the boss himself, Set. And in the true spirit of Ishtal exploration, we're sending you deep into the jungles for some side quests. With the Ishtal trait, you'll choose expeditions to embark upon. If you complete them, you'll earn treasure and power up your team. If you don't complete them, well, better luck next time. But if you're lucky and skilled enough, you could unlock Brock, the Giga 7 cost of Ishtal. He's less of a unit and more of a living, breathing Nexus fountain, really. What's the lore on this legend?
Great question. I have no idea. In theory, the Ishtali made similar constructs to fight the Void, so who's to say he's not related to Malphite? You'll have to wait for my 7-hour-long video on that. And that is after I finish my magnum opus on the lore of the River Sprites. Back to you, Julian.
And if we cross the sea to the Shadow Isles, you'll find Viego and a powerful roster of unlockable champions who gain power by collecting the souls of dead units. Field the 2-star to Viego to start, give him 2 items to unlock Yorick, and then use the traits mechanic to unlock the rest. With Yorick and Viego in the same team, you'll need just 20 souls to unlock Gwen, 75 for Callista, and 150 for the 5-cost Thresh, who brings his whole kit from Summoner's Rift and more, creating a walled prison, draining the life from enemies, and dragging unsuspecting foes to their grave. Speaking of dragging foes to their grave, I better get into this Riftbound game.
The plundering Oro. Good luck, lass.
Ahoy, Tacticians! I'm Ryan, a game designer on Lore and Legends. We need to talk about some legendary units, starting with the ultimate raid boss, Baron Nashor. Get ready for Baron fights to hit the Convergence. This 2-slot, tough-to-unlock unit deals AoE damage, knocks up enemies with his tentacles, and pulls the entire board into a Void Rift. The only thing missing is the purple buff on his defeat. And we're bringing in another monster from Summoner's Rift. The Corrupt Ascended Otacon isn't a 5-cost, but a monstrous summon for the Noxus trait. Empower him with more Noxians and star levels, and if you can make it to Prismatic Noxus, not even LeBlanc can keep this monstrosity bound. Fighting alongside Otacon is none other than Mel, the 5-cost for Noxus who's only unlockable after having a 2-star Ambessa die. And it wouldn't be a Runeterra set without Rise, who unlocks after you field 4 different regions together in combat. Rise benefits from all active regions, but contributes to none. But this Globetrotter doesn't just benefit from his traits. His abilities are modified by whatever regions you have active, creating millions of combinations. Bilge makes the ability explode, Targon makes it heal, Yordle makes it shrink enemies, and Void makes it shred and sunder. Pack your bags, activate your traits, and explore the world of possibilities. All your favorite regions in Runeterra are represented in Lore and Legends. Soon you'll be building custom inventions in Piltover, mutating Void creatures, splashing in traitless but powerful Targonians, and so much more.
Oh, yes!
Yes!
Awesome play. Yeah!
8 point!
You dirty cheats! Not a fair fight!
We're
Send him to the depths! Get out of here!
Hey Tacticians! To kick things off, I'd like to congratulate all our incredible players who made it to the pro circuit for Lore and Legends. As a reminder, in Lore and Legends, CompeteTFT.com will be your home for all things TFT esports. If you're already playing professionally or aspiring to play professionally this set, head over to CompeteTFT.com to register. In less than a month, we'll be celebrating all things TFT in Paris at our 3rd ever TFT Open. The Paris Open takes place December 12th through 14th, bringing 768 of TFT's top players together for the ultimate LAN tournament. But it doesn't stop at the competition. This is a weekend to celebrate our TFT community and the game we all love. This year, we'll have an artist alley full of community artists, dev panels with a game show twist, our mayhem-fueled Carousel of Chaos show match, a sneak peek for TFT in 2026 with the reveal of our annual roadmap, and so much more. And who better to welcome you to Paris and Chateau TFT than Chonk and Pengu, who never looked more chic, both in person and in-game. This is the first time our open mascots will feature as in-game cosmetics, so snap them up while you can. And we have even more exclusive Paris Open cosmetics for you. The Paris Open Arena showcases the busy streets and busier cafe bunnies of the City of Lights. Not again. Okay, I'll send you over to the cosmetics team. And if we don't see you in person in Paris, we'll see you on broadcast December 12th through the 14th.
Hey Tacticians, Alex here to play the highlight reel of this set's cosmetics. Our team in Singapore did not hold back with these. Starting in Demacia with the light of Demacia, except this time it's lights out for the universe. All right, enough Demacia. Let's go to Noxus with the Chosen of the Wolf Arena. Lay waste to your enemies and welcome them to the afterlife. And who better to help you fight for glory on this battlefield than God King Darius Unbound. Carve a path to first with his Tactician splitting finisher. Some worry about running out of bullets. Prestige, Chibi, Blood Moon Misfortune worries about running out of targets. And I worry about running out of breath when I say your name. We'll round things out with the ultimate showstopper, KDA Ari Unbound. First, she'll dance and sing her way into everyone's hearts. Then, she'll bring your foes down, 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 down. Later in the set, expect a big cosmetic celebration moment for Gwen.
Alex, you're the last step. Let's wrap it up.
You're right, we gotta get out of here.
Players, get ready to jump into Lore and Legends when it launches on December 3rd. See you then.
Anyone?
Someone save Roger! Where's Brock when you need him?
We left him in Shurima. No.
Oh no. I think the Zier's gonna have to go dig him out of that one. It is so exciting to see what Lore and Legends has in store for everybody. There was a lot to take away from that dev drop, but what were some of the things that stood out to the two of you?
I love Baron and Herald that you can play, but as champions. They're not summons, but you actually can play, so you can give them items maybe. So, I mean, that's amazing to have that additional pool of champions as a possibility.
For me, it's the Lorbarian achievements. Those are so cool. It makes you want to play TFT over and over again, even if you're like losing LP for it. Yep. You're like, nah, you know, I'll get a couple more achievement unlocks, you know, and it just feels like I could play hours and hours on end.
Oh my gosh, I think there's so many things to discover. I really can't put a finger on one specific thing that I'm looking forward to because
you were jelly with the cosmetics.
Oh
you love
gosh,
the cosmetics.
Yeah, I know. I popped off really hard because I actually hadn't seen some of those cosmetics yet, and they look so good. That little Cafe Bun Bun stadium is to die for when it comes to the Paris Open. But let's get back into our competition here at the KO Coliseum Tactician's Crown. We've got one game left to play for our 40 competitors that have taken to the global stage. And the goal of today is to not be in the bottom 8. You will be eliminated at the end of this today.
Every single player still has a chance to make it. Our cut this year after Game 5 is a little bit lower than what we had in the previous set. So
maybe
even Marcel, yep, everyone has a shot.
Yeah, and now we see players that are already in that 22 threshold. That could be the possibility of advancing, but obviously maybe 23 can be a chance. So obviously you have to sum up points tomorrow. These players will keep summing points, and we don't have a reset, so you need to keep pushing here, Necra.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there are a couple of players that have already really catapulted themselves back up into the standings. Looking at Ironbog and Dohwa, both taking first places in their last games. And there are some that are just maintaining position. Leading at the top of the pack after 4 games was Shaco, and now is still our points leader at the end of game number 5. He has been on an absolute tear today, as well as Tomino. While only won first place, still has gotten 3 third places, and the AVP is crazy.
That stretch is just so amazing. 8-7-7 for Shaco, and I do want to touch on a little format change that we have. If you have enough points, you can actually skip game 13.
Yeah.
You automatically advance into the finals. This is a new change that we have in this current set 15 tech round.
Yeah, for players get that possibility to advance directly, and then of course the rest of the players would have a chance to accomplish and finish that 8-player lobby that we'll have for day 3. We're seeing again good hypes. I think they saw just the preview with the devs, and we see Robin here laughing. The players are more chill right now, so the tension has lowered a little.
There was so much personality in that dev drop. I think that was the thing that I'm so excited about. Clearly, the whole team has been really excited about being able to showcase this set to the public, and so I hope everybody is looking forward to December 3rd just as much as we are, as well as the Paris Open. December 12th to 14th is where we are going to be able to showcase Set 16 for the first ever esports experience. And what better way to do that than at the TFT Open? These opens have been amazing, and spectator passes are still available, so make sure you do go check out the Riot TFT websites so that you can figure out how you can join us either in person with those spectator passes or just to find out more information about that broadcast. We give you a lot of goodies to think about at the end of that dev drop.
Yeah, talking about goodies, I want to have that Pengu and Pashonk with the party theme. It looks so amazing.
I need that cafe board. I have to have
The
it.
City of Light board looks amazing, and they have like 2 modes for it, one in light, one night.
Yeah, I
so
love
good.
that. Like more of the recent TFT boards, it's like when you get to level 7, that's when the board changes shape, dynamic, the colors, like the sounds. It's great.
Beautiful at all. And now, once again, we see in the crown, only one player will be able to take it home. On the right, America's roster. On the left, EMEA roster. And on Chengdu, we have APAC and CN also live for the first time. Beautiful time for TFT Esports.
Yeah, we still have to come back to this tech round for sure. The job is not finished for the players right here. One last game. Everyone has a shot. If you're looking at our bottom 8, though, no APAC players. They've become the best region. I just wanted to sneak that in there. However, for a couple of our greats, they are on the cusp, especially for someone like Lekoko. 15 points. He's currently in the bottom 8. He needs to give a really strong performance if he wants to continue.
Quintanilla also 16 points. Also in that difficult cutoff as a possibility. The Brazilian that is known about playing reroll. He's playing a little more flexible. I would love to see him going back to the basics and to what gave him the strengths and the possibility to get here to the finals.
He played a lot of Katarina reroll at the Americas Regional Finals, and we've actually only seen a select number of players go for that line throughout the Tactician's crown. One of those reasons being, I think it has not always been able to keep up with the power level of some of these more like fast 8, fast 9 oriented boards. And you really need something like a Radiant item or an artifact to really feel like it's going to be that big breakout performing composition. For our 6th game of the day, we are going to have the Braum Encounter Gold subscription. Everybody is going to get dropped varying amounts of gold at the beginning of each stage.
And I think this is good news for a lot of the players that are lower on the point totem pool, because this allows fast 9 compositions a little bit easier. The other players that have high points, they're probably happy to just roll it down on level 8. They're not going to contest your game plan. You're going to have an easier time hitting all your legendaries.
And of course, whoever has that possibility of reroll that we haven't seen that much, I'm happy. We saw the Kaisa in the last game, so actually open up. And the surprise, no one trying to force that Malzahar line, at least not the normal Malzahar, heavyweight Protector Malzahar. And obviously that double trouble hasn't been found, at least on the games that we have seen live so far. Double,
that's true.
Possibilities here, trying to find the Gnar as a good opener. The only player that could get a second crown here at Tactician Crown, and looking well, playing well, maybe in middle table at 22 points, that's the actual cutoff. He will need to step up for tomorrow if he needs to accomplish or wants to advance to that final lobby.
Yeah, I think for double, he's one of those players in the position. He's not thinking about not going 8. He's thinking about how do I hit the finals. So he's still going to, hope play for a little bit more high-risk compositions. I do want to touch on some of the individual storylines. Cambuly started the day off in the top 8, but now has dropped considerably after a string of subpar games from him, down to 21st. On the other hand, for Zunbai, he started very low with Flancy in the bottom 8, rose all the way now to 17th place. So we are seeing sort of these momentum shifts coming in from the players. I think, really just having the wind underneath your sails is a very important factor. And we're going to start with the golds.
Oh. Okay, I thought I saw a couple of hero augment options, but there are also some for a little bit more variance. If you really want to, there's a calculated loss on the board, or you could take Worth the Wait if you are Terry. And we'll check in with our players as they continue to pick their augments.
Pandora for Lecoco here. I believe he's Prize Fighter. We will check here for Senbai.
Oh, Pandora's items.
Senbai is Prize Fighter, yes.
Okay.
Oh, and Sunwade C actually took something amazing. That's one of the Luchador augments.
Yeah, Grand Slam is kind of an interesting one to pick because it griefs your positioning a lot of times. When your units jump in, a lot of times your Volley Bear just gets targeted first, so it's always kind of fun to see. It's a little bit of a memey one, but I think Juggernauts and that line with Edge Lords and Luchador definitely a very strong one.
Cambuly took too much value, so could have a good opportunity to reroll, but something that we did see in the Americas is you actually bank up all of those rerolls with all of those 2 costs that you're carrying, and then you push to level 8 or 9, and you roll down with all those free rerolls that you have accumulated over the course of the game until you get to that point. So a couple of different ways he could play it, so I wonder if maybe he tries to take things a little bit slower in the second stage, and then see what happens from there. Because even if you are going for a reroll, a lot of the big roll downs you will do are on stage 3 anyway, when you can already figure out what your second augment will be.
I think Cambuly definitely has kind of his finger on the trigger. He can kind of decide which 2-cost reroll he wants to go for because he's just going to have a lot more stacked up with that.
And he does have the over 9,000.
Yeah.
He just needs to have a good, I think, items for the Katarina. And look, I mean, do you really want to try to contest the Katarina reroll master Quintanilla?
Wow.
It's going to come down to what their items are and who can hit that 2-star first. I think those are going to be the key pointers, but someone has to budge.
Yeah, it's not strong enough to have 2 people in it, even if you're the master of it. So yeah, I believe Quintanilla should have the priority. Cambuly knows he has prepared so much and played so many games also with Quintanilla on regionals. So probably Cambuly will be the one who will be thrown out from this placement. But for now, still options open, finds the Xin Zhao. So maybe more possibilities to go on another route.
It's tough. I like the Callista though, because you enable the Executioner for the Katarina, and so I think that can also help you like try to keep a win streak if you want. But Quintanilla has done the same thing, so it's
it's an interesting staring contest here.
Yeah.
So weird.
Cam made it. He made the Xin Zhao too, so maybe go more for a Soul Fighter line there.
Or maybe like Zaya, but you don't really have like the best items yet.
It's going to come down to who can find the Hodges and the Nashers. I think those first items are going to be critical. For Lecoco, this is kind of an interesting one. He does have to go for a big finish here, and I'm rather surprised that he's going for Pandora's items. That's typically not thought of as a high cap augment. It's more of an augment that smooths your game plan over rather than accentuates it.
Yeah, interesting. And also the direction, right? He has a Rabadon, he has a Rage Blade. So it's like going for tempo with the possibility of slamming any items combination possible.
This is huge. Who's going to get it? It's Quintanilla. Oh, will Cambuly still stare him down after that? That's the big question here, because he's going to get the 7 BA easily.
Oh, man. I mean, so he ended up picking up a bow. So there is a possibility to actually make a Kraken's or a Nashor's.
Yeah.
You could also like make you can make Shred if you want it, but I feel like either of those, you maybe just want to make the Krakens and just go down a route of Zaya.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. You know, you have the Shen and Zaya line, but the Zaya is going to be pretty contested across the board. A lot of Star Guardians holding on to it. Gobo, we just saw, had that 2-star Zaya already built, and What? Is this? How? Terry? Wave theory? What? What
Well,
happened?
so there's a worth the wait, and I have to imagine that the worth the wait
Zach.
is Zach.
Yeah.
But where did this
That's
this
variance.
star?
That's variance in favor here of Terry. And, I mean, great position right now.
Older, man.
Okay, I mean, that's going to make life hard for a lot of these other rerollers that need points because it means their streaks are probably going to get broken on stage 3. If you're trying to go Janna, you're trying to go Katarina, and Terry is this far ahead, you're not going to like the results.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it will depend on what he gets on stage 3. Maybe he can go for Malzahar. He's still open. Slamming this Giant Slayer, he can go for anything he wants. Could be Malzahar, could be Fast 9. So let's see what he goes for. For now, 4 heavyweights, looking like Malzahar, and obviously trying to go for that big sack as his main tank, Soundwaves. Looking for just a short theme right now, the augment for Luchador that you mentioned, Necra, and just committing fully to the AD line.
Yep, gonna play through the Grand Slam. This one makes your Luchadors jump into the enemy composition at the start of combat. It's a really fun one, but it has some unpredictable results, if I may say so myself.
Watch the Nar.
This is going to be a different player. Zumbai, can he get the 5-win streak? That's the big thing. The prize fighter does catch you out, I believe, on 4. It's been a while since I picked this because it's so hard to actually do, but I think it shows Zumbai's mentality. He's here to go all the way to finals. He's not, settling just to avoid cuts. He wants highest points as possible.
And Gobo, on the other hand, slamming the Bramble.
What was that comment?
I just think it's unfortunate prize fighter when you have like a 2-star Smolder, 2-star Zaya on your boards. It's just like, okay.
But that is to your point that you said earlier, that a lot of players are not going to want to actually see that 2-star Smolder across from them when they are trying to actually win and cash out things like the prize fighter and keep their win streak. So I just think it was like the perfect exhibit A to the point that you laid out before.
Yeah, it does change the calculus quite a little. I think Terry is just kind of sitting pretty. I still want to see where Lococo goes with this. Again, he needs a lot of points here. He doesn't have a high cap augment. So I'm really wondering, how does he pivot this? Also, Zach is going to be very hard to find. There's a worth the wait Zach on another board here. Is he going to put all of his eggs into the... he has a good chance to re-roll the Kale.
We'll see it now, yeah. 3-1 will be the inflection point. Has 4, finds 1 additional.
Oh, more dogs trying to tell him something.
There it is. There's a roll down. So committing to the Kale. Trying to find the stack 2 will be very important. We know he contested, and getting as much as possible. You drop to 30 here or just maintain?
I think the shop is trying to tell me something. I'm going to...
Small wave here for him. To Malzahar.
Ooh.
Can he pivot? I don't think so.
That's a Darius also.
Well, you have the Pandora's Bench, so like, could you actually?
I think the problem is you have he doesn't have Pandora's Bench, he has item.
Sorry, so what I mean is, yes, I said the wrong one, but could you put like the Rabadons onto the Malzahar and let the Red Buff and the Rage Blade reroll?
You could reroll the items. I think the problem is Terry is already established on heavyweights, and he's also full win streaking, so it's really hard to see him pivot. Yeah. So as we see, Coco is not picking up the 2 Malzahars. He's just staying on 40 and probably keeping to the Kale line.
Yeah, he already rolled so much, he has to stay here. If not, he loses total tempo to go for another line, and then he will try to find that additional inflation. We know there's additional economy from the encounter, so there's that possibility to get to level 9 after getting the kill 3-star.
I believe he takes a care package here. Thought he might be considering some of the combat augments, but just getting more HP. And we also have to check in onto our rerollers. I believe I see an Ash on Quintanilla.
Okay, good chance.
Yeah, I think he like full pivoted actually. He took out the Katarina entirely. Went to 5 Crystal Gambit.
Hey, I'll pivot out if I get a...
uses 3 fruits and couldn't find the veteran Katarina, and he already had 3 mentors, so huge cap out for him, and now he will have to fish for that Katarina. If he doesn't find it, it's worst nightmare.
The good news for him is that at least the rerollers are pivoting out. Quintanilla is obviously going to be established into this line. He used his spat to go for a strategist emblem in the front line, already with a 2-star Swain. This is one of the best tempo spots you could look for here. This could be the comeback story for Quintanilla. I don't think any board out there is going to be strong enough to disrupt his tempo. And Cambioli, unfortunately, has to face the wrath of the 5 crystals.
Oh.
Ooh, he knows this is a tough spot.
It's really hard. I mean, this is a very strong board, and I just kind of wonder, you know, where does Cambioli actually go?
I think he has to stay. He already rolled a little. He's rolling again.
Okay, well, he gets like quite a few big upgrades here. Gets another copy of the Vi.
Yeah, needs to commit here fully on the Janna plus the Kobuko. And then on the next neutral round, needs to hit. He needs to hit the veteran.
Oh, this is just so painful to watch. It is the set 15 special, but you do have to find the correct power up for a lot of these compositions to reach their full potential. The good thing for him is even though he's not going to get a streak on stage 3, he is pretty far ahead in copies. You know, 6 copies of Janna.
Chance there. Going up against Senbai. Still holding items on the Gnar. Shadow Clone. Good front line. Juggernaut as a possibility. Also one of the ones trying to go for that level 9. Holding the Crystal Gambit. So maybe hoping also for that Ashe in the middle ground. Of course, he's heavily contested. And in a bad position. Taking the loss. So double. Just looking strong right now. Tempo, 6-level fighter. And doing what he has to do with this comp.
The Coco hit Kale 3, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, so he's fully established in that line. 81 HP, that's not too bad.
That's actually pretty great.
Yeah, it's very good for the reroll line. Sorry, I was a little too unexcited, I guess.
I was like, yeah, it's pretty good, I think.
Oh, look at this! These carousels for
Samira,
double.
Volley, you got the Jinx if anybody wants it.
2 major picks here for double.
Oh.
If he gets the volley bear, it'd be huge for Samira, obviously.
Also goes for the Samira priority and perfect. Going deep into the line and a chance for double to hit early when and go for the 8-level fighter also.
Yeah, let's see if there's anything for Terry to extend his win streak. He's kind of sitting pretty. He was on 5 win streak with the Zac and the natural Smolder.
Okay, Le Coco. We mentioned the Kale 3, and now not having a front line will be difficult, not having enough chance for the Rage Blade to pop off, so he will try to play Seguro Tempo here, trying to find economy augments on the 3rd one and go to the important level 9 to pop off the Kale and be a good carry. Cambioli keeps rolling, or at least a natural Rakan here to improve a little his board, but the one punishing the lobby right now is Terry. 6 win streak right now, 92 HP.
Yeah, I do feel like Terry's going to give kind of a free pass to all of the Fast 9 players or like level 8 players because the rerollers are not getting their tempo. They're not really getting ahead in terms of the economy. So Terry's basically just serving this game up to a few of the players here. I think Double's happy to see Terry in this position.
Oh my goodness. Poor Cambioli. It just feels like it's falling apart.
Yeah, he knows. Such a tough position here for him, taking the L. 45, now 40. You mentioned, Clement, he has a chance here with the Janna, but he needs to hit. So we will check him on neutrals just to see if he hits the veteran and manage to stabilize right here. Terry, once again, the Zac, going for Zac 4. So he's not selling the additional copies that he has. He's going for full commitment on that Zac. So maybe he will stay probably on that heavyweight line for that Zac and then maybe flex, obviously, the back lane. Maybe trying to go for Wrath Vertical.
Yeah, that's a potential line that we've seen people go for. It's just like 6 Wraith with the Varus. It's one of the rarer lines. I don't think a lot of people know it, but we've definitely seen good players kind of pivot their positions into that one. And Gobo Star here, just going for the Jinx Samira angle. Yep. Probably leaning more towards the Jinx now that...
yeah, with the IE.
Yeah.
Fully Jinx. We see body change on that Zac. He got me confused for a second. It was the Darius. And now Smolder, the one doing the heavy lifting here. Full damage, trying to access the backline. Once again, Terry holding up the win streak. Now 8 win streak for him.
There's a lot of things we need to pay attention to. I think, for me, Cambioli's next power-up Can he hit that one veteran? That is going to shape up his tournament. It's going to be absolutely critical for him.
Okay, Janna.
Does find the Janna. That's
Nice.
good. That's good.
Oof. We see the expression, the tension. He knows. If he doesn't hit, we'll see a commitment laughter there because there's nothing you can do.
The sigh of relief is going to be immense if he does finally find it, but if he doesn't, you know, that's such a roller coaster of emotions to go through. You know, start the day out strong, but then fall into this position. It all comes down to this.
I know. I'm like nervous. My heart is pounding.
31 HP. A roll and a dream here for Gambuli. Okay.
Come on, let's see.
This is it. This is it for all the Can fans. Get the power up.
Okay.
See what we can do with it. Here we go. Here we go. Please.
No!
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, what do you take here?
You just
Goes
take the
for
best.
efficient.
Yeah, you just take the best combat augment.
Okay, so now you don't play mentor, right? You try to flex, maybe? Try to go full strategist? Could be an option here.
I'm honestly not even sure what you do in this spot.
Yeah. I mean, besides going 8th. I'm looking for a chance here, Clem.
Yeah.
Help me out. There has to be an angle. Okay,
You just play strategist, I guess.
Okay.
You know, strategist, mech, try to do the best you can. He still has a good, decent smite on 4-1-4-2, but the thing is he needs to make it all the way to stage 5 to go back to veteran.
Okay, Quintanilla looking good. Access to a backline there from the Jace is not enough. Casante holding the front line. And this should be a win for the Ash in the last moment by the slightest. HP Quintanilla didn't even blink.
That was so close. Comfort.
I can't believe he's so calm.
16, he needs 6 points. So third or better for Quintanilla to stay alive.
Yeah, 23 to
survive
be
day 3.
safe, so he needs second place.
Second place to be
at
100%
least.
safe, yeah.
Oh, exponential growth coming in for Lecoco.
Explosive.
Yeah, okay, explosive, sorry. Could help him
Potential. You
win.
can pitch it in. You know that they're actually, but you need to win something, Clement. You need
Yeah.
to win like an open something, and you get the augment with your recognition.
Oh, yeah.
Next attack card winner right here.
Yeah.
Right. Wait for me, guys.
I love it.
Okay, Senbai doing transition here. Level 8, trying to find priority unit.
I can't believe the risks that he's taking. He's going prize fighter, malicious monetization.
Oh my
Like, what happens
God.
if you don't hit the Braum? It's like, wow.
Well.
You gotta trust himself. You gotta trust yourself. This is what we were talking about.
Coming into that Jinx, didn't find even the pair. I believe he was rolling to True Zero there.
Yeah.
Doesn't find it, is right. He's
I'm not sure he got the
Dead
volley
last.
bear. He got the Braum, but no,
Okay.
I don't think I saw the volley. Come on, this is Quintanilla. This has to be the
You
comeback.
got
story.
one volley.
Yeah.
Senpai
Okay,
has
okay.
exactly one. But
One is good enough. One is good enough.
Flicker Blade here for Quintanilla. Looking strong. Casante popping off. Already with the second transformation. Falls down. Ash doesn't target the Samira. Late, but it's good enough. Okay, good win here for Quinta once again.
The clear favorite to win out in this lobby.
Okay, Kimbuli got a second win. We got the Rise 2.
Okay.
Get some upgrades over there.
Okay, there it is. Playing the vertical set. Decides to go for the mentor. So it will be important to have that Rise also with item to ensure the full influx of stats goes to that Rise immediately.
Yep, just still going to be strategist mentor here and just try for his luck later on with the rolls.
Oh my god, did he reforge for the Manazane? He had to have, right?
Yeah, he reforged for Manazane.
Wow! What a nice hit!
This is regression to the mean. If you're so unlucky with your power-ups, you have to get that
You
luck
get
back.
something.
Yeah,
Karma
get back
is real.
somewhere.
It's just the karmic balance, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you can't miss on everything, right? You got to hit somewhere.
get
So
something.
there we go, there we go.
Normally it balance on the next game, not on the same one, but actually getting
This
on
could
the
be
same
the last
one.
game. We don't want to wait for next.
No, we're gonna have it on this game. Thank you, Hupe.
Oh, but Zumba, on the other hand, malicious monetization, but going into a 9-loss streak.
Brown is also a priority here.
Ooh, Zumba could pick this up. Are we going to go for the level 8 Braum 2? Is that the game plan?
Thinking about it.
But does he have the correct items? Oh, no, he
Okay,
can't
no.
even go for it.
Decides to go for Prio. Needs the sword here. But is it good enough? Double stabilizing here with the Edgelord. Lecoco trying to go for that important level 9. All the comp is still assembled. Little bodies for Sunway.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on like the bottom end here because you know who first place is going to be already.
Yep.
Like, there's no question.
Yeah,
Danelia
Teamfight
is
is
just
strong.
first place. So the best Lecoco can do is, you know, just kind of like the second place with 7 points.
Oh, finds the Jinx. Huge hit hitting for Senbai. Has the Gather Force with the Shojin, so great setup here. Huge damage trying to find the Bolivar, but at least the Jinx will enable him to stabilize. He only 13. I think he needs to sell here.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. There's no way you keep that
Sell
Cassante.
Cassante, yeah. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Ooh, and going up against this
Oh,
Boulder
no.
3, I think it's over for Senpai.
He knows. Yeah, so difficult position. Zack looking strong in the front line, vertical heavyweight, and the Smolder doing so much damage here.
He should stay alive. He just needs to kill 3 units, but this is terrible because he can't use the malicious monetization.
Yeah, very close, actually. Only by 2. So as you mentioned, Clement, he should stay alive here. 3 HP. And 3 HP and a dream.
Well, if you picked 3 HP for your pick'ems, then, you know, maybe Senpai will turn it around. But it is looking really tough. I mean, the Volibear 2 is going to be a nice hit here, but the fact that you're still sitting at Braum 1, Cassante 1, it's just going to be about making sure you get the sides right.
Yeah, you need to be on strong side. You need to try to get the Bolivar in as soon as possible. So maybe the switch to the left. Final moment, there it is. Decides to leave the Jinx on this side. Maybe a mistake, probably because you need to get the damage all in one phase.
We're going to be taking a look at Lecoco here. He's also in a decent position, I believe. Didn't lose too much HP on stage 4. Just going straight 9 here. That game plan should work out for him. And because he's going 9, I think this is going to be a decent win for Senpai. Yep. Senpai will stay alive.
Ooh, and so does Kambuli on the left-hand side. Starting to heat up here for our final game, as we have a lot of players now looking at very low HP totals, especially when it comes to our bottom 4. Quintanilla continues to get stronger, though, and this is a player you just absolutely don't want to run into anytime soon if you are in that bottom 4.
Yeah, and already level 9 and punishing fast 9ers, just taking those units out of them immediately and just getting stronger and stronger. And Terry, closer now to the stacked 4-star, lacking 6 units.
Yep, and the high rollers are just too strong in this lobby. I think that's the big issue so far. Everyone that needs to go for points is kind of looking in despair at these boards. There's even a 4-star Zac coming online sometime soon.
And you could also roll for Jace 3, which would cap out that board even further.
Yeah, so much more upwards potential for that. Soundwaves is stuck on level 8 here with this board, even
this is
with...
tough.
Yeah.
Not much he can do here. Looking like an 8th, trying to save the 7 here against Senpai. But yeah, no position here. Doesn't have enough gold. 4 luchador is normally additional utility, but you don't have the base. You don't have the core of any comp.
Yeah. It's just tough too, because if you want to actually get Little Buddy's value, think about also the lower cost units that you want to have on your board. And you're going up against the Kill 3 on the other side. Senpai goes up against this Amelia board. And so they might both get eliminated here.
Yeah, power spike here for the Kill. Immediate line here for level 9, and both are eliminated here. So both Senway C and Senpai go 7 and 8. CN taking a huge loss here, both with 23, so they both qualify for tomorrow, but in a very difficult position. They will be on bottom table.
Yeah, it's very hard for them to survive the cuts, and this is good news for Kambuli, of course. Like, he was looking in a very bad position.
Yep.
He finally gets his veteran on stage 5.
Oh my gosh.
And I think it's amazing the way he pivoted that board. He wasn't, you know, just beating up himself. He was able to stabilize. He won 4 matches.
Did you also see how many copies of Kobuko he had to sell? And he's just now remaking the Kobuko after getting the Janna. So he actually knew he needed to sell things, buy some upgrades to his board, actually stabilize, and now he can get things back in. But Clement, I see you making this face. What's going through your head in this matchup with this KO reroll versus the Ashe?
You just don't want to face Quintanilla. You know, face him early, the chances you're going to hit him again, they're pretty high. Might be players going out on this stage and you could hit him again.
Yeah.
So...
Looking strong. Cambu taking a huge rush here against Gobo. Cambu faces Quintanilla as it's over for him. Right now, level 8, trying to find that level 9 and get something else in. He already has the frontline 2-star, has everything set up. It's just a matter of taking additional win more from now on.
Yeah, I think Cambuli just saw who he's going to face next, possibly. He's shaking his head. You know, he might survive the next cut, 23 to be safe, but Cambuli, we had much higher expectations for him. He's not just looking at the top 32.
Well, when you're coming off the back of being in a final lobby at the previous Tactician's Crown, remember he ended up in the top 8 of Cyber City. I think a lot of people saw that, and also the exponential growth that he has had as a competitor in the America scene, and said Cambuli is really in some of the best shape that we have seen him in. And so I think it is a disappointment. Just as a Cambuli fan, you know that he can do a lot more than this, but it is the global stage, and it is so hard. But maybe he's able to make it through this. It's the Samira on the other side, but as the Braum actually throws things around, the Samira gets another cast, and the Jin actually does it!
Taking the win! And Lecoco falls down against Terry. We have the confirmation, and Cambuli getting additional positions.
Oh, that's so huge to keep yourself alive in the future cuts here. Lecoco, though, I think that has to just unfortunately be the end of his journey there. 3 points, 17 total, too far away.
Story though, right? Like Coco is one of those big EMEA greats that I think everybody has always looked at and said, your time is coming. Something just never has seemed to be quite the right conditions for you to get that big major finish on that global international stage. And but he's still considered to be one of the best players in EMEA, whether it is just the experience that he has had, being able to make it to this stage several times now at the Global Tactician's Crown. Yeah, it is definitely a disappointment, but home field advantage coming for Lecoco in Paris.
He'll always be a great, but he really needed to hit a final lobbies at TAC for him to kind of advance himself into that contester, to show that he can still perform and have that composure in the highest tiers of competition. He's going to have to wait for next set, unfortunately.
Yeah, but let's not forget how tough it is to even get here. And I think that's why while we can say it is still a disappointment, we have to celebrate the fact that making it at all is such an enormous accomplishment. And someone like KC61, who is definitely making sure that he can kind of stay in this. He wants to accumulate as many points as possible. Unfortunately, on the other side, I think Cambuli did fall, whether it was to Quintanilla or it was to Terry. Cambuli is now going to go out in 5th place.
So overall, that is going to be 25 points for him. Still not a very acceptable finish, about like 1 point below the average line, if we're doing the calculations right there. Yeah, he still has a chance to save it for sure.
Yeah, we'll need a great run tomorrow. Obviously,
but it's possible.
Top. Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Hit the VODs tonight. Get a nice rest. Make sure that you are feeling good about going into tomorrow's competition. I feel like it's just the major hurdle is getting there at all. So the fact that you've saved yourself for a second day of competition feels amazing. Now on Elimination Zone, Gobo Stewart versus Double. And this is a hard-fought battle, but the Samira just feels so strong.
Polly with the Kraken slam out is just not enough.
Yep, it was a level 9 angle for Double. So is able to take that over Gobo. And this is really important for Gobo because he was in contention for just getting a top 4 bye in game 13. Different players aiming for different things right here.
31 points, finishing in 36 right now. Amazing for him.
Wow, but Quintanilla, again, like the story of today. 2 copies off of Ashe 3, by the way, but also 12 win streak. This 5 Crystal Gambit Ashe has heavily been paying off. 2 Strategist emblems on top of a Duelist emblem, probably from all of the rewards that he's been getting from this 5 Crystal Gambit. And as a player sitting at 16 points, when you think the expected cutoff will be 24, Quintanilla with a 1st place may have bought himself another chance at life as well.
Yeah, there's just no way that the other 2 players can catch up to him
Level 10
remotely.
There was the fade in there. You're going to get the Rise 2. Oh my goodness, he's going to roll for like a 3-star 4 cost. He's got 5 copies of Cassante. Okay, decides to sell it because he knows that he can actually get that in there. But I mean, wow.
Do we get bounties for Lee Sin 3, maybe? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I like the prize format over in the TFT for sure. But I don't think that that's an option here, but you still have a couple of upgrades regardless. I want to check in whether or not Double and Terry have actually been clued in, whether they should actually hold some of these units now. So it's going to be a showdown between Quintanilla and Double 61, and it kind of seems like this is going to be Double going out in 3rd place for a 1v1 showdown between Quintanilla and Terry in the 6th and final game of day 1 of the Tactician's Crown. Oh my goodness, Quintanilla, take a victory lap, why don't you? I don't know how Terry actually catches up to this bar going level 10, and he only has 3 gold.
He doesn't. I just don't think he does it. I think this is the time where Terry can start playing GeoGuessr on his second monitor and stuff. Gotta chill out for the day. Ooh, both of these players just such high rollers in this lobby. Just I think it changed the game plan for the rest of the lobby so much. It's just not much you can do if you really needed the points to contest this.
Yeah, Terry finds the stack 4, trying to go for the J 3-star as an additional carry, but it's just not enough. Quintanilla is fully capped and has a fully Exodia War right now.
Oh my god, but he could get a 3-star Ash. This is not even the highest form yet, Hoope.
Amazing. Beautiful. Beautiful at all. Taking good damage. Now the focus fully on the Darius. Is the one who has to access the back lane to have some possibility. And now, huge chunk of HP. Terry at 30. No, 52. So we'll have a few rounds here.
Yep.
I know, but Terry knows. Yeah, he can't do anything against this.
You technically can sell, but you cannot forfeit. Those are just the rules I want to explain to everyone. Okay. Give you a bit of a sense. I think, yeah, Terry's just gonna think about his day. You know,
oh, one more away from Ash. One away from Ash. One away from Ash. Okay, 2 away from Lee Sin. Not my pick'ems.
It's good. They both have enough HP, so we can wait 1 round. And of course, Quintanilla wants to give us the show. 3-star 4 cost and the possibility of 3-star Lee Sin also.
Quintanilla can't actually make it because there is 1 copy of Lee Sin on Terry's board. So I actually think this is an angle where next round, if you can't get the Ash off of the carousel, sell your Lee Sins and go for the Ash and finish this game with a first in style.
Nice. Yeah.
I wish he showed some more emotion. You know, it's like, yay! Get it in, finish the day strong. But, you know, just going over his game, he naturaled the Ash on 3-2. This is gold subscription, so that means he was able to accelerate his tempo much higher than everyone else. You know, just straight roll down with 5 crystal, get the max cap. So everything lined up perfectly for Quintanilla here. Just the correct map, the correct timing for the Ash to show up. And for Terry, his game plan was relatively simple. I believe he just naturaled the Lulu. You can't get the Lulus off of the carousels anyway.
Terry is holding a copy of Ash.
Come on, Terry.
More sell the Lee Sin.
He's doing the right thing, but not the fun thing.
Okay, 1 off. He has another Ash in the store, so no more Ash available here.
No!
It's in the worst game because Quintanilla has hope, but he doesn't know.
Yeah. I think this is the correct play to make. I think he's just practicing. You want your mechanics right.
Of course.
Yeah, so.
Your due diligence.
I can't fault him for that.
But I wanted to see the 3-star Ash.
For sure.
But regardless, congratulations to Quintanilla. This has just been an amazing game for him. Someone who is able to make this photo finish happen with a first place here puts him at 24 points and with a chance to move forward to day 2 of our competition. So what a game to make it happen. And what a great chance for Brazil. You know, we were saying in the standings as we came into this, we saw Shaco and CMB towards the top and Quintanilla sort of on the outside looking in. But this is a player that you just cannot underestimate. After the performance that he had at the Americas Regional Finals, being able to get into that final lobby, it just feels like Quintanilla has really turned a new page in this chapter that is Brazil. These 3 incredible Brazilian stars that are coming in to represent the region, and they're all doing amazing in this first day.
Yeah, new some recognition. We thought about maybe this is training arc for Brazil, new young guns as a possibility, and they're outperforming the rest. They're doing amazing, and this is great for the region, not only for Brazil, for the whole Americas, and for whole TFT. Players that are coming again. CMB has been in Tactician Crown, but a lot of sets ago, he had like a hiatus where he didn't perform well, and now coming back again huge. So huge for Brazil and America as a whole.
Yeah, Quintanilla most likely will escape the cut. We're not 100% sure. There is still mathematical possibility for 24 to not be enough, but
Either way, it's a great showing.
And the way he did it, I think, is really important because he was one of our least favored Crystal Ash players, being able to get a first place on the line that he did the worst on during the regionals.
Exactly.
Confidence.
You remember the final?
Lobby,
we saw the final. He tried to play Crystal Ash, didn't work every time. Only
He
reroll
played
was
it about
working.
4 times in a row in that final lobby of the regional finals and ended up going out in the bottom 2 of all 4 of those games. And so it really is a redemption on that own right, Clement. So I'm really glad that you brought that up because I think that also showed us now, like with also the different lines that Quintanilla is playing, it's not just Katarina reroll. There are a lot of other options that he has available to him that he can pull on to make it forward. And so it's been such a spectacular day of competition here, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen when all of our games finish up. But I do believe that we have a game that is still playing out as we see Michael and Wet Jungler all locked in.
We have 5 players still going on right behind us right now. We're looking at their expressions. Hopefully we can catch a glimpse of their game. That would be really cool to see.
There's also another lobby that just finished up, but let's walk back on some of the highlights that we saw from our game that we had on stream here.
Yeah, Lecoco committed to the KO, trying to find as soon as possible. I managed to get there, but only took a 6, and that would be the end for the tournament for him and Cambly. Well, the novice Jana until he find it later. So, I mean, taking a good position in the end, given the situation, and we'll have to ramp up tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that he was able to save as many placements as he did, I hope that's something that he can look at as a confidence booster for just that skill, because it's going to be so important, especially when the cuts get as deep as they do in the second day of competition. We really want to have all of our players at their A-game know when it's just about HP preservation and points preservation.
Yeah, this lobby was absolutely wild. We're just waiting for the confirmation. Lecoco's just going to be out, but Quintanilla and Zumbai, they're not in the safe zone either. Mathematically, there's still a possibility for them to drop out, so we need to hear about these. I think Zumbai especially, he was the last picked in draft, the most revered player out of the 40. Him going into just 24 points on day 1 is definitely going to be a little bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, in this final fight, we already knew Quintanilla was the winner, doing amazing, but Terry also worth the wait, sack, finding the sack 4 at the end, and just punishing heavily the lobby, and in the end, just playing Smolder. We thought maybe he would go for that Malzahar as a possibility, but no, Smolder worked out in the end, and if he wasn't against someone as cap as Quintanilla, he could have got the win.
I know, I feel like it was almost like right in front of him. That Smolder 2 so early at the beginning of stage 2, I felt like was just such a good signal. I think if he maybe had seen a little bit more copies of Malzahar, maybe that does make sense. But just, you also had the item optimization with being able to get the double infinity edge. And I'm eager to see what's going to be happening on our stage soon, as we are still calculating our standings. We're waiting for one more game to finish up, and then we will be able to bring you the results of our day 1 of the Tactician's Crown very, very shortly.
I'm pretty sure the players we're seeing on the screen right here have already made it. That would be my guess anyway, hopefully. Gobo with well over 30 points. He's in a great position to continue.
Yeah, Gobo and Shaco we have there in the middle together with Panda. Shaco have been doing amazing, so much, both in regionals, the highest one in points, and now once again in the global stage, doing so amazing, playing flexible, whatever the game gives him, and a huge representative, huge player, and with a lot of future also.
Oh, guys, I'm getting so nervous as our final game finishes and we start to actually tally those scores. Oh, it's going to be hard. This is my least favorite part of our Tactician's Crown weekends, is eliminating players.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those tomorrow. Today we're saying goodbye to 8. Tomorrow it's going to be a 16 Oh, no, not 16, sorry, 24 player cut. So it's just very, very brutal.
Yeah, 24. So we play 7 games tomorrow, and we'll repeat this again when we get to tomorrow's actual broadcast day. But it'll be 7 games, and we will be kind of shaving off players from the bottom until we get to game number 12, where we will automatically send 4 players forward, and then the remaining 8 will compete against each other to see who will fill out that final lobby for Checkmate on Sunday. We're getting a nice couple of shots from the Chengdu, China LAN center, and it's so cool to be able to see our players over there as well. I know it's getting late over there too. They're 8 hours ahead of us right now.
Yeah, we did see Chitu with the winner tag right there, so that means he's well into the 30-point mark. Typically, if you get 62, 63, you can try to aim for the finals. It's going to be a little bit different because there's an extra game this time. But yeah, he should be very well established in the point ranking. Expect him to be in the top 10.
Also, the co-streamers there in the bottom, just to give you a setup. On the right is America, and now on top of them are all the co-streamers just doing and hyping up the scene.
Oh, you can see it.
CNB with the top 2, at the very least.
Nice for him once again. Brazil, the ones in the top doing better and better. So the trend, if you will, a positioning or a placement wave for all of these players.
Oh my goodness, I want to see that epic showdown in that final lobby. I wonder if it is Dohwa and CMB.
Could be.
Oh, yeah. Could be. We see Brosev right there.
I want to get thoughts from
I got some glasses for you, bro. I got you.
It looks like tennis. You know, in tennis, the coach cannot tell you anything.
Yeah.
Brosev's like, come on, man. do it.
But I don't think he's saying anything. I think he's just stunned.
Let's go.
Dohwa just won that game. And the celebration there between Dohwa and Brosev. What an amazing showdown.
Yeah, that's huge. Getting first place, it means you get essentially an extra tiebreaker point as well at the end. Getting into the finals, a lot of people are going to be on those 62, 63 to get in the final lobby, so very important.
Wow. I mean, what a great finish there. And congratulations to CMB then for getting a 2nd place in that final game. I know it's going to be celebration across the board as we get ready to show you our players' standings. But Dohwa definitely had a bit of a comeback from the beginning parts of the day. Ended up getting 2 firsts in the final 3 games. And so that's a really great position to be in heading into tomorrow's competition.
Yeah, we saw that Jana veteran in the previous game, and now we'll see more information about this game. We're seeing the player lounge also. They're having chill. And it's amazing because every time a game ends, they have a chance there to talk a little about that.
Well, standings are finalized now that Dohwa and CMB have finished their showdown. So let's go ahead and see which of our 40 competitors will be eliminated today and which ones will be moving forward. We will go from 40 just to 32, so it's not a super harsh cut today, but still losing 8 players today is going to make it really hard for players that are at the bottom. And unfortunately, oh, what a crowd to lose.
Yeah, APAC before Game 5 didn't have any players in the bottom 8. Now we have 3. So, big hit there. I think if we're looking at the names, Flancy and Lakoko are like probably 2 of the most surprising losses that we have out of the group.
I mean, it's just so tough because I think you look at players like Jazz Latte and Marcel P. I think lots of them globally are very, very high.
Yeah.
So I think it's also just hard to believe that this is how it finished for them.
Yeah, once again, the recognition these players got here, and some of them were favorites, even Flancy, going up against the best on the best. Lekoko also, we're losing huge player here, and they will have a revenge. They will have revenge on next Tactician's Crown, and this will be the 8 players sending, or that we're going to be sending to the Convergence.
At the end of tomorrow, we will only have 8 players remaining. So our players that are in 32nd and up, they will still be able to compete, but the lower you are to the bottom, the harder it is going to be. And at 22 points, just making it into the cutoff, Robin Songs, Yatsuhashi, and JD Sedlinski.
A lot of Americas here, just going here. Robin Song's holding it strong for Citadel. He went 6th place overall in Cyber City, so do expect a bounce back from him.
With Jungle was in a difficult position, getting a first, just getting to the cutoff. Similar story to what we saw about Quintanilla, Cambuli also in that bottom position, or at least in the middle. Tarman, who started strong, then a little, and Ironbuck. I mean, the best of the best here in APAC, also being in the middle. And I mean, it's very close in points. No one is like popping off a lot, so middle ground will be open for everyone tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, even towards the top of the standings, I feel like we're already seeing like a very small point differential between what we saw in 24th place and what we're seeing now up in 9th. Seoul getting 34 points to the day. A lot of APAC and CN on this particular page of our standings.
Yeah, T2 not in the top 10, going 11th overall, still very, very strong.
Whoa.
Oh.
What a score.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Again, it's another Hong Kong player grabbing the top for the group stages. It's going to be Terry with AQ1H in Cyber City. So, you know, they're in the same study group, definitely showing up really, really strong. And this is Terry's first trip here, so I'm really amazed by this performance, the composure. To get 37, he's in very good position to move forward.
And good surprises there, having Domino, having from the Americas on the top, Dohua, both CMB and Shaco is just amazing.
Brazil on top. I mean, it's just such a cool story, I think, for us to be able to cover. And what better way to be able to celebrate that than with an interview, both with Shaco and Gobelstjor with Panda. So let's hear how they're feeling after day one of our competition.
I had the pleasure to talk to two of the best competitors across today, Gobo from EMEA and, of course, Shaco from Brazil and from Americas. Gobo, starting off with you, you had kind of a big change to make in this TAC round. You're a beast in EMEA, Magic and Mayhem champion in set 12, but on the TAC round stage, you weren't quite able to find that success. How do you feel after this day one where you just really did pop off?
Actually, I'm really relieved. I couldn't expect more than my result. I think overall I had really good spots, so we'll stay focused for tomorrow because nothing is done yet.
I like that. Job is not done. Shaco, parabéns. You had a lot of nerves maybe coming into this day one. It's your first time ever playing in the TAC round stage. Did you feel any nerves coming into it?
Bom, para ser honesto, eu estava bastante nervoso, principalmente nos primeiros jogos, porque eu nunca tinha jogado um campeonato presencial e nem um campeonato mundial de TFT. E eu sabia que os primeiros jogos iam ser os mais difíceis, que era até eu entrar, ficar imerso no campeonato. Então, tendo primeiros jogos bons, eu acho que o resto vai vir sozinho. Então, quando eu comecei o campeonato bem ali, eu sabia que eu ia bem.
So Shaco mentioned that it was his first time playing not just on the world stage, but also in a LAN setting. So he was quite nervous at the beginning of the tournament, but once he got into the right flow and the right zen state, once he had good results in the first few games, that momentum carried forward until the very end. So overall, he felt comfortable coming into the later stage of the tournament at the very least. Gobo, back to you. You had a lot of success in 4v4 this set. Now, individually, you also had success. Is this your set to pop off? Do you think you have a realistic chance to make final lobby in set 15?
Maybe. I think I really improved this set about mental overall. Like, for example, coming into this tourney, I had zero stress at all. Like, I'm much more an introvert, and during set 12, it was my main issue, actually. So, I mean, I also had a bit of luck because first game was really high roll, like it was double trouble Malzar on Scuttle. So, if you start good the tourney, it's way easier to play all your spot because, like, for example, in set 12, I started poorly. Then, in Tactician Crown, only final lobby matter. So, if you start with 2 bottom, for example, you have to take a lot of risk. And in world lobby, overall, risk doesn't pay often. So, it's normal to do a lot of bottom if you start bad.
Yeah. So like Shaco mentioned, the same kind of momentum carrying over and finding that flow state where you feel comfortable. Great to hear, Gobo. Good luck for day 2 as well. Shaco, I'm wondering if you had any specific game plan coming into this day 1, any comps you wanted to play more than others, anything that you have a comfort on as a player?
Bom, na verdade, eu cheguei no campeonato com uma mentalidade de que eu ia sempre tentar jogar para as composições que pegam top 1 e top 2. Então, todo jogo eu ia tentar jogar de Fast 9, ou ia tentar jogar com algum reroll muito forte, como Catarina, uma Jana num bom setup. E os jogos que eu não conseguisse esse setup, eu ia tentar jogar para salvar a posição com algum custo 4, como Jinx, Vôlei, essas coisas.
You mentioned his game plan for today was really just try and play for first and second, things like fast line, obviously. Katarina from really high roll spots, trying to always play for those kind of really high roll positions coming to stage 4 and 5. If he saw he couldn't, he would be realistic and try and play more for 4 costs, things like Samir or Volibear, and just try and play more for just saving placements. That was the main goal. And I think it worked, Shaco. It went well. So both of our players popped off today. We have still a lot more in store for our players and our games tomorrow. Back to you, Necra. Hopefully you guys are also excited to see all those games tomorrow.
Oh, you best bet, Panda, and even more so hearing from some of our top competitors in the field today. Their insights super valuable, and you could tell, like, you know, they're feeling good. Like, let's see what tomorrow brings us.
Yeah, the top players are so close to this time around. If you're looking at the top edge of the spread, only 3 points between 1st and 10th place. And that group is really far ahead. This is one of the highest day one points that we've seen so far. Very difficult to overcome if you're a little bit lower.
Yeah, the players who finish in a well position today will have that traction for tomorrow. I mean, finishing in a good spot will help with the mental that both Shaco Gobuster mentioned. Having that possibility of getting the trend, getting into the flow, and pushing in, obviously important.
We do have a night, though, that's going to separate today's competition and day 2. And so I wonder, does some of that momentum from our top competitors start to fall off a little bit now that you get to sleep?
You're going to sleep,
right?
with a smile, I believe.
But what about those players that do know that in day number 2 they've got to step it up? Maybe it is going to be that good night's rest that's going to help them kind of flip that switch and get back into things.
Or full prep. What are you going to do at night?
Yeah.
You're seeing all the bots, you're analyzing information, getting additional spot that you didn't have maybe.
In a way, if you have people in your study group that were eliminated, that actually becomes a bit of a buff because you have more eyes watching you and giving you feedback on how you should play. So if you have a big study group with some players that maybe have already been cut, I think they can join in and help you a lot. Or maybe you brought your own analyst, like we just saw Dehua right there. So, you know, getting help. That would be my main point.
Well, hopefully everyone at home is also getting excited as we will have day 2 of our competition for the KO Coliseum Tactician's Crown return tomorrow at 1 a.m. Pacific time. I know that's a little bit early, but you know, if you're in any other part of the world, we'll hope to see you there no matter what, because we've got more in store for you in terms of our competition here, as well as more surprises, not just for set 16, but also for what you can expect to see at the Paris Open. So a lot of incredible stuff to come tomorrow. So we'll hope that you'll be there. Final thoughts, though, gentlemen, before we get on out of here?
I'm just happy to see the level of competition, everything we expected and more. Players are happy, players are nervous, they're not having fun, and I mean, just the greatest moment for TFT Sport right now, and I'm happy for the players and for the whole community.
I'm just saying CB Lowell is coming back, so, you know, it's a great celebration for them there. You really, really proved the doubters wrong.
I love it. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in and for supporting our players and, of course, Teamfight Tactics. We will see you tomorrow at 1 a.m. Pacific, and make sure that you stay tuned for all of the special events we've got planned. Good night.